Well, a belated good morning to everybody here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sorry, we are a little bit late on the
Sorry.
show. It was due to unforeseen circumstances,
But those
nothing
circumstances are
technical.
alleviated. Yeah, it's those
Yeah,
everything's alleviated. And
I
we're here.
told you guys before that we've never had technical difficulty. Well, we did have one or two, I think, but this was not due to technical difficulties. So you can get off. You can get off that little train you've been on. Okay. We are here. We apologize. 2.5 hour show today, though. And Lance is live at East River 9, where what I love, there's a couple of things. How about this? Watching the Masters, great place to watch the Masters. You get half price wings with a bucket of beer. To me, this is
That's
one
what's
of
up.
the great promotions in golf history. I love that. I'm a big beer fan and I'm a big wings fan, and their wings are really good. So
Hmm.
yeah, I'm a wing connoisseur. Love me some wings. So congratulations to East River Nine for being
For
a
having
business
wings.
for the people, for having being a business of the people.
Okay, good. We
Okay.
need to get these TVs on. What time is the first? What time is the tip off?
Well, Jack. Well, there's no tip off. Jack. First Gary Player, then Jack Nicklaus, then Tom Watson, all teed off. The
Higher. I'm going
honorary.
higher on Jack's 18-hole total
Yeah,
today.
he's not playing because he could barely bend over to get the tee in the ground. So
Mm.
there we go. Uh, no, it is true. John just wanted to watch the start of the Masters, but that's not what happened. What happened was we just had a little bit. We were sleepy.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Adele.
So we don't need to give away completely what happened, but the question needs to be asked by me. Who's your favorite now?
Well,
Are you playing the drums?
What is this
Who's playing the
music in the
drums?
background?
What is that?
What is that? What is that?
I have
That was
no
John's
idea.
computer.
Either way, who's your favorite
No,
now?
that was Lance's computer.
I don't know
It's not me.
Don't
My
know.
computer's
My
not
volume
plugged in.
is off.
It has to be Dell. It had to be from our
Don't
stuff.
know. Apparently the intro has.
Well, because you're not there, he can't even.
No,
keep
did
the
you hear that?
volume
What
down.
No,
it's in the intro.
The intro has like just a random drum beat at the end for whatever reason. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the song is over, then the drums start
You
picking up
wouldn't
for
have-
whatever
you
reason.
can't. You wouldn't have heard drums from my computer.
Like bongos or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
Lance, we're both up on the video. Get your video up.
He doesn't know how to do
I
that.
can't do it. I've already put. I'm in. Dell, you have to pull me in.
Oh,
already-
you come up on
already
your
did it.
laptop. Okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
We normally use a different
He's
thing.
up. How about that?
There it is.
How about look at that? And he's got himself in the background.
With Bucky Brooks, Rhett Lewis, and Daniel
you
Jeremiah.
Look like,
It's a big three.
You look like Princess Leia, and you keep
big
coming
three.
in and out.
No, it looks
when
like
you
Don
said,
Meredith calling Monday Night
There's-
Football.
Obi-Wan. Yeah,
there's
right.
91 people
Obi-Wan,
watching.
We need you.
There's 91 people watching.
Are
We're
you a-
doing a radio show.
you
A
a-
radio
well-
show.
Are you a Force ghost or are you on Monday Night Football from the 70s? Which one is going on with that?
Yeah,
Don't worry
that
about
is-
it. Yeah, keep
Yeah.
keep avoiding that Astros. Y'all, if you can keep talking about what my background looks like, you can avoid that horse
Well,
turd.
I'm
a
talking
performance by the
about the Masters because
bullpen.
it's better. The Masters is better than the Astros bullpen. Okay, let's just put it that way. That was crap. Holy cow! You can't even
5-0 lead,
5-0 lead,
and then it goes to
5-0 in the eighth.
into the eighth,
Oh.
and then they put 4 on the board. But then you get another insurance run, and then it wasn't an insurance run
And
because
then allegedly your best
Abreu.
guy out of the bullpen, Brian Abreu, has had 2
Allegedly.
blow-ups already this year.
Allegedly.
2 blow-ups. He walked 3 his first outing, and then he just crap yesterday. Holy crap! You can't hold a 5-0 lead.
Mhm.
That was garbage. That was just garbage.
It was garbage.
Garbage. Those are one of the ones you're going to look back and go, what the sleep did we do?
Pretty good game. Wasn't dominant by Hunter, but he did his job. I mean, Hunter more than did his job.
Yeah, Hunter
he
was
went
good.
through, clean sheet. It was fine. He didn't
Yeah.
punch out a bunch of people, but he was fine.
3 strikeouts,
and-
90-some pitches and 3 strikeouts. That was weird.
Yeah.
But
It was a weird outing for him. It was not a typical Hunter outing, but because usually when he has that many pitches, it's because he has a lot of strikeouts. But it didn't take long for the bullpen to. Well, it took a little while for the bullpen to have their issues, obviously, but it's just a disappointing loss. There's not really a lot to say about it other than your bullpen just completely fell apart. I mean, that's
all.
That's all there is to say. It's a game.
I mean,
it's nothing more than that. It's a game.
It was.
You are 5-7 after 12.
Yeah. Jordan with a sac fly. Pena had a nice day. Finally, he was okay. Can't even play Diaz anymore. Can't even play him anymore. I mean, goodness gracious, he's so bad. And Caratini is not a great catcher. He doesn't have an arm. I mean,
but it's nice that
who knew that the catcher position was going to be a problem this year.
Well, Maldonado, we take him for granted, but defense, our defense, the Astros defense, we take him for granted for a while.
Listen, they were third was run on Maldonado too, though, dude. They were running.
No, I know, but not like this, not like Caratini. I don't want Maldonado. I'm just saying Maldonado, when he wasn't hitting, he was throwing people out. So at least at a pretty decent clip.
Man, the pitchers love to throw to him too.
Yeah, I mean, there was an advantage to having, and you had a strong lineup. He was one of the only weak spots. So I think people will recognize that we had some things, we took some things for granted that we probably shouldn't have. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world to have a catcher who couldn't hit when he could defend at an average to plus rate for most of the time he was a Houston Astro. But that's that's gone. Paredes is starting to hit a little bit, which is nice. And it's good seeing Cam Smith put bat on ball yesterday. He also had a couple of hits. There were some positives from the, from an offensive standpoint, but it was overshadowed by a loss. And then the Rockets also lost, but we're locked into the 2-hole, so whatever. I mean, you got your answer. You got your answer about who Ime was going to play.
Well, yeah, you got that. And it was right. I mean, here's a couple of things from there. First of all, Israel. Reed Shepherd looked great. Holy crap, he looked great. So we can. Did you see somebody said yesterday? It was one of the Dell. You remember you put that? I think you put the story in yesterday. Who said it that if Reed Shepherd was on another team, he'd be Rookie of the Year?
I think maybe it was Haberstroh who might have said that.
That's a look. Yeah, I mean,
if he was playing
maybe.
like 30 minutes, he'd easily be Rookie of the Year. I think that's what he might have said.
Oh, if he played that much. But he did have 4 turnovers to his 4 assists. He shot the 3 well.
6 for 10, and
no, he shot it well. He was 1-to-1 turnover and assist, not great. You want to be able to. If he's going to be the point guard of the future, he needs to do a little bit. But I don't have shooting. He's going to be an elite shooter. That's just who he is. It's what he is. Never was I worried about his shooting. Israel needs to relax. Shooters can shoot, and he's a shooter.
Yeah, that and Jalen Green. More worried about, which I love. I love this. He wants to play in every game, and he wants that on his resume, as opposed to worrying about his points per game. Because he only had 5 points yesterday. That's another game. That'll bring his points per game average down, but he doesn't care. He cares more about being there every day for his team. I like that.
Yeah, that's also, technically a selfish thing. When you can't rest him because he has an individual goal of playing in every game. So you could actually, it's not one of those selfish from on the court standpoint.
Per game, which is more, my points per game, or because I want to look at stats, or I want to be there for my guys.
It may be time to rest. It may be time to rest because he's played all those games.
He played 15 minutes.
I know, but it may be time just not to play. If the head coach thinks it's important that you get rest after playing the whole year, that's not the worst thing in the world either, headed into the playoffs.
He did get rest. 15 minutes is not. Listen, he's 20. He's not even, what is he, 18, 12? How old is he? 22?
I recognize. I know all that, John. I know all that, but let's, at the end of the day, what is that ultimately going to mean? We all know he's there. I don't think the team questions if Jalen is a team guy. The team knows he's just chasing an individual thing right now. He wants to play in all the games. And that's admirable in this day and age of load management. But I don't think anyone on that team, but it's more for the fans. The fans care. The team already knows he's a team guy. The team has no doubt. He doesn't have to show them.
It's more for himself.
He
wants to do that.
That's what I'm saying. He just wants to do it for himself.
Right.
That's my whole point. That's also selfish. I don't think he's a selfish person. What I'm saying
in an
is
altruistic way. It's selfish.
At some point, Oh, but he's only. I mean, if he really wants to do it, then play 34.
No, he wants
Play
he just wants
34
to be-
minutes.
he just
He
wants,
just
to be
wants
there
a
every day for his guys.
just a technicality. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
Then play a minute.
Yeah.
Then play
Well,
a minute.
it's not his fault that the team's so good that they don't even need to play. You know what I'm
He
saying?
did it
It's not
last
his
year,
fault.
and they weren't that good. He wants to play
Yeah.
82. That's all it is. It's fine.
That's all it
That's
is.
all
He
it is.
just-
He wants to continue to have that game streak, and it's cool. It's fine.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, it's an
I think it's
individual
great.
thing. Let's not
think-
say I want to do this for my teammates. No, he wants to do it for himself. That's what it is.
Well,
but if Ime says,
but
"Hey,
it's
we need you to
surprising
rest,"
in this day and age, though. It's a little bit surprising
Yeah.
in this day and age, though, that he's actually lowering his points per game, and
But-
that's what people look at. Oh, he doesn't. He's not a great player. You know who was it yesterday? Was it Doc Rivers or no? Was it Ty Lue or Doc? Somebody, I think it was Doc. Doc said, "Hey, why is nobody talking about how good Jalen Green is?" I mean, how look at the year that he's had. Look at this team, and in large part, Jalen has
Doc
played
Rivers.
a huge role. He is not getting he is not getting the love that Alpi gets or Amen gets. I mean, on a night in, I mean, nationally, you hear very little about Jalen Green, and Jalen Green has had himself a really nice season.
Well,
really
Jalen's
has.
had trouble having compliments here in Houston. I mean, we've been hard on Jalen at times.
Well,
And that's
one guy on this show.
one guy in this show has.
Yeah, one guy ain't changing either.
Who gets taxed a little heavier, but and it's and it's
No, Dell.
I think it's
You're worse than me.
you hate Jalen.
No, I like Jalen.
Jalen Green and Jalen
when he's
Petrie.
good. You never give him
There's-
props.
I gave him props. There's a whole video of me giving him props because how he controlled the Utah game and won it when he was the primary ball handler.
We
So
know
don't
Dell's
say that. I did do
You
that.
did that for a game.
I-
Congratulations.
Yeah,
You
because-
got a game.
Dell's a
because it
hater.
was
We
the
know
game.
that.
I mean,
No,
we
he's a
can.
hater.
I don't want to do this again because it always turns into this. If I go by what Jalen Green has done over 80 games, he's a fine shooting guard. He's not a great one. He's an above average to good shooting guard. What do you want? What I don't get why the hyperbole has to be. Oh, look how great he is. He's an above average to good shooting guard. That's
I
fine.
didn't say how great he
I'm
is.
talking
You just
about-
talk about his inconsistency.
'Cause he
Dell
is.
gets so mad at Jalen.
Because
Why are you so mad
I'm
at
not
Jalen
mad
Green?
at Jalen Green. I
Why are you
understand what he
mad
is
at
as
him,
a
bro?
player for 4 years.
Bruh,
He's
why are you mad?
been relatively the same. He's gotten better this year. I'm mad at the every game we do this with him or a week at a time. Let's have the referendum on Jalen Green. The 80 games now can tell you what he's been. He's been a good player, but I'm not sure why I should have to go beyond that.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the fourth best record in the whole league, the second seed in the West, which is why, and he's a big part of it. And he has played great down the stretch here. He's NBA Player of the Week. No
See, this
love.
is the thing. A week. I have 80 games to look at him and go, okay, he's been good, but the greatness gets nullified by some of the awful games that he plays. That's why he
Just
averages to what he averages. He's a good player. I don't know why he has to go beyond that.
Averages over 20 a game in the NBA.
Congratulations. Yeah, a lot.
God.
Sorry, John. A lot of guys do that. It's not a big deal, actually. Considering how many
actually
shots
is.
he gets up, it's not a big
Huge.
deal that he averages 21 and a half points.
Okay, an Asian person in our chat Rhino, who I know who he is, he said he's playing every game because he's part Asian. I guess that's supposed to be he works harder. I think that's supposed to be what his reference is. No, okay, he's his Filipino heritage. We love his Filipino heritage. I love that he plays every game. I love that he's available. I think if Ime says, "Hey, bro, take a break," but he's chasing 82, and that's fine. I mean, just keep his minutes down, whatever it takes. God forbid, don't break your ankle in a game, and then all of a sudden it's going to be literally going to be a bleep storm if he gets injured trying to chase 82 games, and it can't be on Ime. This cannot be on Ime. This is a Jalen decision. So hopefully Jalen stays healthy, and he has all this time. So we'll see if they do this from here on out. It's going to be a little strange if the Rockets shut it down for the next two, because that basically is going to put their team on hold for about a 10-day pause. And I don't know. I mean, the starters, and I'm not sure that's a great idea.
So he sat Alpi, Jabari, Fred. He sat Brooks, and Jalen got in there. Who else? Otari got in there. Amen didn't. So what? maybe those guys get a couple of minutes against the Lakers.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Maybe
That's what I hope
against
happens.
Denver. Right.
I hope that happens.
He's got a
I hope
plan.
that
He's got a
happens.
plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he did this with Boston. That year, didn't they have? How did Boston do that year? They probably had.
I don't remember. I don't remember if they rested or not. I mean, when's the last time Houston was resting players because of the playoffs?
Because they were too good.
Yeah,
they were too good. Yeah. That's been a while since we've done that. All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. You got
it's like we've done a regular hour. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I mean that's what we would have just blah blah blah, and Dell sucks more. There's whatever.
Wait a minute.
We would have done all that.
Wait a
more,
minute.
Right?
Considering what I did this morning, I still get that.
Yeah, Dell had to. You wouldn't even be on the air right now if it wasn't for Dell's. Dell's a hero.
No, Dell's great. I mean, we would have said how great Dell was.
Dell is an absolute hero.
He was a hero. He got back to the station, got us on the air. All right, time for me to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. Already the best place to sell your car. Even better now with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com giving away $25,000 in cash every month. 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. So listen, big cash giveaway, $25,000 in cash every month. This is ridiculous. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup, truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic, whatever it is. They got GiveMeTheVin.com, classic and collectible, GMTVCC.com. All right, if you've got a really, really, really nice car, John Clay Wolf loves those, and he gives top dollar for it. And to GiveMeTheVin.com always puts your car right on the money, providing you with hassle-free online options to sell your car for more. GiveMeTheVin.com. Just put in your VIN or your license number, and if they can't beat CarMax, they'll send you $100. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. And we'll double up.
The John Daspit Law Firm, Daspit Law, daspitlaw.com. Go to the website. See a picture of John if you've never seen him. There's a video also of John. Daspitlaw.com is where you go to find, all the practice areas, which includes negligent security, commercial litigation, wrongful death, work injury, workers' compensation, truck accidents, product liability, premises liability, and much, much more. And it just gives you an idea of what we're talking about here. John Daspit, if you've been wronged due to someone else's negligence, and especially if you've had an accident or an injury because of it, or lost property, whatever the case may be, John Daspit is here to help you and help you recover what has been lost, help you pay those bills, those hospital bills, the time missed from work. If you've had time missed from work, that's going to be accounted for by the insurance company. And it doesn't just stop there. Also, pain and suffering. There are people who are badly injured, people who will live with injuries for the rest of their life, and sometimes loss of limb, sometimes loss of life, where he's got to work for families to help make up for the breadwinner that has been lost, and a life that has been lost, a loved one that's been lost. And it's hard work, but John Daspit does it, and his lawyers do it, and they do an amazing job. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to Daspit Law. That's where you go to get things going on the right side so that you can be taken care of by someone who is going to stand up to those insurance companies. It's daspitlaw.com. So are you coming back?
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And the Masters is underway. Johnny Vegas 1 under through 4. Congratulations to him. Nicholas Hogard bogeyed 1, doubled 2, but then he went birdie, Lance. I mean, does it get any better than that? I mean,
Douglas Hogarth's going to be hard to beat.
Nicholas Hogard is not going to be really hard to beat. He's not going to be up there. But big ups to Sean coming in today. We appreciate him. His heroism showing up today. We appreciate that. Thank you, Sean, for being here, for being selfless, and he's just like Jalen Green. Shows up. Going to play fewer minutes today, but he shows up. Okay, so he's the Jalen Green of this station.
He's actually going to play a lot. He's playing a lot of minutes today, actually.
Oh yeah,
Sean,
he's got a lot of minutes.
He's got a lot of minutes to play. He's going to play triple.
Though.
Right. Less than expected, but he is going to play a triple overtime worth of a schedule.
That is true. So welcome in, Sean, and Dell will be back out there at East River 9 helping Lance fix his video. It's awful.
It's funny. People on Twitter. Well, there's nothing to do. Like, here, I'll take it off if this will help you. This will help you understand. It's fine. You'll get to see. There's no way that we're going to be better until Dell does that stupid. I don't care about this video. What are you talking about?
No, I understand that. I understand.
There you go. There you go.
Well, yeah, it's a little bright behind you. That's a problem.
That's it.
So there's that. But you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on X. You can watch us on where are the other platforms? What is the one?
Twitch. Just Twitch. YouTube. We only talk about YouTube, and
YouTube.
We don't want to
talk
put
about
people
YouTube.
in that.
That's it.
We don't want people in that chat room. The YouTube chat room is much nicer than the Twitch chat room.
Yeah, the Twitch room gets ugly.
Yeah, gets a little ugly. Did you see the contract? What's unique about the contract for Vlad Guerrero Jr.?
Vlad Guerrero. How about that? I wish. Oh my God! How about Florida? You don't pay taxes on a bonus?
No, I don't know how that is. So he's getting a 320. So out of his $500 million, he's getting $325 million as an upfront bonus because he is a Florida resident. So he doesn't have to pay taxes on that much. What's such a tremendous amount of that he's skirting. Everyone else has to pay it, but he doesn't have to pay it. So he got weaseled out of that. But then, and it's also guaranteed against, it cannot be, he does not lose any of it if there's player stoppage.
They've already paid him.
So if the CBA, now if he quit, they can claw that back. But, if he were to retire, they claw that money back. He can't just keep that money. So it would be clawed back. But for a player stoppage, it's guaranteed against that. And the CBA is up in 18 to 19 months, John. So it would be it's
Yeah.
unique. I haven't, like, once again, it doesn't impact us one single bit. It's not our money. He's saving money, whatever. So it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I do think it's interesting. They have to come up with that much money up front. Like, that's a lot of cash for a team to come up with. So
Yeah.
we have to come up with that. And so, but the cost of the per year cost will look lower on his.
Well, here's the deal: so
salary.
he's got what 15 years, and there's 150 million left. He's going to be paid $10 million a year. Like in year 8 and 9, he's going to be going and this. I'm telling you, this is going to happen. He's going to be going, hey man, everybody's out there making a lot more money than I am, and you're going to go, wait, what about that 325? What about that? Yeah, but listen, it's just it's 10 million a year. It's not good enough. I mean, I guarantee, because we've seen guys who had front-loaded contracts. By the end, they're like, I'm underpaid. Well, what about that money? What about that money up front? I guarantee you that is going to be if we're around in 5-10 years, then that is going to be a topic of conversation. But what about the other money story yesterday? JT Toppin.
Mm-hmm.
What the bleep? Texas, apparently he's staying at Texas Tech. And the rumor is, or the story is, a report is he's going to get $4 million this year to stay at Texas Tech. $4 million to play basketball at Texas Tech.
Why would you go to the draft?
No, I wouldn't. Hell no. You're not going to make that in the NBA in your first year. Hell no.
I don't think
Wait
so.
another
Let me
year,
look at
and
it.
you're going to get drafted. Might as well make this 4. Right?
I'm going to see what does he not? Would he not? I think he would actually make more in the NBA. Technically, I'm
In
looking
his
at.
first year?
It depends on. Yeah, the pick in year 1 depends on where he's picked. The $4 million, it goes above $4 million. It's $4 million at pick number 16.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 4 million at pick 16. And you got to remember now, because Daryl Morey would tell you go out. He believes everyone should go out as fast as they can because they get to their second contract faster. So if he were pick number 10, he'd make $5.4 million. But if he loves playing college basketball and all things were equal, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. It's a wash. He gets to experience another year of college, try to win a national championship game, and he's getting paid like he's in the NBA.
That's great. No, you know what? God bless, but my goodness, what the hell?
The first pick of the draft gets
$4
The first pick of the draft gets $12.5 million.
Yeah, no. $4 million though for a college player at 10.
Oh, that's crazy. So I told you what's happening is agents supposedly are colluding against schools and driving up the rates. And as soon as the schools find out and they start getting ahead of lawyers, it's going to be a war because they're going to try to prove collusion, and there'll be a bunch of depositions, and it'll be a real, because it's illegal. It's an illegal practice. So it's going to be interesting when they figure it out. I'm just going to sit here and watch those two groups try to battle it out. But $4 million is a game changer here.
Yeah, and agents, listen, they're going to have to put some kind. What are the agents taking out of this thing right now?
Usually get 20%. Although I would think that the players have the
agent. Yeah.
Well, it's considered a marketing deal. So that's a standard marketing agreement. So 20% is a marketing agreement. Usually most agents work for 10%. In professional sports, it's about 3%. In basketball, a lot of people stopped hiring agents because, you're slotted. So they just keep the money in-house. But I would think that a player like Toppin, he could just go to a different agent. So they're going to be working for probably 10%. I highly doubt there's a 20% pool. Highly doubt that because there's too much competition. Agents are all trying to steal players from each other. So they say it's a real mess in college athletics with agents going to. You think player poaching from the teams is bad? How about agents working? I know one player who's going to be in this year's NFL draft who has bounced from agent to agent. I think he's with Mulgeta right now, but he's bounced from agent to agent because those guys aren't giving you money like they do. It's illegal to give money to bring a guy over. It happens anyway. I mean, most of what happens is illegal surrounding college sports.
Yeah.
Most of it is illegal,
And
whether it's recruiting behind the scenes, an agent paying a guy in advance. It's all illegal. They all do it anyway.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. Yeah,
Nothing's
nothing.
changed.
It's changed as they've actually created more opportunities to be illegal. That's all. That's the only thing that's changed.
Maybe after this, they need to call Elon Musk to clean it up.
No, it's just to start cutting. What if a bunch of players get their scholarships revoked? Elon, cut your scholarship, bro. I'm a first-round pick. What?
Well, it's all right.
Maybe he'll
Right.
rehire
Did you go to class? Have you gone to class yet?
No. Class?
We don't even
Practice.
talk about class anymore.
Practice.
We don't go to class anymore. Yeah.
I'm sure those guys, but do you know most of those guys don't have to go in person anymore? They just go.
Yeah, right. They do it all online.
A lot of athletes do it. Yeah, Alec told me at Alabama, most of the players, like an offensive lineman, may or may not go to class, but you kind of miss that a little bit. But they don't care. They just want to. They're just like, it's
the college experience.
I just want to stay away. They don't want. They don't care about it.
Take notes and well, I didn't do that either, but that's all right. Anyway,
well, they all have computers now to.
713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's 8 o'clock. I see our weather, our air quality is bad today, so don't breathe out there, okay?
Are ours here or there in California? Yours
Houston,
is always terrible.
In Houston.
Is it bad?
No. They cleaned it up a lot. There's a lot of electric vehicles that are being sabotaged and desecrated today. But
you're a big electric vehicle guy. That was a big swing.
Yeah?
That's a big swing.
I'm so glad I got
That's a big shift from oil and gas to EVs. I see political parties switching allegiances left and right. It's making my head spin. I'm like, what do y'all believe in? People the political parties they're just bouncing back and forth. Like, I don't even know who's on whose side anymore. I'm just sitting here. I got a
Ford though. I got a Ford though, so nobody messes with my Ford. They don't care about Ford. They ain't burning Fords. But I love mine, man. Have you the torque on this thing is I don't worry. Get in there and your head will be hitting the back window because I'm gonna be stepping on it. I love mine. It's awesome.
You know, this is interesting. Lamont brings this up. America never thought they'd see the day that John was an electric vehicle guy, but here we are. And you like it.
That's
and
the day.
I don't have a problem. Whatever. I don't have a problem with it. I drive whatever I drive, as long as you get me there, as long as whatever. I'm fine. It's not that big a deal for me. Off topic, but I've been thinking about this for a while, says Lamont. I doubt we will see any more college championships out of California. NIL hurts them because Cali's taxes are too expensive. You're a kid with a $1 million deal in Cali and Texas. Where are you going? That's an interesting. I don't know what the details financially are, but I would imagine. I mean, the tax code is a tax code. You make $1 million, you're going to pay the highest tax bracket. I would imagine that maybe that does play into some guys. It hasn't been $1 million before. It's only recently gone way up, unless you were a quarterback. But now, now that the prices have gone up on everybody, maybe NIL is going to. Maybe there is going to be a big deal about state income tax.
Maybe. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. It's 8:03. Let's talk right now about the big golf tour. Well, okay, so we started the Masters this morning. It's the first major for the men. The first major for the women are in the Woodlands. How about that? It's in the Woodlands. It's beautiful. The golf course is going to be perfect. Great place. Now, you can't get to the Masters, right, because it's expensive. I mean, it's really expensive to get to the Masters. But here's the deal. You can go right up the road, drive to the Woodlands, see the first major of the year, see the competition at the highest level. They're really, really good at a beautiful facility where you can get in the tents, and that's all it takes is, you want to buy, if you want to entertain, it's a great way to entertain. I've been up there, seen all kinds of businesses taking their clients there. It's just great. Or you can just walk along with the players, and that's really inexpensive. It's a great, great value. You're looking for the best way to see competition at the highest level. It's the Chevron Championship. I love it. I'll be out there Thursday. I think I'm going to be on the 10th tee. I'm not sure which tee I'll be on, starting them off that tee. So come say hello. TheChevronChampionship.com, TheChevronChampionship.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. And you are more than welcome to get in here to talk about anything that we are talking about right now. 713-780-3776. Rockets just playing it through. They played the Clippers last night. They hung with them for a while, and then it went away. The Clippers in the second quarter. Did you see James? It was hard to tell. We got an echo here, Sean. I got an echo going on.
No, that's me. That's me. You're good.
Oh,
You're good.
got.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
Did you see James undercut?
Yeah. You mean that foul?
Well, it seemed I didn't replay it right away, so I didn't see the replay. It didn't look like he touched him, but apparently he did. He clipped his foot. He ran underneath him and clipped his foot, and Cam went down hard. And Cam was really pissed. He was talking to the officials and none too pleased about it. That's a dirty play, James. I mean, you're playing the Rockets' second team. You got to undercut guys to win a game.
Mm-hmm.
James is a bad guy. Bad guy. I mean, don't be undercutting our guys. That's Kent Whitmore's trade value. Okay. And we can't be having him hurt. We need him right now. Somebody's got to score some points while the guys are all sitting. And that's Whitmore's stuff.
I know. He will. He will do that. Are they going to win another
will.
game this? Are they going to win I don't think they'll win another game this year.
I don't think it matters, does it?
If they're not, it doesn't matter. I don't think so. But yeah. I always like my teams to have good vibes headed into the playoffs.
Well, here's the
thing. May not matter, but you know what? I bet you'll think it matters if they get down 0-2 in a series and they don't play well early. You'll say that they're rusty and they should have played.
It matters more to Memphis and the Lakers and everybody in Minnesota.
It literally matters a lot to them. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are you're giving up and we need you guys to play hard. We need a little help. But you know what? So sorry. You know what? We took care of our business. Take care of your own business. Okay. Don't worry about us. We're good over here. It is a tough situation though. Teams that are at the end of baseball seasons and the end of basketball seasons, when teams are trying to get in and the other team is just tanking, doesn't care. It doesn't have anything to play for. So that is a tough situation for them. I'm sure Minnesota was looking at that game going, look who they're starting. What are you guys doing? But sorry. So sorry. But we're so good. We don't need to win all those games. It doesn't matter 52 wins or 53 wins or 54 wins. I don't think so. It's a 50-game season. Yeah. I mean, it's a 50-win season, right? It doesn't matter.
52.
Yeah, 52
wins so far. Yeah. I still don't mind them winning. I still don't mind them winning going in. I still don't mind them beating Denver headed into the playoffs. That would be nice. I never feel bad about my team being a little bit hot headed into the playoffs. Playing well, feeling good about themselves. Hopefully, Ime does bring some starters back to play some minutes, just to keep it, just to keep those guys kind of like like what you're throwing in between bullpen sessions in between starts. Treat it kind of like that for the next couple games.
Yep. Did you see the tribute that the Mavs gave Luka?
Yeah.
Last night. Yeah.
And then the fans immediately started a fire Nico chant.
But Nico can't get through. A buddy of mine had lunch with Nico, and Nico is dead man walking there. I don't know how he gets through this thing. I just don't. I mean,
what's his? But how much? How he gets through it? If he gets through it, it means that this was all the owner. This was all on the ownership.
What's funny is this organization, like Mark Cuban was so critical of this thing. I mean, everybody in that organization has got to be at odds about this whole thing. I mean, Nico has to be not only with the fans, but with people in the front office. And at the whole organization, they got to be like, well, Nico sucks. What did you do to our team? Nico thought it was the right thing to do. He went about it terribly, though. Well, yeah, Doris Burke said that Luka feels like he was, he was slapped. He got a slap in the face. He said normally in any kind of a trade deal, there's some word out before it happens, whereas nobody knew about this thing. Even Luka, it caught him but he was shocked by it. But how great is it that nobody knew about a trade? And this is probably why he didn't go to. If he goes to every NBA team, of course it's going to be out in media.
Yeah, but I mean, but your job is to be a good steward for the fans. Ultimately, anybody's job is to be a good steward for the people who pay. You do not have a team if people don't pay for season tickets and buy your merch and buy your stuff. Your job is to be a steward for the fans. That's ultimately what this is. It's for the team and ownership, but the ownership doesn't exist without a fan base. And what they did was, I get all that you're saying, John, and I think Nico was forced into this, but I don't know if we'll ever know why it was a one-team trade.
Well,
it just can't make sense.
So LSU, when they were firing Les Miles, they leaked it, right? And boy, the backlash by the fan base was, and they didn't fire him right away. They fired him at the end of the season, but they were going to fire him in season. And the backlash by the fan base was real. And it was like, wow, maybe we need to rethink this. If he was out there shopping Luka, it gets in the media. Can you imagine the crush by the fan base on the organization to not trade Luka? Instead, hey, we got to get rid of. Nico felt like we got to get rid of this guy. He's not a championship player. He's going to be out of shape. He's going to command too much money, and we feel like he doesn't play defense. We're going to have a better chance at winning a championship. Actually, he said he's James Harden. We got to get rid of him. We got to get rid of this guy because he's not going to win a championship here.
And that's fine, but you got to get a better deal than I was having a discussion.
If you put it out there, then it's going to be out, and it's going to be leaked.
So what? I don't. Well, then you are only talking with the GMs. How's it going to be leaked if you're only talking to GMs? GMs aren't going to want to leak that because then they won't get the player. No, it gets leaked by agents usually. Now I don't know if probably there's been lots of deals there's been lots of deals done where nothing was leaked. Lots of deals done where we didn't know what was coming. There have been so many trades.
Well, smaller deals, not with a player of this magnitude.
No,
not with a player of this magnitude.
Did you? What do you mean? Did you know anything about the Clyde Drexler trade when it was being made? Did you know that Clyde Drexler was coming to Houston
21 years ago? Okay.
Well, I mean, Did you need? Let me think of a big trade where we didn't know, unless we knew the player was. This doesn't happen a lot. Usually, it's players demanding trades and whatnot. I don't care if it leaks. I don't give a flying crap. If you're not going to keep him, you better get the best deal possible. Oh, yeah. Luka's mad. Luka's mad at me. Oh, I leaked it. Too bad. I don't care. If you're not going to sign him, you got to get the best deal possible, and they didn't. Yeah. Like, that's your job is to get the best deal possible. They didn't even come close to getting the best deal possible.
No, agreed. And
it'll go down as, and Luka, by the way, hasn't helped LA all that much. If you really, they've played, it hasn't been because of Luka. The Lakers have played better. I don't know how much of that is Luka. Luka's game hasn't been that great since he's gotten there.
Well, he's still a big threat, and he draws defense for the other guys to be open. I mean, and he gets balls to the right guys. I mean, he helps in more ways than just scoring. That team, that team is much better.
I get that he does. Let me see I wonder what his splits are. Since he's been a Maverick and since he was a Laker, because as a Laker he is playing about the same minutes. He's shooting 43% from the floor. He's actually shooting 2 percentage points higher from three. He probably didn't have to take as many back. Well, he's shooting almost the same exact. He's shooting the same exact amount of threes, 9.6. It's kind of amazing how his game hasn't changed. His shots haven't changed, almost the same amount of shots. A little lower on field goal percentage, a little bit higher on three-point percentage, a little bit higher on free throws made. Actually, his numbers are almost identical. 7.8 assists, 7.6 assists. His turnovers 3.4. It's a little worse on the assist to turnover, but not really noticeable. I take it back. His game is almost identical, at least statistically.
So you contradicted yourself.
I may have contradicted myself. Now, I know it wasn't for like the first 12 games. It wasn't. But I guess here lately maybe he's because he's played 27 games. So I know probably deeper than that because it was past the combine when they were talking about this. But probably my guess is he's played better as of late. But 370 million. Sleep tight.
Art said, did you know about the Rafael Montero trade? No,
that's
I didn't
true.
know about that. Wasn't.
Did you see what the Chronicle said? Did you see the headline? Astros admit failure or whatever, and finally trade Montero, bringing finally an end to a horrible.
Abreu, Rafael Montero. The moves were.
Well, he had been gone already. They brought him back. Like we act like he was here the whole time. He wasn't here the whole time. We know that,
Montero?
right?
No.
Yeah, Montero had been gone.
No, he's in the minors.
Yeah, he was like it was not. He was not even a thing for a while.
No,
I want to find his. Here it is. Astros finally signaled defeat in trading pitcher to Braves. Better late than never. That was the headline in these.
Oh my God!
In the Houston Chronicle.
Hey, Chronicle, I want to send a thank you to the. Never mind.
Better late than never. It says. I mean, he speaks for us. I must say, Michael Shapiro. You just don't usually see that. Houston will shed sizable money off its 2025 salary sheet following Thursday's surprise trade. And that didn't leak. No one knew about that.
Well, right. You're right. No, Art, you hit that nail on the head. We didn't know about the Rafael Montero trade.
They will receive
the Luka Doncic. And
player
listen,
to be named later.
The effect in the community is the same. Montero trade, Doncic trade, same thing. We got a break. 713-780-3776. Time to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. That's what we're talking about. I'm talking about Robin. I'm talking about a great company. I'm talking about they're expanding into the concrete game. So if you need stamp, hey, listen, they're going to do beautiful work too. If they do this kind of work, and when you see how they primp and prime these chairs, these anything metal that you have, car parts, boat parts, whatever it is, the amount of work that goes in before they powder coat it, it's incredible. It looks like it's stripped down, and then they powder coat it, and this is long lasting. Well, they can do the same thing, stamping your garage floor or driveway, whatever it is that you want to look great. Houston Powder Coaters can do that as well because they're in the concrete game now. So if you're looking for a great way to get something looking beautiful again, and if it's old and it's dilapidated, your patio furniture, or if you've got new stuff, okay, that's good too. Powder coat it so it'll last forever. If you got stuff that you bring out to your tailgate and you want it to be your team's colors, they'll do that as well. It all happens at Houston Powder Coaters. They're the biggest, they're the best. The free pickup, free delivery every time for residential. You're looking for the best way to get that stuff looking new again. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here. I was watching the Golf Channel last night coverage of the Masters, and then I'm watching this morning here. By the way, Zach Johnson and Chris Kirk 2 under on their early in their rounds. Freddie Couples -1, okay, early on here, Lance. So we'll keep you updated throughout the day. It's the place to go is the East River 9. That's where Lance is, and it's a great place to go watch. Come on, get on out there to East River 9 and watch the Masters this weekend. Play 9 holes. Get on out there, enjoy. Beautiful. You can play at night too. Watch the Masters, or get there a little bit later. They'll have a replay on, and you can watch that, and you can play some golf at night because they got lights there. Great place, great facility, great. I mean, wings, half price wings when you buy a bucket of beer. Does it get any better than that? No, I don't think it does. So we got that going on. But I'm watching here, and there was a commercial last night. There's a commercial today about this 14-year-old kid. His name is Tommy Morrissey, and you'll see it if you watch the Masters this weekend or today or tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be on CBS. But this kid has got one arm. He's a left-hander. He's got one arm, a left hand, and his right arm is cut off at the elbow, and he's a better golfer than I am. And that stings. Kids, he's got one arm, and he's better than I am, and that just hurts when you see something like that. I hate when kids overcome stuff like that and achieve greatness. I mean, that's terrible.
That's a bad thing to Well, you could celebrate it.
That too.
You could celebrate the kid for the kid.
I like to think, well, man, how's my game compared to his? He's better. I hate that. Well, he's not getting in our game then. I'm telling you right here and now, he's not going to get in our game because he's too good. We're not doing that. We want crappy golfers.
Yeah, no, you can't let a kid with one arm who can beat you. Like, you can't do that.
You can't do that. No, we're not doing that.
Do that.
No. Sorry.
Are you getting a bunch of phone calls from, like right now I'm getting one from Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is clearly going to be somebody telling me it's not going to be, like I'll get it from Methodist Hospital. I'm like, oh, I better answer this. It's not. It's, hello, can we ask you a question about your insurance? Like, damn it. They got me again. It's to the point where I don't trust any of the, and I used to think, oh, it's a coach calling. I'm going to assume it's always somebody trying to sell me, and they're not trying to sell you actual insurance they're all scams. All of them are scams.
Yeah.
And when you're getting them, that means what I found out is that those phone calls, when your identity gets leaked or whatever, and when they have a breach in security where somebody's identity gets broken into, this is primarily what they do. That they take your phone number and your name, and they call and they try to get you with one of these scams that usually just get old people. Like, I don't know although my wife did say, hey, what's the deal with this? Oh, the toll. And this is a pretty good one. The toll road scam is actually a pretty good one. Like, this is a toll association, and you're going to get fined for all these late tolls and arrested. So you better pay them now. And so just one quick search, like, oh yeah, it's fake. So I told my wife, don't do anything. Don't respond. Don't click a link. Fake.
No, fake. Absolutely fake. And I tried. I fell for, but because here's why. It's because JT his car is under my name, right? It was we bought him a car. He got a scholarship, so he got him a car, and it's under my name. And sure enough, he never had an e-pass or what an easy go tag, nothing, and he just drives through the tollways, and I get him all the time. So I get a fake one. I'm trying to pay it. I'm like, this is, and then, oh my God, I got worked so bad, dude. These guys, and they were of Indian descent, trying to tell me that my PayPal, I needed PayPal money in there, and or somebody had scammed my PayPal, and then it went to another guy, and I was like, oh no, I don't believe this crap anymore. I hung up. I almost got worked. You
almost got it. Yeah, I lost I slipped. I got caught slipping one time, and I accidentally got hacked with Twitter when we were at Happened a couple years ago when we were at Golden Nugget. You may remember that. I had to leave. We were
Yes.
watching the Sunday Night Football game, and I'm like, oh,
Yes.
my God.
Yeah.
And luckily, and the only reason that I was able to get it taken off by like noon the next day, because it took a while, was because the NFL social media director was able to speed things up. And all I could think of was, man, if this is just regular Joe who didn't have, if it was just me by myself, you're screwed for a long time. Because I tried it by myself and I couldn't do anything. And I'm like, let me reach out to and the NFL social media director, you know, they were able to speed the process up a little bit to keep, but it was just something where I accidentally, I never get caught by these suckers ever. And I just got caught slipping with some kind of text about security code and this, that, and the other. And it was somebody's trying to break into something. And
y'all
I just
see NFL privilege there. Y'all see NFL privilege.
There's no question. That
he was
NFL
able to
privilege.
get away with it and able
100%.
to fix his stuff because of NFL.
I'm telling
privilege.
you that there's no question. And it just, I tried it myself and it was wildly unsuccessful myself all throughout the night. And the NFL was able to get it done in about 4 to 6 hours.
People, I just have to suffer through it. I did have to. Remember when what was the air conditioning company we did, and we used to do live shows from there? It was
Egan and Henson.
Egan and Henson. Yeah, Egan and Henson. One time we were doing a show, and I go, "Oh my God, my phone doesn't. It just blew up." I was like, "You got hacked, dumbass. You got hacked. And you clicked on a website you shouldn't have." And it wasn't even a bad website. One of the bad ones. It was. There are no bad ones. There are no bad websites.
There's bad websites
no, this one was a scam, and they got all my information, and it was horrible, and I didn't.
That's
have
Dell,
NFL
by the way.
privilege.
Dell's back, our national hero. People are blaming Dell, and I have to set people straight and say, we would not be on the air without Dell when we were. Dell's a national hero.
That Sean's the hero here. If you want to know,
why? Of course you do. Of course you do.
Right.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor is
right. Here we are, 713-780-3776. Get on out to East River 9. By the way, crawfish boils every weekend now through May at East River 9. So that's a great place. Eat crawfish, watch the Masters. What? Are you kidding me? That is awesome. Awesome. Time for you to talk a little underdog.
Well, I'll talk about Underdog Fantasy because right now is a great time to have Underdog Fantasy. I always talk about basketball or baseball. You know, football season's over right now, but basketball or baseball, they've got Masters right now. They've got Masters at Underdog Fantasy. So at Underdog Fantasy, you can go higher or lower on stats all over the place. It really doesn't matter. And it's they've got Masters right here. Rory McIlroy, higher or lower than 70 and a half. Bryson DeChambeau, higher or lower than 70 and a half. Right now, if you play lower, if he goes 70 or better, it actually pays off a little bit higher. It's a little bit higher payout. So all these different players are available right now. Have an entire Masters entry where you can make up to 1,000 times your original play. Now you got to take some real shots. Okay, you're taking some long shots here, so you're going to have to look at some different statistics. But it doesn't take long to get up to 40 or 70 times your original play. I mean, you got a chance to win real money, and it can start as low as a $1 on the play. But you've got Masters going on right now. You got the NBA season coming to an end, so you'll have playoff games all the time. Baseball is in full effect. The Astros hitters are going to start getting hotter. It's going to be a regression to the mean, and so you can start playing higher on a total basis, higher on 0.5 hits, and you're going to be in good shape. It's up to you, though, to take your sports knowledge and start making money with it at Underdog Fantasy. The first thing you have to do is download the app. The second thing is to make a deposit. When you do, it's going to ask you for a promo code. Use Lance, promo code Lance, and you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make that deposit and use my promo code. But you have to play to win. So download the app, start playing today. Use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, time to talk about your health. Time to talk about how you're feeling. Time to talk about, are you getting a little heavy now? Is it harder to work out? Is it harder to bounce back? Is it you're not getting the same results? Are you not as good sexually as you used to be? You're not feeling yourself. All of these things could be low testosterone. Have you checked out your testosterone? Have you gone to a place where they charge you to check out your testosterone? Bad. That's bad. They're bad people. What you need is Game Day Men's Health. They don't charge you just to show up to find out whether or not you're going to be a client. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's ridiculous. So Game Day Men's Health has labs on site. Game Day Men's Health has great professionals that are going to tell you exactly where you're at. Look, if you're looking for the best way to feel better, have somebody who knows what they're doing, how to get to your goals, that is Game Day Men's Health. I love them. I've been to a bunch of places. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while. Game Day Men's Health is the best. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
East River 9, the place to go. Let's go. Get your golf on all weekend long. It's Masters Week. This was always the start this week, especially up north. Maybe not nearly as much here in Houston because we can play golf year round. We're playing in December and January, so it's not that big a deal. But this is the start of the golf season up north. I lived in, grew up in Chicago. I wasn't a big golfer then when I grew up in Chicago, but when I was in Green Bay, man, when the Masters came on, we still had like 3 more months of snow, but it was like we see the end coming. It's going to be close. The end of this horrific.
Well, you were one of the ones like our friends in Chicago. Whenever it turns 40 48,
degrees.
yeah,
40.
they're in shorts.
Yeah, 45 out there golfing. It was so.
You're golfing at 40,
muddy.
and now you can barely golf when it's 72 because you're so cold.
No, it's going to be freezing
You're like,
here in
it's
LA.
68. Whoa.
No, one of the highs at the end of the week is going to be like 69 or 70. So that's awful.
I already looked up Marina Del Rey where I stay, and that whole week it doesn't even hit. It's not supposed to hit 70.
Yeah,
beautiful,
man,
loving it. Of course, I'll be inside most
of
the time anyway, so it won't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. No, I hate that for all of us. But it's supposed to. Well, it's supposed to be cooler. And is it cooler in Houston right now?
It's nice. We'll be in the 80s today. It's actually going to be 87. It's 89.
Oh, I thought we were
tomorrow,
getting some cold weather.
Oh, it gets to 90 this week. No, we're done. That's all.
Oh, the cold weather's done. That's a shame. That's awesome for golfers, for the people. I mean, and I'm a man of the people, so I just care about the people. And I will be back. I'll be back for Easter, golfers. So let's go. Let's go, so, Houston.
We're 87, 88, 86, 88, and 90 on Monday. So it's gonna we're done. Yeah. I mean, we're in baby summer.
I always look at the lows to make myself feel better. And when the lows are under 70, I actually feel better. Like, it's actually at some point it's gonna be normal. And then it'll get hot. But I hate a low of 75. That means it's over.
There's no good start.
Really over.
I did the same thing today. I looked at it and the weather was 60 when I was leaving. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
like so all next week, the lows in the 70s or the 60s. So okay. I know it's coming. I know hell is coming, but we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Yeah. That's kind of how I look at it too. I just keep checking dew points. Everything's gonna be fine. I know whether or not I want to continue to live.
Just based on
dew point, because dew point equals humidity.
No, I was being a hero, so and driving around, and if I can avoid
were being a hero.
Avoid listening to the show, I will. So I don't know if you got to this, but did you see what came up with our friend and everyone else's friend Tyreek Hill? Another incident popped up.
What happened this time?
So apparently this happened on Monday. He and his wife were in a a verbal dispute about.
They're always in a verbal dispute.
Wait. This wife isn't the one that
this is a Kenny Vaccaro's sister.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it's not
his most recent wife.
Okay, so
he married here very recently.
Okay.
So they're in a verbal dispute Apparently, Tyreek hasn't been around, according to the reports about the dispute.
I mean, he seems like a guy you'd really want to latch up with long term.
She took issue with that. It's led to a bruise on her chest, which is being attributed to him when he tried to take the child away that she was holding. She has filed for divorce. Those papers went official yesterday, apparently. Now, this has been something that nearly happened months ago, and then they walked it back. So this is more about what the NFL thinks, and teams in general, because there is no case. The reports are that no criminal charges are filed, no crime occurred, so he will not face any legal action from this other than having to deal with a divorce. And, at the end of last year, he, against the Jets, when it was clear the Dolphins weren't going to make the playoffs because the Broncos were putting it on the Chiefs, he stopped playing. He simply said, I'm done. And then he tried to walk it back. I don't want to go, whether they're going to trade him or not. What possibly is his value, a guy who just had another one of these things pop up, and yet
he's holding his baby, and I don't know. I don't know how big deal.
I don't know how it came about, but the report is that somehow she had a bruise on her chest, and they were speculating about how it happened. But like I said,
where they're showing, there's a video where he's holding his baby, and he looks over the ledge of this high rise.
Yeah,
but that
at their apartment,
it's very quick. I think they're making a little bit too big. Oh, they are showing her crying though, and oh man, and Tyreek.
Yeah. So is this a guy who the NFL? He's had his issues in the past. Is this a guy the NFL says untouchable? No one would even try to acquire him, or is it winning means more?
When she saw Tyreek arguing and throwing her daughter's computer, this is the mom.
Yeah.
It says this, when she saw Tyreek arguing and throwing her daughter's computer to the floor, and later grabbing her daughter and start walking with her in his arms toward the balcony of their 35th floor residence, she called the police.
She thought something awful.
She thought he was going to do something terrible.
Yeah.
Bro, he's not worth it. At some point, you just can't. We know he had his stuff before the draft. We know he's a great player and all that stuff. But man, when are you not dealing with crap from Tyreek Hill? This is the nightmare for every professional organization. And it's become worse now when the money gets this high. It all it does is exacerbate these issues. I mean, if you're Miami, you want to cut ties, and frankly, you were maybe going to get 90 cents on the dollar. Now you're going to get 60 cents on the dollar. You're going to have to trade Tyreek for a 4, probably a 4, and maybe it turns into a 3. But I don't even know that it turns into a 3 because you have no leverage if you're Miami now. You just want to get rid of him. And who's the team that wants him? Well, he's a good player. Is the NFL going to look at this? Based on what I can tell, I don't know that the NFL can do anything about it.
What do you pay him now? What do you pay him? Because
what his salary is? He's still under contract.
He just got a new deal, an extension, so it would be what it is, which is very cost prohibitive.
Well, how much of it? How much was salary? How much was signing bonus?
I don't know that offhand. I know the Dolphins.
That's kind of a big deal.
It's a $7 million. It's $59 million is guaranteed. It's a $7 million signing bonus.
Well, that's not enough.
Yeah,
not to pick up the rest of the deal. No way.
Would save $28 million if they designated him as a June 1st cut.
They'd save that much? Wow.
On a deal they just signed.
Million.
Well, that doesn't say that now. It says you'd be hit $28 million.
Oh yeah, sorry. Release him but not enough of a nudge to get Miami to release him and save the $28 million they're set to pay him this season.
Yeah.
So they would. So they would get a bit of a savings. It wouldn't be $28 million.
You're gonna take a hit if you trade him.
Yeah.
But at this point, I don't know that. I mean, the guy's already showed he's not all in, and it's just I always I want to bring it back so Houston fans can care about this subject as a Houston subject. It's interesting for football fans, but this is why Nick Caserio, this is why Bob McNair, from when Bob was here, he didn't want issues. Now, it was a little too quiet, church choiry. It was not realistic with what the NFL, I talked to a coach who was on the staff at one point. He said, man, their draft boards were just slaughtered. There were guys that smoked weed that they took off. And if you take guys off who are smoking weed over the last 20 years, you have no draft class. It's just, so he just said it was really, really tough, there's when D'Amico says swarm, he does all that. He's swarm, or swarm is an adjective and a verb. We want swarm guys. We want to swarm. What he wants is just guys who love football, who sometimes they have a little edge, but you don't want a bunch of Tyreek Hills. You don't want a bunch of guys that are going to be problems. And you get it. And I've seen fans take that the wrong way. Who like, I want bad boys. Let me tell you something. You want badasses. There's plenty of guys who are badasses on the field that are not issues off the field. There's plenty of them. Yeah. It's not the same. Just because I want a manager. I remember hearing AJ. I want AJ Hinch to run around and throw. He's too calm. He needs to throw stuff around. That's just a bunch of show. You know what? That's fraudulent activity. If you need somebody just to yell and scream, because when you had Bill O'Brien was here, did everyone listen? Was he better because he yelled and screamed and MF'd everybody? Was everything better? No. D'Amico's a completely different guy. Guess what? They're all playing hard. They're playing for him. Ime is a guy who will MF you, and Ime is a guy who is tough, and that's his personality. But it's an authentic personality. That's who he is. And these guys apparently love playing basketball. There's a reason they drafted Tari. There's a reason they drafted Alpern. There's a reason they drafted Amen Thompson. And I know you've talked to them about Amen, John. They love Amen's makeup. Always have. Since he grew up, since he was born. Him and Asur, him and his twin brother. This is all they care about is ball.
Yeah, that was the Wemby draft, and they were like, we had Amen at the top of our board, and I was like, yeah, right. Well, they weren't getting Wemby. They would have taken Wemby. We got a break.
Taking Wemby, but yeah.
Yeah, but we got a break. I got to talk about HRP. I got to talk about your business. I got to talk about how good is your business. If your business isn't doing great right now, if you're paying too much, or you might have too many expenses. Listen, not only the payroll and not only the HR, not only the taxes. If you're hiring a CPA or you need technical help on all of this stuff. Not only that, but your 401ks and your insurance and everything else. And not only that, but how you're running your business too. HRP can help. I mean, HRP, it touches so many businesses. They're partners with so many different businesses. They've got ideas about how other people are doing stuff and maybe can help your business just take off by something simple. I'm telling you, they're a partner with us, and we love them, and you will love HRP as well. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll, that HR, and everything else. You have a partner like we do, HRP. They will be your partner. You'll love them. I'm telling you. They're great. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Hey, Sean, you might have to combine these. We got John's show coming up top of the hour. I think so, because we got John's show coming up. We're way behind. All right, let's do Aqueduct at the end. Tell us. Tell Lance, too. Yeah. Okay. All right. Lance and I both need to talk real quick about Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I just think every one of you should have this number. It's an important number to have in your phone, 281-488-6238. You never know when you're going to need it, but when you do need it, you got to have it handy. It's got to be there because when you need a plumber, you got to have them right away, right? There are instances you got a stopped up sink or toilet that's stopped up that maybe you can live with for a little while, but you get a pipe that springs, Lance. I've had one. You've had issues with your pipes. You got to have Billy there right now.
Yeah, listen, you can't. I mean, that's one of those things where air conditioning, car, and plumbing, the big three, you don't know who you can trust, but you also know that when you need help immediately. Well, we got somebody you can trust, and we got somebody with lots of trucks who can get out to you immediately. And he stays busy because word of mouth is great for Aqueduct Plumbing Company. But the main thing is they can get to you quickly, and they can get it fixed quickly, and they do it at a fair price, and they're completely transparent. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's all you need to know. We've got you a plumber. We've got a guy. His name is Billy Brown, and it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Yeah, let me know when he's on. Let me know when he's on. You can say it in my ear. How about Aaron Rye, who I picked at the Houston Open, is 2 under now at Augusta. Did I not tell you Aaron Rye could play? Okay. You maybe
that
picked
again?
Aaron
Who's Aaron Rye again?
Aaron Rye is a professional golfer. Okay. And he wears 2 gloves when he plays.
That's R-A-I, Aaron Rye?
Yeah, R-A-I.
Okay.
What?
I'm just trying to make sure.
He's of British
Indian descent.
He's a British.
Didn't we have this discussion where you made it seem like he wasn't really British because?
Yeah, this is always uncomfortable.
Yeah, didn't we talk about this?
I would stop
His
this.
family is of Indian descent.
So what? They're born in Britain. He was born in Britain. He's British.
He's not.
I guess you've never been to London. A lot of people of Indian descent. There's some of the top Michelin restaurants are there, and they're Indian restaurants.
Yeah, yeah. What about
that's
Freddie
like saying
Couples?
That's like saying that about a Mexican restaurant here, a golfer of Hispanic descent. He's not a real American.
I didn't say he wasn't a real. I didn't say he wasn't, but I never said he was not a real.
You called him
English.
Indian.
I see. He is.
He was like,
Indian descent. And you know what? Mexicans here, we say they're of Mexican descent.
John's
it's not a. It's not a. It's not a slur.
Not if they're American.
Not
if they're American.
John,
What
yes, we
difference
do.
is it?
Mexican.
Why?
Mexican Americans
They can't
are
just be a
proud of their
golfer?
Mexican heritage.
They can't just be a golfer.
No, Mexican Americans.
Why you got to make it about identity politics?
Heritage. Don't take that away from them.
He's doing identity politics now.
I just remember the initial conversation, and John was like, "Yeah, but really, that was what it was more than anything else." The first time we had this conversation,
people want to have their identities. Don't try to take it from them. Don't try to take it from them. Okay.
No one is. Don't try to give him. Don't try to
It's
take his
not-
British
it's not
identity
up to
away.
you to be taking.
Don't take his
Mexican
country
Americans'
away.
Heritage
Are
from
you
them.
deporting him? Are you deporting him from
didn't
Augusta?
deport anybody. I haven't
Does
deported
Britain have
one
those
person
rules?
today. I did
I
not
don't know if
report
they have
one.
those rules.
Yeah.
Can you ask
Right?
Charlie Epps what Aaron Rye wants to be defined as? Can Charlie ask
Yes,
that
I
question
will.
of Aaron Rye?
He'll say
A golfer?
yes, he's
A pro
proud of
golfer?
his
I'm
Indian
sure.
He's like, why is a Houston radio station doing this?
Okay.
I'm a pro golfer in the Masters. Have they ever played here? No.
Well,
Can they just call me
John
a pro
has,
golfer?
hasn't he?
what's it?
Did you
I've
play?
never-
Just
Are you
go.
kidding? If I played there, you'd know it every day. I would talk
Yeah,
about it.
that's true.
You've been there, yeah. You've never played.
I've been there a bunch of times. John Chill is here with us right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and we're talking Masters with him. But let's wrap up last week and the basketball, the March Madness. John, where did you end up in your pool where you were in second place?
Yeah, it was a rough one. I had Auburn Saturday against Florida. Killed me in both ways. I had Auburn Saturday, and then also I had Houston Monday. So wrapped up 8th place, but Florida killed me in both games. They're the comeback kids. I thought I had both of them, going into halftime, and I don't know what they do. They made some changes and come out firing in the second half. So overall, pretty good. 8 out of 4,000, I'll take it. But
eight is nice. That's nice.
Yeah,
You got a little cash. Nice.
Yeah, I got a little cash, a little cabana coming. So make a
you.
little trip to Vegas. So but yeah, we wrapped up March Madness. Kind of tough on Monday for everybody in Houston, and that was tough. It was good for the book. I mean, here, regionally, we had a lot of handle on Houston, so that helped out Monday. But a little rough game.
Are you like the other books? They were really like Duke going down. They made all the books made a lot of money on Duke not getting there. How about you guys?
Yeah, we had Duke, but regionally being Houston, that kind of outweighed it. But there was a lot of Duke futures that helped us out that didn't make it. So Duke going down definitely helped us over the weekend and all that. But it was a good weekend for us. But we'll see.
John Cho with us here from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook. And we've got the Masters. What kind of handle you guys get on the Masters?
We're seeing more handle than we did in before. This event's picked up. I think now that with all the options you have, excuse me, out there, that there's different ways you can play this. It's allowing you to have more freedom to just picking who's going to win. And like I said, you go out there, you can pick round props, and they got them matched up. So there's different ways to bet this. You can bet it live right now. You can bet it by hole. So definitely we're seeing more action this year than we have in prior years, which is a good thing. And I think it's just picked up in general in the sports betting world. The Augusta weekend's become a big weekend for us.
Is Scotty getting? He's such short odds. Scotty and Rory. There's a lot of good odds out there for really good players because those two are way up at the top of the board.
Yeah, I mean, with Scotty and Rory, I mean, once you get away from them, you get some decent odds. I mean, you look at Morikawa, he's 4th, so you go from 4-1 Scotty and down to 14-1 to win it. With Morikawa, you start taking long shots. Like Koepka, he's 30-1. I like Shane Lowry at 35-1. I like him at 6-1 to finish in the top 5 right there. But you definitely see some value, if you're not going to take Rory or Scotty Scheffler down the field. And
where's DeChambeau? Where's DeChambeau right now?
DeChambeau is at 16-1 and then 3-1 to make top 5. I kind of like him.
I like him a lot. Yeah, I like him this week. Yeah. This
but
course is
there's
made for him.
Yeah, and as you see, you take some flyers. I was looking at Miwoo. I just saw him right now. I think he's like 25-1.
Lance's guy. That's Lance's guy.
Lance, you like him? I might take him. Yeah, I like him as far as the odds, and he's been playing well this year. So definitely a good one there. Jason Day, 65-1. Kind of like him. But you go through, you go back. You take Roy and Scotty out of it. And definitely, there's some value through it, through the field. I just saw a stat this morning: is the last 20 Masters winners have been 10th or better in round 1. So, I might do a little wait and see as well, and see what happens here in round 1, and then it's firing on some of the winners.
So you got to be in the top. You got to be in the top 10 to win it.
Pretty much, that was the last 20 winners have been in the top 10 after round 1.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was an interesting stat.
That is a really interesting stat.
Uh-huh.
So you can bet that live after the first round. Yep. Take those guys, and now their odds are going to go down because they were in the top 10 in the first round, but you're probably still going to get some good odds on guys.
Get some good value if you get it, after today's round. So, so definitely a fun weekend with that, and we got some UFC coming around. We got Lopez versus Volkanovski. That should be a good fight. I've been torn between that one. I mean, Lopez, he's been bulldozing his way through to get to the main event and had some nice fights here early. And Volkanovski, you know, he went against Holloway. He's gone 5 rounds. He's minus 148. He is up and down a little bit. You know, I kind of lean towards him a little bit in this fight to see what happens here. You know, just the experience. And like I said, they going 5 rounds helps out a lot. So we got some UFC events. We got my big one is Silva, John Silva. I think he's about third from the title for the main event. I like him by KO, even money. I think he just dominates. I don't know if that'll make it through 2 rounds there. But I love Silva on the card. There's some underdogs to play too. I like Darren Elkins plus 270 and over Julian Erosa. I like him. And then I like Michael Chandler plus 130. That's the co-main event against Paddy Pimblett. I think he'll be able to stay up, not get on the floor, and be able to strike his way through a victory there. So, but yeah, we got UFC and golf, and I was on the course Monday, played 9 holes. It's in beautiful shape. Weather's been beautiful here, so yeah, come down and play some golf, bet some UFC, and have a good weekend.
That's it. Beautiful.
Yeah, let's
go. Yeah. Oh, so the court. I mean, that is a. So you went out and played at the Golden Nugget course, and it's in great. I mean, it should be perfect out there. We've had rain, and now that stopped. We got a lot of sunshine. It should be great. So make a weekend. Go watch the Masters. Bet on it. You can bet on it hole to hole if you want at the DraftKings Sportsbook. A lot of fun. And you got the UFC as well. I imagine that's a different crowd, the UFC and the Masters. I imagine that's
yeah, definitely a different crowd.
That'll be a little bit different. So you got one during the day, you got one crowd at night. That's okay. That's great. That's great
good.
stuff.
Yeah,
keeps it filled. So. Good for business. Good for business. Yeah. John, we appreciate it as always, man. Thanks for hanging with us, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, DraftKings Sportsbook. Go get your draft on. Go get your DraftKings Sportsbook on. Just a beautiful facility, and as the man told you, the golf course is great. I'd love when we go, Lance. We go and you like to go up to your room and look at guys and hips and stuff like that. I like to go play golf right after we're done with the show because I'm out there. They don't have a Frisbee course there. Maybe we could ask John if they can get a Frisbee course for you sometime. That'd be great.
You're doing a lot of insulting of a man who doesn't have a headset on. He's not around. He was on the phone.
Where
I think
he took off.
Well, he's dealing with something because of the illness that's
did Niall do something? Did Niall or make a bad order or something?
It's not Niall. No, it's family members were sick. They're still sick, so he's dealing with that on the phone right now. So he did not hear you insult him like you normally do. So I'll relay your message to him. You talk about disc golf with disdain. It's not a compliment when you start talking about disc golf.
Yeah, no. I wanted to see if he can get a Frisbee golf course out there.
Yeah, maybe we can tell John Chill to go Nugget install. Yeah, okay, John. Yeah, you know that's not likely. You're just doing that to get under people's skin because you like to do that.
No,
but he couldn't hear you, so you can.
I'm a big Frisbee golf guy. Okay, maybe you don't know if I turn. You don't know. I may have turned into a real advocate for the game. You don't know.
We've never heard you do that before.
Well, you don't know how my mind works.
Have you started? Are you on a website promoting disc golf? What do you mean?
No, but you know what? If you go to Champions for whatever reason, the poker club on the Beltway, I don't know why, but they've got like 3 TVs on the Frisbee Golf Channel. I have no idea.
You don't know why? Because
I don't know
it's very popular, apparently.
Well, not enough for 3 TVs on it.
No,
they know their clientele.
I guess they do. Maybe they're trying to bring that crew in. I don't know.
No. I don't think so. I don't think. Everybody's
I didn't know
like,
you could have. It's one channel and just 3 TVs on it, or is it like it's like the tournament where you have multiple channels showing?
No, it's just one channel and 3 different TVs for whatever reason. Somebody that works there really likes.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is.
Somebody in there is. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
that's exactly what.
But I told John Chill was in here talking about the golf course. I said, well, maybe Lance can get him to get a little Frisbee golf going over there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I almost
breaking chains.
I actually was looking to play. Well, I guess it was 2 days ago when but there was no courses really around there. Whenever we went to the golf tournament on Tuesday, and I gotta get all this stuff done. I'm at the final stages where I've got a deadline today on putting where every player is expected to get drafted. So I'm having to do this for 400 and some odd players. So I've got all defense to do today. So I got that, and I got to finish my final write-ups on players, and then get ready to go to LA. But I found out, good news, I don't have to do a second, third round mock. That's the one that would keep me up till 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 in the morning, the night after the draft, Thursday night, and then I would have to do the radio show the next day. Yeah, they imagine this: they're allowing somebody else who's not actually on TV doing that whole first round, and who has a radio show the next morning. They're actually having Eric Edholm do the second, third round mock. Which, why would they not do that? I've been asking for that for years, and I got the call yesterday, and it was like the greatest day of my life. I get to actually. I mean, I'm not going to have great sleep, but it's going to be more than. It's going to be more than 3 hours.
Yeah, we didn't care about that.
That's
we
good.
Really
You didn't care about it, but
that's
why I take days.
Well,
but that's why I would have taken a day off if not for that. I would have taken the Thursday, either Wednesday or Thursday off for preparation. Now I don't have to. So I'll just work that whole week.
Right. All right. Good for you. All right. Lance is going to work, everybody. Did you hear that?
Well, I'm working 7 straight days at
announcement.
NFL Network. I'm working 114 hours that week, man of the golf. So stop.
Okay.
Man of the poker.
I got to take one day off coming up because we got our at Highland Pines.
You and other white guys are golfing against each other in a country. Where is it? You and other white guys are golfing against each other in another country.
Is that why?
Staying in a palatial 14-room
Highland
house.
Pines is in America. Highland Pines is
a little
America.
out there.
I don't know if you've heard.
It's still America.
But
it's a ways out there.
It's America. It's America, but it's a little north.
I crossed in the border. They started looking at me funny. So I don't know. Like, sorry, where are your papers? What do you mean, where are my papers?
So far north, you're like, is there a casino here on tribal land?
Sir, next time you're here, you're going to need a real ID. This ID you have now won't be allowed in October, sir.
They don't want you voting up there, but that's for sure. But
no, they don't want me just
going
for the territory. They don't want me anywhere
there.
near the territory. A real ID is going to be need to travel in the border.
It was fine.
It's Highland Pines. It's fine.
It's just north.
Yeah,
it's north. Yeah,
it's a little further north.
It's north. There's no
question.
It's
a little north. I'm surprised you were willing to make that drive for golf as much as you did.
The golf is that good that you drive. It's about 40 minutes from.
I know. I played the course that one time with you, and it was really nice.
Yeah,
I'd like to go back out there and play again.
It's really great.
Nice.
So that's why I'm there. I went there and I said, "Oh, I am joining here."
To be clear,
awesome.
You are taking a day off from this job to play Highland Pines. When's that? Next week? When's that happening?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm off May 9th.
You guys are just giving your itineraries, huh?
8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah.
I'm not off.
I'm off
the next
Friday,
month.
Monday, Tuesday.
Guys, I know you're very concerned about our days off.
When are you off, Dave?
I don't have any planned days off. So, guys, don't worry about me. I'll be around. But these two, they'll let you know.
Yeah. Live on the air.
Yeah.
We could be talking about the bullpen, but we're not.
Well, Brian DeBray, you need some days off.
But we're not. Yeah, he can. And we talked earlier about the Rockets resting players. We weren't sure if they would do that. When we come back, we can mention it again because it's worth a little bit of a discussion. I think there's always, you're opening yourself up to second guessing by the media and the fan base. If you get off to a slow start in the playoffs, like, why are we resting people? They're so tired. And I mean, they're so rusty now. They're too rusty. That's going to come up if they don't play well. It's going to be blamed on rust if he doesn't play players. Then if you play him, somebody tweaks a knee. What are you doing? Why are you playing them?
Exactly.
No win.
It's a no-win situation when you got a situation like this. No question. All right, let's break. Let's talk a little Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Let's talk about. We were just talking with John Chill. let's talk a little bit about what Golden Nugget Lake Charles brings to you. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, as opposed to going all the way to Las Vegas. You have a Vegas-style casino as good as I listen. Casinos are casinos. They got blackjack. They got poker. They got craps. They got pie. They got all the games that you want to play. Video poker, everything. I mean, it's a wonderful, beautiful casino. Why do you gotta go all the way to Vegas for that? You got 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You got beautiful hotel. The hotel is great. He just told you about the golf course, how good that is. The restaurants, there's 12 of them. Nightclub, the Blue Martini. It's a great. It's a lot of fun. They got great bands in there. You've got a concert event center that has go to goldennuggetlc.com and see all the big names that are coming. There's nothing that you won't get here that you can get in Vegas. Nothing. So 2 hours and 15 minutes on the road, no plane ticket. It's right there. By the time you get in the air to go to Vegas, you're already at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back. Live at East River 9 to watch your Masters, your Astros all weekend, your Rockets as well. They'll have them all on. They've got great. They got crawfish boils this weekend, all the way through May. Come on, man, this is great. Watch the Masters there. Get a bucket of beer. Get half-price wings. What?
TV's on now. We're officially in business.
You watching the
TV's on.
Masters
We're
right
watching
now?
the Masters. Yeah, they got ESPN's coverage with the gambling guy on. They've got actual Masters coverage. I'm watching somebody walk up the fairway
Watson.
now. That's Bubba Watt.
Yep.
Remember when he
Yeah,
used to be good,
Bubba?
John? Remember a long time ago when Bubba Watson was good? Yeah,
Yeah,
long time ago.
he was good.
like
real good.
14,
Not that long ago.
15. Wasn't it?
He was. Yeah, it was. That's not that long ago. We got guys. Freddie's out there today, but Bernard Longer's out there.
Well,
Jack
yeah, but
teed
those
it up.
guys aren't. They're not. If you're not a, I'm sorry, but if you're not a threat to win it, I don't care. I need somebody who's a threat
Well,
to win it.
Yeah, Bernard
Bernard
was up at the
Longer,
top of the
not a
board
threat
now,
to win it.
a couple of years ago. He
Can
was up at the top
Bubba
of
Watson
the
not
board.
win a Masters? Can he not win anything else anymore?
Yeah,
Is he just
probably
done?
not.
Yeah.
Probably.
But
I
not.
don't know. You never know.
He's 46.
You know-
I mean, Mark O'Meara won a Masters when he was 46.
Yeah, Jack won at 46. Jack won at 46. Mark won at 41 or 42, I think. But that's rare. That's when Nolan Ryan was pitching at 46 and being great and throwing no hitters. That's rare.
Atrocious. Fans dig up Bubba Watson's Masters menu that Nick Faldo called a Happy Meal. And what was it? Let's see. At this Masters meal, let's see. The dinner itself was a scene. Hideki Matsuyama had this. We know about. And that's Bubba Watson's extremely bland-looking menu in
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
2013 that consisted of Caesar salad, grilled chicken breast, green beans, mashed potatoes, and confetti cake. Grilled chicken breast and green beans.
That mac and cheese better been baked, Bubba. If it's just regular old mac and cheese, he's from Georgia.
Where do you
Yeah.
see mac and cheese?
No,
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Was it baked, Bubba, or was it regular old mac and cheese? Served with cornbread and vanilla ice cream with confetti cake.
Well, of course, vanilla ice cream.
Well, it's Bubba.
Well, they did leave out the article did leave out macaroni and
Yeah,
cheese
the
with
whole-
cornbread. So it's
The whole
but
list.
still grilled chicken.
Come on, grilled chicken breast. Come on, Bubba.
Man, get some Southern fried chicken in there.
He's from the South too. He's from Georgia. What are
Yeah.
you doing? Traditional
have-
Caesar salad.
He's one of the Georgia boys. Yeah. You gotta have better. You gotta get some fried chicken in there. Come on, Bubba. Clean it up.
A Happy Meal.
Happy meal. And by the way, tomorrow we got today all day long. Our shows are going to be at East River 9. Tomorrow at St. Arnold's Brewery. They're going to give out the prizes for
Nice.
the March Madness for the winners. So that is awfully nice. So Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees all going to be out there tomorrow. So that's good. That's great.
How
That's
about
good.
this?
That's all I want.
2016 Masters dinner, local green salad, followed by authentic Texas barbecue, smoked half chicken, pork ribs, beef brisket, barbecue baked beans, bacon and chive potato salad, sauteed spring beans, grilled zucchini, and roasted yellow squash, and then warm chocolate chip cookie with vanilla ice cream. That's Jordan Spieth.
Did Bubba know how he could add a little stuff? Because I'm looking at like Scotty Scheffler's
Yeah.
and John Rahm's. They went all in. Like Bubba's like
Yeah.
Bubba felt like he went to.
Did he have a certain
Did he-
dollar amount
did
he
he-
thought he couldn't go
Did
over?
he think he could only do the Luby's menu for this place?
That's what it is. That's why they say it's so terrible. Look at Hideki Matsuyama. He's got assorted sushi and
Matsuyama.
sashimi. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, sure.
Yakitori chicken skewers. That's appetizers. Then you got the miso glazed black cod, which is phenomenal, by the way, in general, when you have it at a restaurant. He's got Wagyu A5 Wagyu beef ribeye with mixed mushrooms and vegetables, Japanese strawberry shortcake. That's
Wow.
one. Tiger Woods is considered number 3 all time.
That's-
Oh wait,
that's
what did Fuzzy say he
Fuzzy.
should
Well,
have?
I think,
No, this is 2020.
later on.
Oh.
This is 2020. I don't know what Tiger had. In 2020, he had the Augusta roll, which was a tempura shrimp. It was a sushi roll. Then he had prime steak and chicken fajitas with grilled vegetables, pico de gallo. It was fajitas. And then the dessert trio of flan, churros, and sopapillas. So he went with a theme.
I didn't
Well,
know he had some Hispanic in him.
He didn't. He likes the food.
Oh, okay. All right.
You don't
Yeah.
have it, and you like the food.
Yeah.
Well, Hideki went Japanese.
Yeah, he
right?
went with
Bubba
his,
went
he went with his,
Happy Meal.
Maybe Bubba didn't have a lot of experience. He was in his 30s when he won, right? But maybe Bubba wasn't a man of the world
Maybe
yet.
Bubba strikes me as potentially a picky eater, too.
Is he one of your
A
kids?
bland, yeah, he's one of my kids. Here's the Masters dinner for who was that? Scott. Who won it back in 14?
2014.
Scott. Oh, Adam Scott.
Adam
Scott had, this is considered number 2, artichoke and arugula salad with grilled calamari. You have Australian Wagyu New York strip with sauteed spinach and cream mashed potatoes and a sherry thyme reduction. And you have a strawberry and passion fruit pavlova. But the rest of that sounds pretty good. And then he's got the different wines that he pairs. And number 1 was Scotty Scheffler. Cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp with sweet Thai chili, tortilla soup, Texas ribeye steak or black and red fish. Yeah. Scotty Scheffler said, I'm getting everything that you could possibly imagine.
What are we talking about?
And he's got a warm chocolate chip skillet cookie with milk and cookies, ice cream.
What?
Yeah.
Now that sounds like a meal.
What would
Burger
you like,
sliders?
Now,
Yeah.
The thing with Bubba is like sometimes
Green beans and grilled chicken.
women are given the compliment of
Mac and
like
cheese.
broadening your horizons. Like Bubba didn't know better,
Yeah.
but he was married at the time,
Well-
and still he still came up with that.
What would you have, John? What would you serve at Masters dinner?
What would I? I definitely do some ribeyes, some
Steak.
great. Maybe I have Michael over at Pete's make me up some wonderful ribeyes for everybody.
Ship them into Augusta.
ship them in for how many people?
Yeah, well, that's what they do.
I know
So-
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out how many.
Actually, I'm sure they
how
let
much-
him get
yeah.
it for wherever you want.
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah.
I
I mean, he did Japanese A5 Wagyu. That's expensive as crap.
sauteed spinach. I do
Yeah.
fries. Yep.
So you're going
And-
steakhouse fare.
Yeah. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
going a
fine.
little-
That's going to be a hit. That'll be a hit.
Yep. Well, the guys
I'm
will
going to
love
make
it.
you eat. I'm going to make you eat.
Remember when
Vietnamese.
when Charlie Epps, when Dick Harmon told Charlie Epps, "Hey Charlie, eat a banana," and he said, "Yeah, Dick, I'll eat a banana when it tastes like a hot dog with mustard on it." Okay,
Which is never.
Which is never, yeah.
What would you
So
have,
that-
Mel?
I think the base is some meat lasagna. Not keep the veggie crap away from me, but yeah, I'm starting with lasagna. That's always my favorite. Not I got to think. You put me on the spot. I'm not
I
sure.
know.
I haven't made.
I don't know what I would. I don't know what I would do.
No, I would have. I don't know if I would use fries because I don't know how long that stuff sits. But I like fries. I'm not sure how that plays.
I'm sure they get it out pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they'll
Yeah,
get it out for you.
I gotta think about that. Oh, what about hot chicken sandwich?
I get that anytime.
Well, you're serving it
No,
at the
but
Masters.
but it's what you like.
I
Yeah.
get it, but I would think
he
about
likes
others.
lasagna better. He just told you.
Yeah, I like lasagna better.
Yeah.
Are you putting ricotta in your lasagna? Not too much.
Not
Don't
too
ruin
much.
it.
Not too much. Not too much.
Well, you
Yeah,
gotta
but
have
that's
some
the base.
ricotta.
Then I have to go. Then I gotta keep it moving. Maybe some Brussels sprouts with the good kind with bacon in them.
Yeah,
That'll be part of the process.
you got to
too.
trick them out a little bit.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, no,
That
you
would be a
can't just
start.
have Brussels sprouts.
No.
Garlic and some onion. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
you spruce them up. You're not just.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah. Well, you got a
I'd
restaurant
make everyone
right
eat
there.
banh mi sandwiches. Be full Vietnamese. I just have Roostar catering.
Oh, get their wings.
Bulgogi
that's
fries. Their wings are good. Yeah.
Ooh, maybe I
Let's
bring
get Mark in here. He wants
a
to talk
Euro in
about.
there too. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh,
Euro.
Euro.
The Euro wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
Euro wouldn't be bad.
Euro
It's
would
not
be
a bad
nice.
call.
What about Mark? Mark, what's your menu? Mark, are you there? Yeah, Mark decided he was hungry. He stopped at the window. He stopped at the drive-thru. We got to break it right here. I got to talk right now about Chastang Ford. I got to talk about, man, it is. That made me hungry. Chastang Ford is here for you. Chastang Ford is doing something. Listen, Ford is doing it, and it's through May. We're all the way into June 2nd, but I wouldn't wait. Get your truck, get your SUV, get your customized how you want it, exactly what you want, not what the dealership wants. No add-ons. Not going to put, oh, well, we had to charge you for nitrogen in the tires. What? Tinted windows, leather seats, all these amenities that you didn't ask for. Listen, they don't do that at Chastang Ford. What they do is get you the vehicle that you want at the price you want. one of the first things they're going to say is, what price do you have to be at? Well, how about this? You got employee pricing at Chastain Ford right now. Employee pricing. You get what the employees get. You're not going to get a better deal. You're not going to get a better deal on a truck. You're not going to get a better deal on an SUV. You're just not. Because employee pricing means, and without add-ons, without markups, without all the BS that the other guys do. So you're getting the best price. The other Ford dealerships are going to have employee pricing too. Whether or not they give it to you is another story. But at Chastain Ford, you're not getting all the rigmarole. So you're looking to get that Ford car, a Ford pickup, a truck, or work vehicle or SUV. One place to go. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I just sent you guys a couple of funny ones. It's on the, you can't say anything because it's on our thread, on the Glory Boys thread, so you can't be out.
That's
Can't be
secret.
out in anything there. 713-780-3776. You got very little time. Did Mark come back, Sean, or is he
Nope.
gone? Or is it?
Didn't call back.
He did not. Okay. Whatever the case. This is our wrap-up segment. Okay. We apologize for being on late today. We came on a little late, so you only got 2.5 hours of the show. You got ripped off. Okay. But you did get, you can get out to East River 9 and enjoy ESPN 97.5 all day long there. And so we got that going on for you. But Rockets lose, and they started. Jalen was the only starter that started, right? Yeah, I think he's the only. Yeah, we got Landale in there. and we had Cam Whitmore in there. We had Reed Shepard in there, and Tari, he started as well. So that was your starting five, and they didn't win. I would imagine he'll switch it up in this game because you want to keep everybody loose, but you don't want, Jalen played 15 minutes. It was no big deal, but you don't want to get anybody hurt. The Astros, hot garbage. The bullpen was hot garbage yesterday. I mean, you go into the 8th inning, bottom of the 8th, up 5-0, score another run in the 9th, and still lose. That is unacceptable.
You had twice. You had 2 different times that you could have fixed this, and you didn't fix it.
Unacceptable behavior. And now Contreras came in, and some people are saying he kept him in there too long. I guess he did, since he gave up, 3 runs in 2/3 of an inning. But then Okert came in. He gave up a run, and then Brian Abreu just, holy crap! Brian Abreu is he's going to turn out. He'll be one of the best pitchers in the league. He'll be one of the best relievers in the league.
You still think so?
Yes, absolutely.
I love his stuff, but a lot of this is mental. I love his physical traits and tools, but being a good reliever, a lot of his mental and being able to work out of difficult situations. And I do worry about him sometimes. Sometimes he looks really good, and sometimes he doesn't. So still early, but we're in year 3 or 4 with him. This is year 4 now.
Okay, so his first game last year against the Yankees, Astros winning, he gives up 3 earned runs. His 5th outing against Kansas City, he gave up 3 earned runs. It's early in the season, and it's what he does. But he did the same thing last year. So I'm not worried. Brian Abreu is solid and has been solid. He has been really solid. So although he did have a hiccup in August, he still ended his season really good. I mean, he's good. He's really, really good.
He's good. I want him to be great. If you're gonna call him one of the best pitchers in the league, he's got to get way more consistent.
He was still
than he
one
is
of the
right
best
now.
pitchers in one of the best relievers in baseball last year.
Yes. Yes, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. Was he?
One of the
best
best
pitchers in baseball?
He had 38 holds. He had 7 blown saves, 38 holds, and 39
He had
to 7.
7 blown saves?
Well, yeah, he comes in a 1-run game in the 8th, and
Well, I guess technically that's a blown save, even though he's
Yeah.
not going to really get a save opportunity.
No. He only had 1 save. A blown save can happen in the.
Dude, I can't believe he's pitched this long. When did Brian Abreu come up?
Brian Abreu. Well, and listen, he's still in arbitration, and he came up in 19. He came up in 19.
Yeah. Isn't
but he
that
only
crazy?
pitched in 7 games, and he pitched in 4 in 2020.
But he's been a full timer since 21.
Yeah.
That's the only time I really remember him as 21. He did have 7 games in 19, 4 and 20. But in 20 you wouldn't even hardly remember because of COVID. But he had hit 31 games in 21. But he's a really talented pitcher. Really talented pitcher. He's struggling right now. The whip is high, but that's last year he was a 1.16, which is fine. It's fine. It's not. It's not terrible.
He had a 2.5 WAR in 23, and he had a 1.7 WAR last year, and a 1.3 in 2022. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he is. I don't know that he's one of the best. I don't know that all these numbers say one of the best in baseball, but I mean they're good. They're good. 103 strikeouts and 78. He's averaging 11.8 strikeouts per 9, which is good. His walks per 9 are a problem this year so far. Over the years, it's been okay. 3.7 walks per 9. It's not that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. You like for it to be a little bit lower as a reliever, try to keep guys off the base pass. This year, it's a real problem. 10.1 walks per 9 up to this point.
And again, he's climbing, and it happens. It happens. Ronel Blanco, Taylor Scott. You pitch your most innings the year before at 31, 55, 72, and now 78 games last year. 78 games led the league in games last year. Brandon Brady.
78 games. Yes, 78 games, 78 innings. The year before was 72 games, 72 innings. So, before that, he had 55 games, 60 and a third inning. So it's actually been 3. It's been a steady increase, not nothing too crazy. But the two prior years, he had the 2 prior years, he had a 194 ERA and then a 175 in 2023, and then last year he was a 310. So some of the stuff, his home run per 9 went up just a little bit. His hits per 9 went up last year. Last year was the worst of his 3 years since he has been a full-time, setup guy. It was his worst, relatively speaking. It was still good.
3.
It wasn't great, but it was still good. Of those 3, yeah. Of those 3. So this is a big year for him to show that he can get it back on that path of where he's, a sub-2 ERA guy.
Yeah.
He's got some work to do this year.
Yes,
but it's early. I mean, it's 6 games so far. It's still very early.
No, I'm not worried about Brandon. I mean, I'm not worried about.
I'm not worried about him, but he needs to pitch a lot better than he is right now.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
6 walks and 5 and a third.
A 5 ERA. Yeah, he needs to pitch a lot better.
But he needs. This is where the pitching coaches have to step in and get him set up, get him right.
Yeah. So we had that last night. We had the news about JT Toppin getting $4 million at Texas Tech. We got. How about the signing bonus by Vlad Guerrero Jr., $325 million signing bonus, so he doesn't have to pay any taxes on that in Florida? That's crazy. Yep. And on a 15-year deal, $325 up front. Holy crap. That is just crazy. And anything else that we may have missed? We got the Masters going on today. With it just started, so I mean it's early leaderboard. But John Chill came up with how about that? You might bet this thing after the first round. Forget betting it beforehand. But the winner for the last 20 years has been in the top 10. The winner for the last 20 years of the Masters has been in the top 10 after round 1. So
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is saying so. So look at the leaderboard tonight. Pick a guy or two and put a little something on it. Yeah.
How many straight years has that been?
20.
The last 20 in a row?
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you that somebody couldn't just come on after the second, get hot after the second round?
You would think.
The second round? Yeah, you would definitely think.
But
that's surprising to me.
That is a little surprising. That is very surprising. So here we go. It's off, and it's beautiful. I'm watching it right now. Carmen used to love when you watched golf on your computer. Oh, yeah, Lance, because you can see all the beauty and majesty of the Masters on your computer.
Well, I can't go. I don't have a pass to get to Augusta. What do you want me to do during the middle of a show?
Well,
we didn't have HD TVs back then. We didn't even have HD TVs, and they weren't even big TVs back then.
This computer that I'm watching on right now, it looks like it's HD.
Yeah,
I mean the right now how good it now. Back then it wasn't near.
My kids watch sporting events on phones. My kids watch their sporting events on phones. Most Gen Z, a heavy percentage will watch their sporting events on their phones. That's lunacy to me. I can't imagine watching entire. I will if I have to. But if I don't have to, I never want to have to watch it on a phone. I don't love watching on a computer, but a computer I can live with. A phone, that's the worst. That's the worst.
Yeah.
And my kids do it like it's no big deal. They'll watch a whole UFC on their phone.
Big deal.
I don't know how they get it. I don't know how they get that UFC, but they'll watch an entire UFC on their phone. Hey, guys, how are y'all getting this UFC? Am I paying for this? No, you're fine. Okay, I don't want to know anything else. Forget we had this conversation. I don't want to. Plausible deniability.
Yeah, that's no. But kids today they're just different. They're just different than we were, Lance. They watch. We do. I never watched when I was growing up. I never watched a sporting event on my phone. Never.
No, you did not. Nor did I.
No.
Nor did
Well,
I.
it was plugged. My phone, when I was growing up, was plugged into the wall, and it was
Yeah.
a rotary phone. So
Yeah. That's
yeah,
John dialing.
I did not watch one sporting.
And you know
event
what
on
you
my
needed
phone.
when you needed information? You know what you did? 1411. Can
Yep.
I get the
Or-
phone number for
or
East River
mom's.
9?
Or mom's was pissed because you had to pay for that. Go to the phone book. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Never
that's
mind.
right. You
Yeah,
did have to
it's-
pay for that.
And John had to run his scams in person. No
Yeah.
emails. No
Yeah,
pretending
John's-
to be someone
John
else.
didn't have a troll farm out of India.
face.
John was just running. Yeah, John was doing face-to-face
LLCs.
fake LLCs.
Odd jobs.
No, incorporated.
Incorporated, you're right.
Yeah, Odd Jobs
Yeah,
Incorporated.
incorporated. Yeah, that's what John was about.
John was running his scams in person right in old ladies' houses.
That's the only way to do it.
That's the only way to
Hand-to-hand
grift.
Scam.
Yeah,
Look
this,
the
what are
person
these
in the face if you're going to rip them off.
international grifters. What a lazy group that is.
Yeah.
Go right. Yeah, it's right. Eye to eye grifting is a way to do it. Matchstick Men.
Great
That's how
movie.
you get
Right.
it. Well, it's a great movie. No one talks about it anymore. Matchstick Man was a good movie.
Oh, yeah. Now, I mean, it's just like warfare. Oh, I don't have to go up and fight him with
Drones.
swords like Jon Snow. Now I can shoot you
Well,
from
it's-
but a continent away. Stop. That's
I will say
that's not bravery.
that drones are a lot like dragons.
True.
I
A
mean,
little bit,
drones are
yeah.
a lot like dragons.
A little-
Less
yeah.
fire, but more hellfire raining down on you
Right.
from something where it doesn't even have to be manned
You
by a
don't even see it
human.
coming. You don't even see
Yeah.
it coming. Like a
All
dragon.
right,
you
we
can
shot
see.
down 8 drones. Great, yeah. Now you kill a dragon, that's a huge win for you. They built
Yeah.
entire catapult systems just to beat a
Oh,
dragon.
Okay,
There's
you
a
have
lot
to
of money
hit
they spent
a
back
certain
then.
spot. With a dragon, you have to hit a certain spot in it by his heart, right under his mail, right
Yeah.
where he has that opening.
Or she.
I mean,
But that's why they spent so much gold on their defense systems. They had to design defense systems to beat dragons. That's not
Yeah.
cheap.
no, there's nothing cheap about beating a dragon.
That's not cheap. Beating a dragon's not easy.
No,
You can we've added more people to our army, just more people the dragon to set on fire. Big deal.
That's yeah. Well, dragons. Can
We've
take
got
down an entire
1,000
city.
more men. Great. Unless you can get in the air, get rid of that dragon, all you're going to do is catch fire. And I got news for you. It's going to be a painful death for you. Seems like
How about-
they were awfully painful deaths back then. And, back when we actually had real dragons flying around, it seems like that was
Back
a
when
really
we had real dragons flying around.
yeah, that back then, it seemed like
Right.
a lot of the deaths were pretty terrible.
Well,
back then.
even the king survived, but got baked in his own armor, and now look
Yep.
at him.
Yeah.
Had to escape his own
I
castle
never
so his
forget
brother won't kill him.
I never forget when the history books told us when I was a kid about that one guy who got turned into a eunuch.
Never forget that
Wow.
anyway.
And then he had to be a
Never.
and then he had to be a servant to the other guy.
Got a cool nickname though?
Reek. Is
Yeah.
that a cool nickname?
Not particularly, no.
No.
You lose your, and then you get your.
And then the iron the X where you got
Well, that's
all your skin cut
you
off.
get flayed.
Yeah.
You cross the
Wow.
wrong guy, you get flayed. That's all.
That's back when it was really bad. That was
Oh.
before the 1920s.
Bobby Flay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
a
get
little
Bobby
different.
Flay.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
I would enjoy what Bobby Flay is cooking up, not what the Bolton.
All right, guys, let's take a look at what we've got for you today. We're gonna take the skin from this man. Oh, I don't want
No,
whatever
Bobby,
you're.
no,
No, Bobby Fillet.
Bobby.
No, Bobby Flay. Don't
You know-
flay him.
Bobby Flay's daughter works for Wendy at Channel 7
Oh.
here.
Oh, really?
As a behind the
Yeah,
scenes
yeah, yeah.
person, or is she
And
on air?
she's- Have you seen her on his show?
I've never watched his show before.
Oh, you
Her
never you
on
never
his
seen
show. No, it's been a long time
They
since I
tr-
watched Bobby Flay's
They
show.
they travel
She's
around.
been on?
And I mean, I think there's a lot of her.
Sophie
She's
Flay,
done a
is that
lot
her
of
name?
shows with him, and she travels with him, and they do stuff. Yeah, right.
In her bio, ABC7 reporter Sophie Flay.
Yeah.
Oh, so she's
yeah.
a reporter.
Yeah, on air.
Very,
Anchor.
yeah,
even?
very cute, very nice young lady, very nice young lady. Anyway, we got a break. News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.
the show's gone so fast.
Yeah, I wonder how that
The
happened.
show went so fast.
I know. Thank you, Sean Mapes.
Hey, I thought we weren't gonna. Never mind.
I didn't say. I just said thank you. That's all I said. I want to thank Sean for his service. Right now, I'm talking about Texas Card House, and I want to thank them for their service to the community. I spent a while yesterday playing cards here. It's great. Don't get me wrong. It's a really nice poker room. It's in a casino. Texas Card House is just different. Texas Card House is sweet. I love Texas Card House. Clean. It has wonderful. Listen, tomorrow for you seniors, anybody over 50, go to the Westheimer location and play in their senior event. It starts at noon. It's a lot of fun. And weekends on Sundays, they have a big event on Sundays. If you're looking for a game on Sunday, they got the $15,000 guaranteed Sunday tournament. It starts at 2. It's a $140 buy-in and a $100 add-on that's optional. If you want to add on, that's fine too. So for $140, you get in this thing, and there's $15,000 on the line. All right, that's the Sunday tournament. It's at Westheimer. The spring location, I went and played up there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Both locations open 24/7. Both locations have a bar that's open till 2 in the morning. Both locations, you're going to find a game, and you're going to find tournaments. Spring has a wonderful, great tournaments as well. Noon, 6 in the evening, 6 in the evening at the Westheimer location as well. You're looking for fun. You love poker. Texas Card House has turned into the number one poker place in the city. I'm telling you here and now. Get to TexasCardHouse.com. Find it. Westheimer and Spring, TexasCardHouse.com. Hey, Dan, how you doing? All right, this is This brings up a few questions, boys. Let me hear your thoughts on this. A man was arrested for battery of a lemonade stand worker who denied free refills. Do you feel like he might have a point? Should you get a free refill at a lemonade stand?
No. No free
Tell?
refills at lemonade stands. That's little
Free
kids.
refill. I mean, you get a free refill if you go to a restaurant and they have a machine. You go up and get free refills, right? Why should a lemonade stand be any different?
Well, they're limited resources. Those kids don't. They actually have to make it themselves. Well, at least their parents do. I'm going to go no.
No.
First of all, you're not buying the
Unless
lemonade.
they're charging $5.
First of all, you're not buying the lemonade because you think it's good. You're buying it because you're trying to help this little entrepreneur who's like 8 years old. If you're going to a lemonade stand to get a great drink, then you're dumb. You're just helping the kid out. No, you don't get free refills.
No
what
one,
are we doing?
No one likes. You know what you do actually is you buy the lemonade from the kid and then you toss
let him keep it.
It's pretty crappy.
Yeah, it's a kid making a beverage. You don't
I've
want
had
to
a good
drink
one
that.
before, but a lot of time it's not. Yeah,
What are we doing?
Yeah. No, but how about this? He was arrested for battery of a lemonade stand worker. That had to be a kid,
this
right?
Had to have been an older. Well, it's probably a high schooler. Or, it's probably like a 16 smart mouth 16-year-old.
Well, some of those kids deserve it.
Yeah.
I
I need more context then.
What if it's
What did the
a
kid say?
10-year-old?
Oh,
But
it's a 10-year-old?
What's the age limit
You
of
heard
working
Dell, he
in a
needs more
lemonade
context.
stand?
Like if there's a high schooler who didn't want to stand in front of like an HEB and sell candy, so they decide to make lemonade, it depends on what they say. Like if they think they can take me, I think I'm allowed to punch them. Like if they challenge me thinking they can take, like a 10-year-old may have a smart mouth, but they don't think they can beat me up. The 17-year-old's probably thinking I can take this guy. I'm allowed to hit him if they're the aggressor.
They do think very highly of themselves. Look at my kids.
Yeah,
they
will challenge
everybody
you
and everything.
They will challenge.
I don't think though you should beat up a 10-year-old. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, that's why I needed more context. Some kid in his Gucci slides and white Nike socks challenges me. It's a different story.
Right.
That's all.
The cops in where is this? Apparently, it's in I don't know what town it's in. It's American town here in North Carolina. Cops bust a drunk man wearing a pink thong, fake breasts, and a pink wig. Do you feel like? What do you think the charges should be? Drunk and disorderly, or wearing a pink thong, fake breasts, and a pink wig?
Well, probably drunk and disorderly is what's on the books.
Can you legislate what someone wears?
Yeah, if you could, I would be.
If you saw this guy,
I would be writing lots of tickets.
I think the charges should be the thong. Okay.
Well, I'm sure it's
this
not a
guy
great look for people. So
not a great look.
This is not a guy you want to see in a thong.
Who's the guy, John? Who's the guy you do want to see in a thong?
Yeah, tell us that.
Tell us, John.
Who's your thong guy?
Doesn't Brooks
Aaron
Koepka
Rye?
wear a
Bubba
thong?
Watson?
No, Brooks Koepka does. Brooks Koepka wears a thong.
I know he does, but do you want to see that?
No, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
I mean, there's no guy I want to see in a
This
thong.
guy.
Yeah, what are we doing?
No, this guy less though. I mean, there are degrees of not want to, but this guy a lot less.
You pick one guy or the other. They're equal levels of. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you look like. I just don't want to see it.
There's greater levels of I don't want to see that.
In fact, I think it's funnier if the alleged less attractive guy does. At least I can laugh.
Actually, there is a. That's
if
true.
there's a fit guy in a thong, that's worse. All right, buddy, cut it out. That's actually worse for me. The big
cut
guy,
it out, pal.
The big guy is doing something for a bit, and I appreciate it.
Yeah,
He's trying to make people laugh.
Did you laugh whenever you saw the Chippendales? Whenever Chris Farley was dancing next to
Patrick
Swayze?
Yeah,
that is true. That is.
It was
true.
horrific, but it's. And then if he did that and he weighed 100 pounds less, not funny.
It's not as
You
funny.
want him to get. You
Not
want him to
nearly
get
as
jailed.
funny.
All of a sudden, you want him jailed.
Patrick Swayze wasn't funny. As a matter of
Yeah,
fact, I didn't
you're like,
want to
why
see
is Patrick
that.
Swayze
Not
on
one
my
funny thing
television
about him.
half naked? Chris Farley doing it. I made me laugh.
Look at this.
You got a point. All right.
Yeah.
You've changed my mind on this
But
one.
you
Okay.
gotta do it for comedy.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't know. This guy, I think he was doing it for. I don't know why. I
Yeah,
don't
it
know
could
why
be
they're
unintentional. If it's unintentionally funny, it's not funny.
That's not
It's
funny.
got to be
No,
intentional.
it's sad and gross. And stop doing it. We are done. East River 9 is where they're at and going to be there all day. And oh, by the way, you want to be there not only today and tomorrow, but this weekend for Crawfish Boil, which is awesome. They've also got the wing deal while you're watching the Masters, bucket of beer, half off on the wings. What? That is
Starving
awesome.
right now.
You got
I'm starving.
you've got lighted golf out there so you can play at night. You don't have to, but make a tee time. Call up there.
Some
make
people
your
would
tee
even
time.
say it's lit.
Yeah, well, lighted.
It's
a
lit
lighted
up here.
course.
Yeah.
It's a lit course. It is lit
She did
and
not
It
lighted.
is lit.
Sam did not appreciate
She
that.
liked it.
No,
It
she
wasn't a dad joke.
She did not appreciate
It wasn't a
It
dad
was-
joke at all.
No, that was a dad.
It's
You
lit.
have dad jokes. You're
It's
you're
lit up
about-
here.
You have dad jokes.
No,
So
it is lit.
listen, get on out there to East River 9 this weekend. Through May, they're going to have the crawfish boils, and a great place to get your drink on, watch your Astros all the time, watch your Rockets playoffs, watch your Masters, watch your PGA every week out there. Great bar. Great. The food is great. Everything about it. It's wonderful. If you haven't been to East River 9, it's fun. A lot of fun. You only have to take a few clubs with you, and go play the course. You don't have to bring the whole bag. Put about 3 or 4 clubs in there. Put your putter in there, and let's go. Let's have some fun. And you can play at night as well. East River 9. Get on out there and have yourself a big time this weekend watching the Masters at East River 9. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Mopey and Mapes next right here from East River 9. Don't go anywhere.
We remain at East River 9. Lance is still walking around talking to to Sam, but he's done for the day, and so is John. But Mapes and I are here for you till noon. Gallant will follow us, and then the Killer Beast. So you guys should come out here. We're out here all day for the start of the Masters. The TVs are going. The kitchen's going to open fairly shortly, and you guys can come out here, enjoy the golf, enjoy the food, enjoy the bar here at East River 9. So while the Masters will be probably not a giant topic of conversation on this show, if something pops off that goes across the screen, I might mention it. But we had our local teams in action yesterday, and I was trying to figure out where to start because early season baseball isn't that meaningful, but neither is what happened with the Rockets last night. So let's start with the disaster that was the Astros, who watched a lead and what felt like a series win slip away. They dropped that game last night to the Mariners, and the Killer Bees did a video. I think you can find it now, but it's in short form and also in full length form from our ESPN Houston YouTube channel, talking about Brian King, who's pitched well this year. And the sentence or the title was Brian King, 7th inning guy. Well, who's the 8th inning guy? Because it isn't Brian Abreu. He is, but he isn't. He has been not good this year, and he was a disaster yesterday. And it is a thing where that guy has a track record of being pretty good. John and Lance got into a discussion about it as far as how good he was last year. So there will be no panic. But this year so far, he's been a disappointment. While Hader struggled early, he's gotten it together. Brian Abreu has not, and it cost his team last night. As good as the bullpen was in the extra inning game that they won thanks to Caratini, they were just as bad yesterday. And it was a game where your bats were alive. That's one of those games, considering how poorly the bats have been, that you feel like that should be a win. You got the bats going. You had a nice lead, and hell, even after you gave up the Randy Arozarena home run, you tacked on a run, but it didn't matter. The Mariners scored 7 runs over the last 2 innings to win that one, as the Astros dropped to 5 and 7. So whether it be Contreras and certainly Kurt didn't do himself any favors, and then Abreu with the coup de grace in the 9th, just a tough one to take. You start to look at what the lineup did. Cam Smith had I believe his first multi-hit game as an Astro. Jeremy Pena scored the tack on run. He had a couple hits. I don't have to go through the averages. The lineup's been bad other than Altuve. Perez and Altuve both had a couple hits yesterday, along with Pena and Cam Smith. But just a disappointing finish to a game where you thought, okay, we got this one. As it was a hard-fought series. Each game was a one-run game, and you thought the Astros would at least come out on top. Instead, thanks to J-Rod and Arozarena, the Astros drop one. And Arozarena has a history of torturing the Astros, at least in the postseason. He hasn't been great against them in the regular season. You just think of what he did with Tampa in the postseason. Think he's always been a heckler, but up until yesterday, he hadn't had much success. But then he hits a grand slam and has a walk. And Sean, I was thinking about this. We've had a couple moments this year to varying degrees of this week to varying degrees of importance, where you're like, that's what a terrible way to lose. Back to Monday night, the Cougs have a game where they don't even get off a shot. And this game, you lose on a walk-off walk. So, judging the two, remove the context, because, of course, the Cougs game means more. Just any old regular season game. What's worse, the walk-off walk or your team with the chance to win the game not getting off a shot?
I think not getting up a shot is worse. Not getting up a shot is worse, because you don't even have like the hope. Because when the ball leaves the pitcher's hand, you're like, I don't know, maybe this will be a strike.
You never know. Yeah, at least it's in play.
Something.
Yeah, the anticipation.
Yeah, there's no like, all right, here we go. Let's see if the Cougs tie this. Oh no.
Well, the one difference is he did rise up. So when he rises up, you think a shot is coming. So that adds a little bit extra to it. Like if you're just scrambling around, you never get a shot up. I think I would agree. But this one, okay, let's take into take into account
fact that
what happened in that game. He rose up, and you thought a shot was going up, and a three, which would have won you the championship. But we're going to remove that importance. A three, you're rising up to win a game,
and then you just
and
stop.
then he stops, and now the game's over because he knows he's traveled, or the walk-off walk.
I still think that like specifically the ball bouncing around for 4 seconds, as you're like, there's plenty of time to get an offensive rebound, to foul, to do anything.
We talked about that. Yeah.
I mean, walk-off walk is bad, but like at the same time, it's just not getting up a shot's terrible.
Let me throw in this one. The Hail Mary that sells out of bounds. Like you throw it from the out of the back of the end zone. You throw it from like the 40, and the quarterback throws it out of the back of the end zone. Let's add that one to the worst way to lose a game.
I think that's still like second, just because again, like Emmanuel Sharp 3, it's like what, 38%, whatever he's shooting from 3. So you're just like, there's a pretty good chance that he goes in.
As long as he allows it to head to the rim, yeah,
right. As he's jumping, you're like, maybe he makes it, and then he stops, and then you're like, I guess our season's over now. The Hail Mary, when you're lining up for the Hail Mary, you're already like, all right, it's like a 1% chance this works out.
Unless Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback.
Yeah, unless Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback, then you're like, there's, I don't know, 25% chance it works out.
Sure.
But the walk-off walk, it's more, I guess it's like anticlimactic, you know? It's almost like on the flip side, it's like fouling and the guy makes free throws to go up 1, you know, where like you're in the bonus, but down 1 or up 1. The other team has the ball and you just like foul them off ball. And then they walk to the line, make their free throws, and you lose. It's like, oh, okay. I guess we just lost it by kind of giving it to them.
Yeah, and it's 2 outs. So.
I guess what I'm saying is like how Duke lost. That's basically what Duke did to lose.
Yeah, and this one, there's 2 outs. So if he throws a pitch that isn't play, then the game goes into the 10th. So
I mean,
I would as long as you get the out.
I was gonna say, or he hits a 400.
Or he just bloops one over your second baseman. You lose that way too. But yeah, you have a chance to get it out as long as you force him to put it in play. You didn't even force him to do that as Randy Arozarena walks it off for the Mariners. But I think the Hail Mary out of bounds because of the unlikeliness of it actually working out for you is maybe third for me. I would be embarrassed that my quarterback couldn't even gauge that you can, throw a ball into the end zone and give your receivers a chance.
I think it's more of just, it's not as worse, but I think it's more like frustrating or more like upsetting where you're just like, I just want to immediately emphatically turn off the TV as I see like the wide receivers don't even jump as they look at the ball go over their heads.
Yeah, they treat it like a no-doubter homer. They don't even turn. Like, okay, this ball's whatever. Game over. We got no shot. So it was rough. And particularly with the way that game has gone. You're up 6-4 going into the 9th. So you survive the grand slam. Your offense bounced back and manufactures a run. And then Brian Abreu gives it away. So not a banner night for the bullpen. Abreu's out there because you had Text, Hader. And because of what your bullpen had done this in the series, you had to go to some guys that maybe you didn't want to lean on. And Contreras, who was up, was that his first appearance this year? No, he's been in.
Better be his last.
Yeah, he's been
in
last. Yeah, he had already pitched in 5 games, so he had pitched plenty this year, and he had clearly his worst outing of the season so far. So he helps. Lead to an Astros loss, and Abreu finished it off. So they lose that series to the Mariners as the Astros. They're an incomplete ball club right now as far as their performance wise, and through 12 games are not good, but we know last year was much worse. So take if you're concerned, remember it's a different club, different players in important spots, but even last year it was even worse. So we're ahead of the curve. Espada gets off the slow starts. Maybe that'll be the narrative. When he turns it around once again. So they lose, so be it. On to the next one. We'll talk some Rockets when we come back. They played a squad who would tell you weren't trying to win the game as far as how they how they put out their players. Like no Fred VanVleet, Alperen didn't play. Jalen played because he's on track to play another 82. We got a Reed Shepherd game. It was a good night for the Reed Shepherd Hive. That agenda, if you have it, that Reed Shepherd's a great player or going to be a really good one. He just can't play on this roster because they have too many good players. Last night was at least a confirmation of your opinion because he can still shoot the ball. At least when he starts. I don't know when he's ever going to start on this team going forward, if Fred VanVleet is going to be a centerpiece. But when Reed Shepherd gets extended minutes and starts, he's pretty good. So we'll talk about that when we come back. We're at East River 9 until noon. At least this show is. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We are at East River 9. The entire station is here till 6. Niall is here. Sam is here. If you see one of us on social media, it's because she took a photo of us. That's kind of how it goes. And when the food starts getting served, you'll probably see a couple pictures of that too. The bar is open. Guys either just came in from around or about to start around or at the bar right now. So the bar is full as far as what they serve, and it's open. So if you want to come out here and get a drink and then play your golf, or do that in reverse, it's there for you as the Masters is ongoing. Okay, so the Rockets were in LA. They dropped the game to the Clippers. Not that important. The Rockets didn't put their best foot forward because why would they? They're locked in at the 2. There's nothing to gain. I mean, they could have a hand in who they play. Right now, they're slated to play the Warriors because the Warriors dropped the game to the Spurs when former Warrior Harrison Barnes knocked down a buzzer beater to beat them. So right now, the 2-7 is the Warriors, and 2 games ago. So while things can change, if the teams ahead of the Warriors keep winning and win out, I think that means the Warriors are the 7. I think the Warriors have one more game against the team in play-in/playoff contention. So that'll be a big game for them. But hey, you may see Steph Curry again in a playoff series.
Can't wait.
In your first series in quite a while. It'll be Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors as a real possibility.
Clippers Warriors play the last game of the season. That's the team in contention.
So it could very well be. I don't know how the tiebreakers work there. So maybe the Clippers may not even need that game as far as that's concerned. So the Warriors certainly will need it. A lot to be determined. A lot of particular scenarios can take place.
Clippers are looking for the sweep in the season series, so they would have the tiebreaker.
So they have the tiebreaker.
Well, if those two teams are tied, but if they're tied with, if it's like a 3 or, a 4, 5 team tie is still on the table, it could get really messy.
Yeah, the Nuggets won last night. The Clippers, when they beat the Rockets, the Clippers have now won 6 in a row. The Grizzlies have won 3 in a row. And Golden State and Minnesota are 7 and 8 right now.
And the Grizzlies, they play tonight. They played the T-Wolves, and then on Friday they play the Nuggets. So there will be losses to be had among these teams just because they play each other. So yeah, man, this is. I would not want to be. This is complicated because you don't see the people on Twitter that post the scenarios for the last 2 games of if X team wins and Y team loses, and then they spit it out. You see it mostly for the NFL playoffs, 2 weeks, 3 weeks out even. This is complicated because there's nobody doing that. Everyone's just they could all be any seed, basically.
Well, you say that. You can go to HP Basketball now.
That loser.
Well, Matt Moore, that's his real name, or loser if you follow what Sean says. He has it like this.
Live
for
from
one
his
scenario,
mom's basement.
That's a little harsh, but hey, whatever you want to say. Just looking at, God forbid the guy does some research, but looking at what he has set up in one scenario where the Lakers win 1 more, the Nuggets win 2 more, and the Wolves sweep their final 3, the Warriors would have 49 wins if they go 2-0. That would lead the Rockets to play the Warriors. So even in that scenario where you have teams winning out and the Grizzlies dropping their last 2, Warriors versus Rockets. That's just one of many scenarios that can play out. And that one is about the Wolves because no one wants to be in the play-in, and that will result in a Nuggets-Wolves matchup. So there it is. Just one of many, and those will continue to flesh out as the games continue to be decided. But as far as what happened in L.A., other than Reed Shepherd shooting the ball well, I think the biggest thing I take from it is we are like one maneuvering of Cam Whitmore's body from maybe another Jalen Wells situation after what I won't say what James Harden did, but what he was involved in when he clipped Cam Whitmore as Cam Whitmore is elevating for a dunk. I mentioned Jalen Wells because if you missed it, the Memphis Grizzlies rookie was clipped from behind going up for a bucket by a Hornet. I forgot the Hornet's name. the player, excuse me, was very bothered by it. You can see it on his face. Apparently, he and Jalen Wells are friends, so that played a part in it as well. He was very disturbed because Jalen Wells was motionless for a bit. He broke his wrist. He was stretchered off the court, and Cam Whitmore wasn't that far away. It was, at least the scenario was very similar. Fortunately for him, he avoided serious injury. He was not thrilled with the lack of foul call. Oh yeah, that's the other part of it. There was no foul. It appeared like that's an obvious foul, and if Cam Whitmore is really hurt, like if the Jalen Wells situation takes place, it's probably a flagrant 2 because that's how they treated it in Memphis. Referees, despite what they say, take into account what happens to the player. I don't think either one was intentional, but if you watch it, it's a nasty play. I won't call it dirty. It's just something you should try to avoid. And Cam Whitmore was upset mostly because he didn't get a foul call. Daniel Lerner of the Chronicle reported that he had to be separated from the referees during a timeout by security. That's how frustrated he was about the lack of a foul call. You can watch it wherever you go, whether it's on YouTube or X/Twitter, you type in Whitmore and Harden, you'll see the call if you weren't watching the game last night. So thankfully Whitmore avoids injury, and the rest of the guys did too, because Ime Udoka and the Rockets decided we weren't going to play some of our front liners outside of Jalen Green. He played his 15 minutes. He's going to get to 82. I think last year he did that and played like 5 minutes in the last game. He did play 15 last night. I imagine that'll kind of be the case over the next couple games, and maybe even in game 82. It's that 5-minute mark, so he can do that again. There was a discussion this morning about whether that's selfish or commendable. It is a individual thing he cares about. I don't know if I want to throw selfish on him. It's just, hey, I think this is something that's pretty cool, at least in his eyes. It's something I set forth as a goal. I play a lot. I want to be known as a guy who plays a lot. Let me run out there for 10 to 15 minutes. I'll avoid injury, and I can have 2 back-to-back 82-game seasons on my plate.
People bought tickets to see Jalen Green play, so he gave him 15 minutes of hard work. And then...
How many LA Clippers? Maybe there's some Rocket fans in LA who are glad to see one of the starters play, but I don't know if anyone on the wall, which is what they call their fan area behind, and I guess every part of it's a fan area, but this one is more kind of like soccer, where hey, you guys stand and you bother the guy shooting free throws.
This is where their version of the Red Rowdies.
Are the Red Rowdies still a thing?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. But, yes, it is their version. Hey, you dedicated fans. I don't know if they force them to come to every game or you lose your seat, but it's hey guys, come here, be loud, affect the free throws, and I don't know if any of them are like. Green. Yeah, I don't know if any of them are like, hey, I really hope Jalen Green's out there tonight.
If there's one thing the Clippers fan base will not tolerate, it's a player sitting out. That's something that just the Clipper fan base isn't used to, honestly. And
it may be the franchise
if that ever happened.
It may be the fan base most used to it. It's like, hey guys, we get it. It's been part of our franchise's thing for the last half decade or more. Guys just don't play. It's part of the reason Paul George isn't on the roster anymore, and maybe one of the reasons he's upset because, hey, you let this guy do it, and that guy is Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi, king of load management. In fact, he may be one of the. It's a Spurs thing. They kind of started that before him. In fact, he was a guy who had to take up the slack when all the other guys were sitting out. Yeah. But now he took that on and he's taking it to a different level. But right now he's healthy, and the Clippers are playing really well. But let's see him get through a series first before I credit him for handling this well. Because we just look back to last year. What did he do? Make it through 2 games, was it? Or a game and a half?
Yeah, or did he miss the first game, come in for the second? It was something weird.
Something when he wasn't ready, and then he came back, and it turns out he wasn't ready to play in the playoffs, and he had to sit out.
I mean, that's just what happens every year.
So if we can bank on Kawhi not being available, the Clippers would be your first choice. But this would be the time where he's ready to go for all 7 games, and when he's good to go. Particularly this year, he has been a monster, and that Clipper team is pretty good. So not a lot to take from last night other than, hey, Reed Shepard played and he shot the ball well, which is good.
Rookie of the year.
if he played 25 to 30 minutes on a bad team. Yes.
If he was on not the second seed in the West.
And that's something from Tom Haberstroh, who used to be with ESPN, I think. Now he's kind of more of an independent contractor when it comes to showing up on podcasts. We're trying to go through the draft and figure out which rookie from this class would actually play for this Rockets team. They got a lot of guys who are talented and have contributed to this record. And Reed Sheppard's one of the guys who does not play very much. Cam Whitmore's another, who generally plays when people are hurt or doesn't play at all, at least not significant minutes. So we went through the likes of Sarr and Risha Shea. I think Sean and I both landed on Stephon Castle because he's a defensive point guard who's bigger than Reed Sheppard. I think Stephon Castle is about 6'7". He fits the mold of a guy that Ime would play.
Yeah.
We know shooting at point guard doesn't matter that much. So even if Stephon Castle's not a great shooter for the Rockets, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
but his size and his defensive capabilities would get him on the floor. But there are not a lot of guys, as we went through, particularly the lottery, who we think would play for this team. So Reed Sheppard isn't unique, and it's not really something about him. It's more about the roster as a whole.
Yeah. A lot of these guys, I mean, it is the Reed Sheppard point. It's just funny to make it in the opposite way. But, like, yeah, if most of these guys played on real teams, they wouldn't get the leeway to play, 25 minutes a game.
And, well, I would say there are some teams who are pretty good that can play these guys. It's just the Rockets have been loading up on talent for several years now, and they have a lot of duplication. Other than they have Steven Adams, a backup Şengün, and now, of course, the double big lineup is very successful. You can play Amen Thompson at the 4, and Jabari can come off the bench. Your 3 can be Dillon Brooks and Tari, and Amen can play there. And, of course, shooting and Dillon Brooks, and the shooting guard, and then shooting guard with Jalen. I think that might be the one spot where you think you could insert a guy, but you would think Cam Whitmore would fit that mold, and he doesn't play.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just there's so many real life, like, well, this guy doesn't play for the Rockets. Is he?
So how many guys can be in a rotation? You're not going to play 12 or even 11. So at most you're playing 10, and the 10th guys getting 7 minutes depending on foul trouble. So it was talked about before the draft, and why there was some speculation that a trade would be made, because if you got to play Reed Sheppard, right? A lot of the hype was he was the best player in the draft despite being drafted at 3. How are you going to make room for him? The Rockets said, we don't have to make room for him. We'll just sit him. He's a cost-controlled asset for years. We don't have to play him.
Yeah. Looking at the Basketball Reference for this draft, and they have like all the guys' stats listed. If you scroll all the way over, you see the advanced stats with like BPM and VORP. Literally all of them are negative. Like every single one of these guys, except for Zach Edey. Zach Edey's at a 0.0 BPM and a positive 0.7 for VORP. Reed Sheppard positive 0.1 VORP. Everyone else is like negative 3s. Like they're just it's exactly what you think. And Cody Williams negative 7, not good.
Cody Williams like, well, I gotta get mentioned. Leave me alone.
Okay, AJ Johnson also negative.
There it is.
7.3.
Cody's like, thank you. If you're gonna mention guys,
Bub
AJ
Carrington
Johnson got traded.
Catch it too.
AJ Johnson on that Bub Carrington team, until he plays better. We're calling him Carlton Carrington.
Yeah, Carlton Carrington.
Yeah, but AJ Johnson was in the Kyle Kuzma trade. If you're a first rounder, I don't know. If you're a first rounder, you get traded for Kyle Kuzma, like the year of your draft. It's a little bit of an insult. The fact that the Bucks thought that Kyle Kuzma could be a difference maker, and they traded one of their franchise, it's tough for me to call Chris Middleton a legend, but he is a title winner for the Bucks, so I guess we'll give him that. When you're trading him away and Kyle Kuzma is the return, you're down bad, and the Bucks will be in the playoffs as a 5. And can they beat the Pacers without Dame? Maybe. I don't think they will, but they traded away a recent first round draft choice. Just speaks to how poor the draft was, and part of the reason why everyone thought Reed Sheppard would be a real candidate for Rookie of the Year. Just turns out the team he landed on was far too good for him to get real significant minutes. We'll see him down the stretch here. Last night was a positive for him, and he'll have a couple more games to kind of build on that, and then he'll get put on ice until Summer League.
Yeah,
you think he plays in Summer League again?
Yeah,
he proved, according to people, he proved to be too good for Summer League in his rookie year. Will they put him back in there?
Jabari Smith had to play Summer League 2 years.
He didn't have to. He went there for a day, and then he said, "I'm too
Oh,
good for
yeah,
this. I'm out."
he got 30 points in the first 3 games, and
And
or
then he
maybe like
left.
2.5.
Did he
and they
play
just
even
sat
3
him in the
games?
second half. What?
So yeah, and Jabari Smith played much more than Reed Shepard did. So maybe we see Reed Shepard in the first week of summer league.
Yeah.
And then
I think he makes a cameo.
yeah, just to get some reps in, and then he decides, look at all the things I've worked on. Look how good I am. I'm out.
And you want him building some chemistry with Cooper Flag, and so.
That is a thing.
It's possible.
That with the
Don't
Suns
say it's
not
not
making,
possible.
I'm not saying it's not possible. With the Suns not making the playoffs or even the play-in, the Rockets have a shot, not a great one because the Suns don't have a great shot to make it if it was their own pick. The percentages are pretty low, but the Rockets are alive to go draft Cooper Flag, and even if it's not Cooper Flag, they're still alive for a top 5 pick. So Rafael Stone wins again. Betting against the Suns is going to work out for him. And even if you're just drafting in the lottery, credit to you for making that trade to get off the Nets picks and get on the Suns picks.
Right now, it's the 9th pick in the draft.
That's a good spot for a team who just won 50 games. It's a really good spot. The Warriors messed that up by taking James Wiseman. Let's have the Rockets avoid that from going to a top of the Western Conference and hopefully with a deep run of the playoffs and thinking, hey, we at least have a lottery pick. What can we do with it? And making the wrong choice. Now the Warriors were top 3, and what did they take Wiseman at 2?
They took Wiseman 2, yes, right before Melo Ball.
Yeah. Now Melo Ball, better player than Wiseman. Don't know if he's a winning player. What the Warriors could have molded him into if they drafted him, who knows? That's one of those sliding doors moments where James Wiseman, I think, is in Detroit. Maybe I know he got hurt, so he's not playing right now. Maybe he's been traded since. No Melo Ball on the Warriors. Let's have the Rockets avoid one of those types of drafts where they're taking a James Wiseman type. But that's for the future in June. Right now, we're talking about hopefully what is a deep playoff run. And where we're doing it from is East River 9. We're out here till noon, and then the rest of the lineup shows up with Paul and then the Killer Bee. So if you want to get in on the show on anything, you can 713-780-3776. And we'll get to something that happened last night. While the Rockets don't have a current superstar on their roster, and we played the sound yesterday that the Rockets hope that comes from an internal option, we found out what it looks like when that superstar gets traded and comes home. We'll talk about Luka and his return to Dallas when we come back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Luka in Dallas in a little bit. Niall almost caught himself on screen and had to back away. Niall is here talking to me. Known Astros minor league legend. Not that he played, he just knows a lot about him. But you know, the NFL has a plan that when they fire referees now, they place them in college football. So if a bad referee in the NFL still wants to referee, they may wind up screwing your favorite team over in a conference game. I'm not going to name the guys because no one knows them. None of them are like head referees, but there's a plan. You get fired, we'll find you a soft landing spot. The NFL treats referees like they're CEOs, but instead of like a golden parachute, we'll just put you in the Big 12, and you can piss off a Texas Tech fan.
A CEO is much kinder than what I was going to compare them to, but
wow,
this is terrible. I hate this.
You don't like it. You're bad at your job, but
you just get
so you get a chance to. Well, I was going to mention a particular religious organization and what they do, but I don't want to make that comp. I know. I know. So yeah, don't worry, everybody. If you watch a umpire miss holding calls against one of your opponents when you're a Texan fan and you think the Colts are getting away with holding calls, and if you happen to go to TCU, he'll do that. He'll do that on the college level and screw you when you're playing Baylor.
Yeah,
that's how it's going to work. I think they're sending them down there to get better, and then they may call them back up. They're relegating them to college football, and then if they get better, they'll call them back up. They used to just say beat it if you were bad.
Yeah. Whatever. What was wrong with that system? Why are we treating
nicer, kinder NFL, Sean?
Yeah. Why are we treating the sport I love like a halfway house for these guys?
Well, how about we make them full-time officials? Right?
No.
Wouldn't that be better off?
No, don't be ridiculous.
Pay them a wage where they don't have to be insurance salesmen or dentists. They can do that. It can be all referee all the time. Take them to boot camps, whatever it takes to get the best referees. Have a fitness requirement. I don't know, whatever it is. Instead of, you know what, put them in a MAC game until they figure things out and then bring them back up.
Exactly. What should I give them? You're asking me, Roger Goodell, if I should give these guys health insurance or a bus ticket to Ames.
I'm asking you to provide the best product for us on Sundays, and the best product is fully trained referees who know all the ins and outs and do their job well. Instead of, hey, you're bad, you don't qualify, whatever your numbers are that say you're not worthy to be on the NFL level anymore, we're just going to send you down and torture some fan who just wants to watch MAC Wednesdays.
Yeah, they thought they were safe because they root for Coastal Carolina. Nope.
Yeah. Now I got to watch you screw up my rivalry with Appalachian State.
Yeah.
Thanks, Raj.
Oh, what the hell? Sean Hockley's here.
I don't know if they would
Sean
do that.
Hockley won't.
No, it's too big of a name. That's a guy you would know. If you know him, that's not going to happen. They'll probably just fire that guy if a head referee's just bad, because they don't want that. They don't want that look. Sean Hockley's getting his act together down on Fridays when FIU's playing FAU.
A rehab start in
Yeah. FAU is the Space Cowboys for the NFL. We'll just send them down there. We won't even have you do the whole game. We'll treat you like they treat Lance McCullers. Get in a quarter. Make sure you're good to go, and then we'll bring you back up. Send you down on a Friday. Bring you back up for Texans Chiefs on Sunday.
There we go.
So that's what they're doing now. Just be on the lookout. If you were screwed on a Saturday or a Sunday, this past year, you might get screwed on a Saturday by the same guy. That's what they're doing. Some people don't like referees. No one's more dislikable in the city of Dallas than Nico Harrison. I will give him some credit. I believe I saw that he was sitting in a visible spot when Luka came back. The Mavs gave Luka a tribute. Very emotional. Luka cried and then went on to put up 45. He said, I don't know how I'm going to play this game. Oh, okay. Then you played, and you showed everyone in that crowd why they loved you to begin with. And that's why when we talk about guys getting traded, particularly guys of Luka's stature in the city, that's why it's so difficult. because when it happens, you get this type of pushback from the fans. And so it's more than just trading a player. It's trading like a whole economy in some cases. And did you see that the Mavs are trying to make money off of Luka in his return? They were trying to work with the people who were with Luka as sponsors in I guess local people and maybe even some national brands when he was in Dallas to sell some stuff. And Luka said, no, you cannot use me in that way to line your pockets with those guys after you just dumped me. So that was more on the business side. Nico Harrison, clearly just about personnel, but it all came together to show that the Mavs are run pretty poorly. And there's an image or a video of the fire Nico chance that started in the game, and Mark Cuban made his way to the game, and he's just shaking his head, almost head in his hands. It's like, I can't believe this is what is going on. He's a guy who's had his own issues running that team, less personnel-wise as far as on the court, more of the off the court personnel being not so great when it came to HR rules. So they have had their issues, but this one is the one the fans care about the most. And it was a big night to celebrate him. And we're not Dallas fans, but I get it. I was trying to think of a comp. Now, Altuve's at not the back end per se, but he's not in his prime anymore. And the thought of, like, the Mavs don't have a title with Luka. But if you were to go back to the Astros run, and let's say the Astros decided, you know what, we appreciate 2017, but you got a contract coming up, and we don't think you're working as hard. We're gonna trade you. Does it hit the same? Do you think, Sean? If this city and that team trades, the only comp I can give is Altuve. Back in 2018, are there riots? Are there fire, Luna? Are we hanging people in effigy? What are we doing in this city if that happens?
I think things are pretty bad. I especially think after 2019, it's bad because that's like after the cheating scandal. Because to me, that's when the Astros fan base like really
bonded together.
Yeah, just really tightened their ranks, and either you're with us or against us, and they became insane people. I think that
Astros Twitter and the rest of the fan base,
yeah, they're just insane people. You've seen them.
I've read it.
Yeah.
I've read the stuff. Yeah.
I don't know though, because I think the Church of Luno would have just been like, "Hey, listen, dollars and cents. He's about to decline. We're not paying that next contract." Like, you can do that with it. It's more like if they just traded like Jeremy Pena after his rookie year. So maybe even someone better. Like, it's so crazy.
I don't know,
because it has to be a 25-year-old, like a guy in his prime who's already.
That's
one
why
of the
I was
best
trying
players.
to go back to 18 because Altuve was. Had he just won the MVP or was he about to win the MVP?
He won MVP in 17.
Yeah, so
who knows how that happened.
I think the comp, that's the closest comp I can get to as far as locally, where we're trading that guy
or like
who means that much to the city. I just think Altuve holds a certain sway on the city, and rightfully so. That trading him now, people would lose it. But
maybe JJ Watt in like 2015.
Okay.
2016. If Bill O'Brien, the first thing he did was trade JJ Watt, because that's like Nico Harrison was the GM last year for the Mavericks, but I think part of it is also that's why Luno doesn't work. It's like people were fans of Luno himself, so there was like a Luno hive. There's no Nico Harrison hive.
Now, he made good trades last year to get them into the finals with the PJ Washington.
Yeah.
He drafted Derek Lively.
He did a great job building around Luka Doncic,
and then decided he didn't want to do that
apparently
anymore.
He thinks like, this guy, whatever.
I'll get all these guys to compliment my best player. I'll draft Lively. I'll trade for PJ Washington. I'll bring in Daniel Gafford, and then make the finals. Go, you know what? I don't like this anymore.
Yeah,
I don't think it's worthwhile.
Like 12 months later,
which is part of the disconnect. How do you make all these moves to accentuate all the things he does and make the finals and go, you know what? I'm going to go back on that decision. Was it the beer that he saw? That was the last straw when Luka was holding that beer?
When Michael Finley had to snatch the beer away from him.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to talk about the Luka Doncic post game.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you watch the game live? You're on there. Did you think that it was an inordinate amount of daps after the game? He shook hands and gave hugs to, I think, every single member of the Dallas Mavericks organization that's ever been. Like he hugged Anthony Davis. Like it was anyone in a Dallas jersey was getting a hug from Luka Doncic, and it was like almost comedic because it just kept going and going. Guys in street clothes, and then they like, all right, you can see Lisa Salters kind of getting close to him, and he sees someone else. He walks away, goes hugs Mark Cuban, who's not even a member of the Mavericks organization. Anyway, it was such a ridiculous amount of love being shown. After, I mean, I guess no one's pissed off at him, but it was so funny that everyone he was hugging everybody.
If he hugged Caleb Martin, that's a step too far.
I think he did. I think he hugged literally. I mean, he
because Caleb Martin wasn't even on the team when he was there.
No, he got traded after the Luka trade.
So maybe Luka wasn't even. Maybe he was face blind at that moment. Anyone where he saw Dallas Maverick logo, he was just hugging.
Yeah, he thought it was Cody Martin. No.
Not even. Don't hug Cody Martin either. That's what I'm gonna go with. He just anytime he saw a logo with with that Mavs cyber stallion or whatever the hell they call that thing on it, they're like, you know what? I'm hugging you. It doesn't matter who you are, what you did, what you said. Caleb Martin, you get one.
The 10-day contract guy that they have because they're running out of players.
Maxon, Olivier Maxence Prosper, you get one. All you guys get one.
I liked I like you, man.
Yeah,
you're my rookie back in the day.
So I didn't see much of that. I understand your point, but if he was as emotional as he said he was, particularly before and after the game, I'm going to shoot him a little bail. I don't think he saw faces. I don't think he remembers all the people he hugged. I think he was like, hey, you're in the color blue, or you have a Mavs.
Yeah.
I know the jerseys, or you're wearing a Mavs logo in blue, whatever it might be. You get one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
I forgot that you mentioned wearing the color blue. He hugged Patrick Mahomes, who was at the game. he was just hugging everyone.
He was an emotional man. All of it was out on his sleeve, and he could set that aside to destroy the Mavericks with 45 and 31 in the first half.
Yeah, he was emotional. 30 points in the first half.
In between the whistle, he's a killer. Outside of the whistle, he's a crying mess. And that's why everyone got a hug.
I heard that he doesn't have the Mamba mentality. He doesn't work hard like Shaq, from the owner of the Mavs. So I don't think so.
Wait 3 years from now when he's broken down and always missing time. Then Nico Harrison, when he's running some team in Turkey, will tweet about, "I told you."
Yeah,
I told you.
Back to being a Nike executive because no basketball team would ever hire him.
When no one wants him a part of their basketball organization anymore, his day will come. His day of vindication will come. Now, Luka may have won 2 MVPs by that time, but at some point, he will be right on Luka.
And everyone he traded Luka for is out of the league because that's the funniest thing is that Anthony Davis, it's like, well, I don't know. I guess he keeps in shape, but man, he sure does walk back to the locker room a lot.
Yes. Yeah, well, he is a guy that I imagine after games, there's a pack of ice everywhere for Anthony Davis, and that's your cornerstone along with Kyrie Irving, 2 30-plus-year-old players for however long they still want to be Mavericks. The funny thing will be when Anthony Davis goes, you know what? Actually, I don't like it here.
Yeah, can I get a trade because we're the 10 seed? Yeah.
What will the value be when they have to trade Anthony Davis? In a year and a half, when he decides I want out, we can't win here. I'm all about winning. Trade me.
First round pick and a 25-year-old guy who's been in 5 All NBA first teams because that's what he got traded for last time. That's the price of the Anthony Davis brick. I'm
gonna tell you, Anthony Davis at 33 is not getting what you're saying. I know Nico Harrison, unless Nico Harrison is running the other team, unless the Mavericks fire him, and he's running the Bucks, and the Bucks trade him for Kuzma and picks. I don't know, but I don't think that's happening.
Not Wembanyama. All right.
Feels unlikely. I don't think Anthony Davis is ever going for an All-NBA player again. Didn't think he was going for it this year until it did happen. Okay, we are done with hour 1 here at East River 9. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776 is me and Sean until noon. We will be back. You heard the man. We are at East River 9, and the station has a corporate membership. You can have one too. 12 golf rounds for $400 a month. You can rent pickleball for the month, and of course, the golf rounds can increase. 24 golf rounds for $700 a month, 36 golf rounds for $1,000 a month, and unlimited golf rounds for $6,000 a month. So the corporate memberships are pretty cool. As I said, the station has one themselves. People who work with us can take advantage of that anytime they want. We know one guy when he comes out here can do it, and will be a guy you may see quite a bit. It's John Granado. A guy who used to work with John Granado and with me is back. Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast, joins us. He took a week off to be, I don't know, a good parent or something. I don't know what he was on last week, but he's back. What's up, Raheel?
What's up, Deli Bear? I was in Atlanta. I was
don't call me
traveling,
that.
so
Did
I
you hook up with
couldn't
Lou
make it.
Williams and go to a particular club?
No, we didn't get a chance to go hit up any of the clubs and enjoy some lemon pepper wings.
Okay.
Although I've had it from, I've had them at several establishments. Uber eated the lemon pepper wings because I don't go to those establishments.
Of course.
They were okay. They're all right.
Oh,
Eh,
so you don't
it's all
buy
right.
into Lou Will's thoughts or even Atlanta's thoughts on lemon pepper wings?
No, it was good.
What's your
lemon
favorite
pepper
wings? I know you're a blue cheese guy
Oh.
from our times when we did weekend shows at Buffalo Wild Wings. What
My current one is
what is your wing flavor?
My favorite one, and this is like all time now, is the hot honey rub from Wingstop.
Wingstop.
gotta
There you
do
go. The
it
hot
with-
honey rub.
Hot honey rub is fantastic, but I also, and you got to do it with the boneless. Boneless.
You
I don't
still are a boneless guy, aren't you?
I am. I like a traditional wing, but for this flavor, just the way they fry that boneless wing, it's just even more crunchy. And then I also like the sour cream and onion, or the Doritos Cool Ranch from our friends at why am I forgetting their name? With Sam.
They're your
Big
friend.
Wing.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm a hot honey rub guy. My particular kink is all flats. I'm an all flats guy. When it comes to wings, same price. When you go at the All Drums and they hit you with an extra $2 from that particular establishment. But Raheel Ramzanali joins us, wing
Big
connoisseur.
City Wings. Sorry.
Okay,
I
there it is.
want to
Big
get their
City
name right.
Wings.
Sam is great. Big City Wings. Yeah. Remember they brought a whole tray one time, and I think we housed it almost. So it was really good.
Yes, it's a radio station. Those wings weren't going to last long. Come on, not a surprise to anyone that was the case. So when he's not eating wings, he's telling you what the biggest issues or stories in the city are. And Raheel always sends me a couple of things he wants to get to. I don't know what this quote is, but the top of the list was wildest political quote ever. Now, there have been some wild ones. It's just the way it is. We hear them all the time now, but you have one at the top of the list. What is it?
Yo. Okay, so this week, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced that he's going to be running against Senator John Cornyn, who's been the senator now for almost 22 years, in next year's midterm election. Okay, so they're going to primary each other. But when this was announced, Ken Paxton said the same stuff like, "Hey, Cornyn's just not Trump enough. He's not MAGA enough," right? All like those basic stuff. And then John Cornyn came back with the wildest quote ever, Del. Are you ready for this? So in a
let me hear it.
statement on X, like I can't even get this out because it's so crazy. So, Cornyn's team put out like 3 paragraphs worth of stuff, but the final line, he wrote this. And Ken Paxton, claims to be a man of faith, but uses fake Uber accounts to meet his girlfriend and deceive his family. We're not
I love it.
in primary season, and it got dirty in 1 hour. Come on.
He's telling the world, gloves are off. You're coming after my job. I'm not playing around. Let him know. I respect it.
I couldn't believe it.
Fake Uber accounts. I need to know how he knows that. Where did he get that information from? Is that public knowledge and we should all know that? Or did he do Oppo research? Or did he just do his research and find out
I have no idea
about this guy?
I don't know. Like, I've never heard the rumors about this. I'm like, I wasn't sure. But like when I first saw the quote, I actually saw it on ABC 13. I think it was Eric Barajas who was reading it, and I'm like, oh, they just got NBA central. Like they just got juiced, right?
It
like,
does sound nuts. Sounds fake.
It's fake. It's obviously fake, right? And no, I went and verified it, and sure enough, John Cornyn was like, yo, you're going to come after me for not being Trump enough? I'm coming after you and about your fake Uber account. Which brings me to my next question.
I would say
Sorry,
this, considering the stuff around Trump in that previous election cycle, wouldn't that be very Trump of you to have a mistress or two?
Point down.
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing, I mean, so is Cornyn? Did Cornyn know what he was saying when he said it? Because that's very Trump. If the rumors are true and the lawsuits are true. But okay, what else did you want to get to?
Second question on this one, okay? On Ken Paxton's alleged fake Uber profile, do you think he has a perfect 5 rating, or does he not care because it's a fake Uber profile?
So I would first be a little insulted as Ken Paxton if the Uber driver didn't recognize me. But in this case, it's good for you if what he's doing, at least what he's being accused of, is real. I guess it's all about what that Uber driver is into. Does he want to have a debate about what's going on in the great state of Texas? Does he just want silence? What is Ken Paxton on when he's meeting his alleged mistresses? Does he talk, or is he purely focused on the meetup?
I don't
think. I think there's no way he has a 5.0. I don't think he's all about conversation. That man is on a mission, and has a singular focus. According to what Cornyn said, I got no inside info. He's got a one-track mind. He ain't looking to talk to the Uber driver. Hey, just get me to my spot. I got stuff to do.
Man, it is crazy. I couldn't believe it. But hey, that's politics, baby. That's politics. That's 2025 politics. We're gonna throw your business out there. It doesn't matter.
I need Paxton to come back with a haymaker. I don't know what he's going to say about Cornyn, because after you say he's not Trump enough and he hits you with that, I need something more. Give me more. Let's have this thing lead up to the primary and just let it be the nastiest thing ever between the two. And let's see who wins out.
That debate's going to hit pretty hard. I don't think they're going to actually debate anything but personal jab.
That I don't know if that's a common thing to accuse your opponent of cheating on and having mistresses, but this like goes back to what the 80s and the 70s. It feels like this is, or maybe even older than that. This is old. That's old school stuff. I mean, Uber obviously makes it a little different, but accusing your opponent of having extra mistresses, that's old school. Hey, old school slander in politics. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
from Cornyn.
It's like bringing back the Jinkos. Everything is a cycle, right? Like baggy jeans are back in. Everything's it's cyclical, even in politics.
John Cornyn, the mid-range jumper of Texas politics.
Man. Okay, second thing for you. Where do you rank the art car parade in terms of like iconic Houston things?
It is something I associate the city. I have never been to one, but it's something I know is, I think, it's not the first thing I think of when I think of Houston, but when I hear art car parade, I know it's a Houston thing.
I feel like it's not getting enough attention nationally. Like the rodeo is obviously number one. That's what we're known for. It's a big deal. The New York Times actually did like this really cool photo essay this year. It's becoming, it's taken a life of its own now. Okay, the rodeo. That's fine. Number two, I guess the Astrodome, right? Like things we're known for outside of Beyonce, Bun B, stuff like that. The Ted Cruz curse might be another one because Ted Cruz lives in Houston.
Popped up again.
Although, yeah. But I feel like the art car parade, like it's such a Houston thing. It's so unique. No other city has it. It should be a bigger thing, right? Or am I off on this one?
I'm trying to compare it to other things. It's starting today, by the way, for people. The art car parade and festival starts today. The parade is on Saturday, but it goes through Sunday. If we're talking about iconic Houston things, as you mentioned, the rodeo, should it be second or third on the list. I'm trying to think. What
Yeah,
should
I think it
surpass
should
it?
be second.
Yeah, I don't know
I
if there's
think it should
anything
be second.
else that should surpass it. I mean, there are sporting events, sure, but yeah, as far as artsy, Houston specific things, I think it should be certainly top
Yeah.
3 and maybe not 3.
Yeah, I know we have, like local businesses do the, like they honor the art car, right? Like St. Arnold Brewing, they have the brew that's named after the art car. When you go there, you see their art cars, like St. Arnold one. So there's a lot of different things that are being done, but I wish it got more love. Like, it's a really unique thing. It's very cool. I had a chance to preview some of them a couple weeks ago, and like, people just do this on their own. They're not getting, funds for this. This is just something that they like. Actually, my 11th grade physics teacher was super into art cars, and he would once a year, like, he would bring his art car, and we would all go look at it. And one year, get ready for this, Del, somebody in my class saw a fire extinguisher and thought it would be funny to just fire off the fire extinguisher from his car in his car, and oh boy, did that cause some issues. I think we all got in trouble. I did not do it, by the way, but I might have egged that.
Someone in your class did it.
Yeah, not me.
Let me pose this question to you. Let's say it's one of those classic things you see on TV or movies where either one person can get in trouble or the whole class gets in trouble. Are you telling on the person who does it? Or are you taking the bid? But it's either you and the class take whatever punishment is given, or if you point out the guy, that person's only getting it. What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing, Del?
You're a snitch. You're definitely a snitch. And you're not really a snitch. You're a witness. You're not a snitch because you didn't do it. So it's not really a snitch. You're just a witness who came forward.
I'm not a fall guy. I'm not going to be Shohei Ohtani's translator. Okay, just because you lost all that money doesn't mean I'm taking the fall. Allegedly.
Would you hold out for a minute? Like, would you do it at first asking, or would you just hold out? Okay, but the teacher piles in. Okay, everyone's got detention, or everyone is bumped down a letter grade. How much would the teacher have to threaten you before you came forward? What would it take?
Oh, it would be as soon as he goes, "Who did that?"
Come on. You won't even hold out for the actual threat?
No, I don't want the threat. I don't want that in my life. I didn't do anything wrong. I just told him that he should do it. It would be pretty funny.
You were an instigator. You said, "Hey, I got a suggestion for you." Now, see, I get it. I understand. I'm not surprised, but at least let the teacher come up with a threat and see if you're afraid of it. Like if he goes, "Hey, everyone stays after class to do whatever because of this. I maybe clean out my car." Let him threaten you first. But if you're immediately going, you would roll over for like Burger King. This is what you would do.
Yeah.
Like if the cops called you and offered you a sandwich, like if they offered you a Whopper, you roll over on a friend.
Yeah. If it's flame broiled, the whole crew's going down.
For Burger King gets you. I thought you had higher standards than that. At least get you a spicy chicken sandwich before you roll over.
Have you had a good Whopper recently? Just a flame broil. It's not as big as it once was.
I feel like
flame broiled.
No,
you can taste the difference.
You keep saying flame broiled like that's supposed to mean something. You said, "Have you had a good Whopper?" That feels like an oxymoron. Have I had a good Whopper? When's the last time a Whopper's been good? Hold on. For a guy who goes to Whataburger like once a year for the patty melt, you ain't going to Burger King.
No, I go like once every 3 years to Burger King. And the last time I went 3 years
under
ago,
protest, when someone forces you to.
The burger was pretty good. The flame broil, you could still taste the
Stop
flame
it.
broil.
Stop saying flame broiled. Stop it. Stop saying that like that's supposed to mean anything to anyone anymore. That was cool. That was cool when I was a kid in '94. That was cool. Not anymore. That don't mean nothing.
Why isn't it not cool? That is cool.
They don't even. When's the last time you saw a Burger King commercial? When's the last time you saw a Burger King commercial where the flames were the story? It's more like chicken fries or whatever the hell they sell now. They don't feature the flame anymore because that don't hit no more. That doesn't hit. That doesn't mean nothing to anyone.
It still hits. It still hits my nostalgia.
When they were trying to fight McDonald's and McDonald's just had the hot top, whatever they call it, they would use the flame broil thing. Look, we put lines on the burgers. that tried to get people. That don't work anymore. With grilling being a thing for people, you can't use flame broiled as an appeal. Sorry, too many people do it
Whopper,
themselves.
Whopper, dollar Whopper. What was that song?
Whatever the song is, it don't work no more. Stop it. It has aged poorly. No one cares about that anymore. Everyone's got a grill.
If you had to design an art car, how are you designing it? Like, what's your artistic take?
I'm looking at some of these things right now. Some of the legendary
It's
ones.
pretty cool, right?
It's been in business. They've been doing this for nearly 40 years. So yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go sports specific. I'm trying to think what I would do. What's a taste of
I
mine?
would
make a car look like a dolphin? Because that's my favorite animal. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. A dolphin car would be sweet. That would, and like you have to make it the shape of a dolphin.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That
it would look like a dolphin.
Yeah. That'd be pretty dope. I'm gonna put a bunch of shoes on mine. Like, I'm just gonna make it a shoe mobile. Like, just go find a bunch of old shoes and just put them on the car. And then when you walk by the car, it just smells like an old shoe. And like, it really hits. It really hits hard. Like, that's the shoe mobile.
Just DM PJ Tucker. He's got plenty now.
Yeah.
PJ's never given you any of his shoes. He loves them too much. But if that's a guy you want to hit up, Texas legend PJ Tucker.
Where is PJ Tucker?
He signed a 2-year deal with the Knicks. He doesn't play, but they gave him a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
He got traded around the league.
Like a 10-day. Okay, 2-year deal.
He got traded around the league, got released a couple of times after the trade deadline, but now he is a Knick for the next couple of years. He'll be one of the old vets for them. Yeah.
Nice, good for him.
All right, we got from your list. We got one more thing. Sean and I were talking about how the NFL is sending down refs they fired to the college level to get more seasoning. HISD is moving to performance-based model for teachers. What's the deal there? What are they? How is that supposed to be implemented? What's the purpose of it?
Yeah, so state-appointed superintendent Mike Miles, which if you don't know, about 2 years ago, the state came in and took over HISD. What that means is they got rid of the democratically voted board and then put in a new board and appointed a superintendent as well, right? So Mike Miles has been making some controversial changes, probably not the best when it comes to communication. There's been a lot of issues. They had this huge bond that traditionally a bond passes for schools, right? This one did not pass because none of the parents, teachers, and even some of the students, like in high school, they do not trust Mike Miles because, again, he was put in by the state. So now the latest thing is, he announced that in 2026, 2027, they are going to be moving to a performance-based model for teachers. And this is a big deal, right? Like teachers, there's always a fight for more teacher pay, which I agree. Like you should pay teachers more. They do so much. They impact so much in terms of your children and their lives. But this this performance pay model is going to be based around several factors. One of them being, unfortunately, standardized tests. And we all know standardized tests, there's been a lot of critical information. There's been a lot of cons about them, but to base it around that is kind of, it's rubbing people the wrong way. The teachers union is fighting back. They're not with it. But then also at the same time, HISD is like, hey, for the first 4 years of the program, if you fail in the evaluation, we're not going to ding you. It's fine. Like, why even announce this? Like, this is the worst performance-based model I've ever heard. It's like, you can
be terrible for a couple years.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so it makes no sense. And everyone is up in arms, and you're like, okay, but nothing's going to happen. And nothing's going to happen for 4 years. But also, Del, the other part of this is we don't know when the state takeover is going to end. It could be in 2 years. It could be 3 years. So whoever the next superintendent is, once the board is put back into place, they might have a different model. They might have a different way of doing things. So it's like, it just makes no sense. Like, why even announce it right now?
We got a question for you. Let's see if you want to answer this. Well, you are representing a very serious organization, so you don't have to answer, but I'm going to pose it to you, considering your question, your thing about smell and stinky shoes. Art wants to know if you think the people at the art car parade smell.
I think the people at the Art Car Parade do a lot, okay, for the city, and they spend a lot of time. They spend a lot of time making these amazing cars, and they're at this parade, and they're also doing a lot of events, as you mentioned. It actually starts today, and there's several events going throughout the city in conjunction with the Orange Show, which is like that art institute that is putting this on. They do a lot for the city. So Art, keep your comments to yourself.
No, he doesn't have a comment. He asked you a question that you avoided. You can just say no.
His comment.
You can just say no.
Comment to a question for me.
No,
okay?
He asked you.
How art works.
And all you have to do is say no, they don't smell. Instead, you wax poetic. I think Art was simply asking a yes or no, and then you turned it into what you turned it into. So, Raheel, I don't know if this certainly occurred because you're a parent of two now, and dad life has hit. You've talked a lot about HISD. We've had a couple of topics about them, and now something that seems to be poorly implemented, at least at first, the performance-based model for teachers. They don't want to get graded. Understood. It's funny they don't like being graded when their whole job is to be graded.
But no,
grade
at the same
others.
Time, I'm in Fort Bend ISD, so my kids are not impacted by this. We have our own set of problems at Fort Bend ISD, and I said this on the podcast. Look, there are teachers who aren't good. Okay, so there's no way to beat around the bush of not every teacher is this amazing superstar and they should all get paid. There's some teachers who frankly just aren't good, and I've had experiences with these teachers. So I get the evaluation model or the performance-based model will hopefully impact them, but at the same time that's good. But at the same time, when we just argue for hey, let's give teachers raises, some teachers who aren't good are going to get that as well. So I'm kind of torn on this. It's a tough thing because I see both sides, but I just wanted to point that out there. We always just go oh, every teacher's amazing. I'm just telling you, based on my experience of actually having a kid go through this, some teachers aren't that great. Okay.
Well, we do. There are levels to not being great, like the News of the Weird teachers. there's a thing there, and then there's just people, teachers who lack the quality to teach our kids to the best of their ability. So Raheel Ramzanali joins us. He is the host of CityCast. He tries to join us every Thursday. It just depends on what's going on. You can hear CityCast wherever you listen to a podcast, and of course, the website is out there as well, where it's not just about the podcast. They have an entire website about what's going on in City Houston. That's Houston.citycast.fm. Hey, don't worry, I got you.
I got you. And I just wanted to say, check out the episodes. I'm really proud of some of the episodes we've done this week. Today's episode is planning the perfect spring day in Houston for under $50. So if you're looking for things to do this weekend, some ideas on if you want to take your family out, you want to take a date out, or if you just want a day to yourself, Del, we got you covered as well. And then, we're looking at the Texas measles outbreak. How is that impacting Houston? We published that episode on Monday. And then, on Tuesday and Friday, we do these news roundups where we're just talking about everything that is happening. And there's so much information in those. So please check those out. Tomorrow's episode is one that I highly recommend because we recap all the big stories. So it's a good way to just kind of catch up on what is happening in Houston. And we publish every weekday every weekday morning. So just subscribe in your podcast player. And then we also have a newsletter called Hey Houston for even more news, events, and happenings around H-Town. Again, the website, houston.citycast.fm.
Thanks, Raheel, for joining us. I don't even know what you do when you're not doing the city casting. Oh, yeah, I remember. You are one of the preeminent voices in mixed martial arts. You are one of the play-by-play guys. One of the play-by-play guys for. I always make sure I want to get this right. It's Fury, right?
Fury Fighting Championship on UFC Fight Pass, seen around the globe. A global audience.
He's a global, and maybe you might want to consider Raheel a global icon. Raheel Ramzanali from CityCast.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, I said they should consider it. I'm not saying it's true. I just said they might want to consider it. Thanks, Raheel. We will talk to you hopefully next week. Raheel Ramzanali, host of CityCast, good friend to the station, not to me. We're just acquaintances, but good friend to the station. Okay. You might have been able to tell that went long, so the break will be a little longer. Sean will take care of it, and then we'll come back. We're at East River 9. You should come out here. The kitchen's open. Guys getting burgers alcohol is flowing, and of course, the great golf is here for you as well as the Masters is going on. We've got a couple of segments to go before we're done for the day. At least this show is. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
That's right. We are out at East River 9, and we're here to celebrate the Masters. The whole station's out here. We started at 7:30. That time sounds odd. I don't have to explain it. You had to be there for it. And we'll be here till 6. I know it's Masters time because there is I guess you would call it a foursome in front of me. I don't know if they've just come in from a round or they're about to go out for a round. And there's a green jacket on a hanger. I assume it goes to the winner. Do they get to pick the meal if they're the winner, like winners of Masters Pass? I don't know, but they're out here having a good time, and they brought the green jacket with them, with the Dillard's hanger. Sorry, it's in my line of vision. That's what I see. So you guys should come out here, whether it be for the Masters or just for Astros baseball. When they play games in the afternoon, it's a good time and a good place to watch the games. The TVs are here. We always talk about that giant TV that's outside, that no matter what the weather is, you're going to get a clear picture. But if you just want to spend some time inside in the comfortable confines of, you want to call it a clubhouse or a restaurant or a sports bar, whatever you want to call it, it's here for you with all the TVs everywhere. As East River 9 will get you on the course and then serve you a drink of your choice once you're done with that. So we'll be out here till 6. Speaking of the Astros, a disappointing loss yesterday. A game that felt like a runaway for them. They got out to a good start. The bats were alive for once. And then it all fell apart with the bullpen. Contreras, terrible. Abreu, bad. All around, not a great time in a game that felt like was going to be the end of a series that you win. Instead, Randy Arozarena hits a grand slam, and the Astros offense responded, manufactured a run to go up 6-4, and then Abreu has an awful 9-4. He gives up 3, including a walk to Arozarena that scored J-Rod. Sean and I, earlier in the show, are trying to find out the worst way to lose a game. Like a regular season game. There are moments in the postseason where it doesn't really matter if you lose. It just sucks. But as far as a regular season game that's not that consequential, a walk-off walk is up there. Now, this was the biggest game in college basketball, but if we remove the national title game from the equation, not getting off a shot to lose a game, anticlimactic, it sucks. And then I think the other one we went with was throwing a ball out the back of the end zone on a Hail Mary attempt. Just very anticlimactic ways to lose a game. And just, this is the way we lost the game, particularly if you had a lead for the better part of it. So Astros dropped that series to the Mariners, now 5-7 on the year. The Rockets played and didn't win, but that doesn't matter. They are at a point in the season where, hey, just get through it healthy. You may play your guys limited minutes, like Jalen Green played 15. I'm sure they probably set it at 15 and said, hey, let's get him out of there. He wasn't going to play anything more than that as he continues his run of regular season games. He played 82 last year. He wants to play the 82 this year. So we'll see how they handle him the rest of the way. The biggest part of the end of the Rockets season is how the matchups kind of work their way, because they still have a game against the Lakers, which is a team competing for playoff positioning. As we talked about earlier, they are scheduled to play the Warriors. If the season ended today, everybody, the Rockets would play the Warriors. They look pretty good against the Warriors in their most recent outing, but, the playoffs are a different story. So that's really the only thing the Rockets have control of if they decide to put their thumb on the scale. You beat the Lakers, it may drop them down in the standings. And, of course, we got games with Memphis and Minnesota tonight that will affect potentially the matchup the Rockets have when they start. But comfort yourself with the fact that they're going to have plenty of time for rest. They're the 2 seed, that's solidified, and now it's just about managing minutes and your roster. And I wondered this about the playoffs when it comes. Will Ime shorten that rotation? That's not something I think we've talked about at all, because we did talk about how deep they were and why Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd don't play. But will the rotation get even smaller depending on matchups? Some guys don't go more than 8 when they start their playoff rotation. Sometimes it's 7.5, where you don't have really 8 playable guys in a series. So a guy gets token minutes in the first half and the second half to spell a guy who's probably going to play 39 minutes. So that will be something interesting to see. You know, Amen's playing Şengün, Jalen, and Fred, and then Dylan Brooks, of course. But is Jabari Smith's minutes, are they contingent on making shots? Tari Eason is a guy who won't have to deal with back-to-back, so we expect him to be available for all those games. What about Steven Adams? They have that big lineup. That's one of the best, if not the best, two-man lineup in all of basketball. I think Kevin O'Connor, we played sound from him earlier in the week where he said that lineup has been pretty dominant. That two-man lineup, when Şengün and Adams are on the floor. Does a playoff matchup make that a lineup that they lean on or one they have to go away from? So that's beyond who they play. The chess match of the playoffs is my favorite part of it, particularly if I'm just watching these games and observing and aren't living, and I'm not living and dying with every shot. How do these coaches manage their rotations, their players, and what are the minutes? Does Fred VanVleet become a guy who's already someone who the Rockets love to have on the floor? Does he become a 43-minute-a-night guy in a close playoff game? For these guys who haven't played at this level of intensity and importance in games, do they become 39-minute-a-night guys? And who are those guys? Who are the guys who can't come off the floor except for rest for certain times in the first and second half? So we're going to find a lot about this team in the playoffs, and we're about a week plus away or so as we close out the regular season. Of course, you have the play-in stuff to take care of, which will lead to the extended rest the Rockets will have. Depending on when these series start, the Rockets are either going to have 6 or 7 days off. I think the playoffs begin on the 19th. I think the Rockets season ends on the 13th. So a full week or just under a week will be their rest situation, and then we'll see at Toyota Center to start the playoffs. We haven't been able to say that in a good long while, but what this team has done over the course of the last 2 seasons has put them in a spot where, despite the fact that they're not anyone's actual favorite, well, at least the betting odds favorite, they got a real shot to get off to a good start. I'm not going to be one to go get there early and all that type of stuff. We'll see what a Toyota Center crowd is like now that the playoffs are back, and what promotion do the Rockets do. I assume it'll be some type of wear red. They'll give out the red T-shirts. Now, the question, Sean, is will the Rockets give out the red shirts, or will they cheap out and just give out like red towels or whatever the color scheme is for the playoffs? Because depending on the team, that becomes a point of contention for fans. Are we going to get those hashtag liftoff shirts, or are we just rolling out red towels sponsored by whatever Tillman company wants to put on the towels? Let's go with the shirts.
Yeah,
right. I know they're more expensive. You haven't been to playoffs in a while. Let's go with the shirts.
You got to splurge for the shirts. I mean, what we didn't come this far. We didn't sit through the Steven Silas era just to here's a towel. Let's wave it around. No, please. You gotta go all out.
Yeah, I gotta see Rusty Harden in a button up with his red Rocket shirt
Double
pulled
XL,
over it. Yeah. You think at any point he might think to himself, yeah, I'm gonna come in whatever I come in, but the undershirt can be underneath. You can take off the button up and then throw the T-shirt on over it. If you're gonna wear the T-shirt, I'm not saying he has to wear the T-shirt, but if you're gonna wear it, just be prepared. He's been in enough playoff games to know what the deal is. Bring a shirt that you're not embarrassed with showing underneath your button up. Throw the T-shirt on over it and be ready to go. Can you be comfortable wearing however expensive that button up is and then throwing the T-shirt over it? It's a bad look, and it can't be that comfortable.
I think when you made it that far, you're a high-powered Texas lawyer. Yeah, a button-down shirt, that's nothing. That's like you and I wearing a T-shirt.
But I wouldn't put a T-shirt on.
And then
the normal things. Yeah, then I wouldn't throw another T-shirt on over it. What am I doing?
But then what's Rusty Harden supposed to do if he can't
have an undershirt? Put on your
just walk in with the tank top on. And they're gonna give me a free shirt anyway.
I'm telling you, the tank top or just an undershirt that I don't know where he got it from is underneath your button up. You come in dressed for success, whatever, and then you know that the red liftoff shirt is waiting for you. You take that polo or whatever you're wearing off and put the red T-shirt on so it doesn't look awkward. You don't look silly as the high-powered Texas attorney.
It's hard sitting courtside to unbutton your shirt just in front of 25,000 people.
You know what? You know what Rusty
I'm on
can do.
Rusty Hard's side on this.
I'm sure when he comes to the games, there are spots for him to hang out that are away from the dirty, unclean masses. He can get ready. I guess he doesn't have to make a quick change in front of everybody, but he can go find a spot in the suite to get himself set and ready to go.
What if his undershirt has pit stains? You can't have Doris Burke.
What
see
if
you
his
with
undershirt?
pit
What if
stains?
his Doris Burke? What? God forbid Kevin Harlan sees it.
Yeah. The man
Pit
is
stains.
sweating.
What's he sweating for? It's. I guess it's Houston is hot, but he took what, a step out of his home into the air conditioned car that drove him to the game, and he's going to get VIP treatment. He's not driving. Cut it out. He's getting VIP treatment walking up to Toyota Center. I'm sure in a covered spot. There's not going to be a lot of issues for him as far as sweating is concerned.
Some of it, he had to walk briskly to get there on time, 30 minutes
not
after
walking.
tip-off.
He's not walking briskly anywhere. Cut it out. I'm just trying to look out for the guy. He's at all these games looking all off and weird when he knows the shirt is going to be available for him.
I actually like the move. I've come around to the jersey over the
shirt over button up.
Yeah. Now,
and it's a long sleeve button up too.
Yeah,
all of it.
Yeah, I like that better than the jersey over the button up. You've seen those.
That's pretty bad too.
That's more of a
There's
Golden
no
State
excuse for
Warriors
that.
crowd.
Sure.
That's
the
more,
tech bros.
Yeah, that's more of a tech bro kind of nerdy move. But that to me is the most offensive. The free T-shirts, like, hey,
look at him. I got him right now sitting next to the now.
I'm looking at him. One of the normals.
I'm looking at him right now, sitting next to the now defunct couple that is Kylie Jenner and Travis Scott back in 2017. He's got that button up on with the giant cuffs, and he's got the red T-shirt over it. I ain't making this up. There's evidence. Just giving that man. I don't have much advice for that man.
I respect. Other celebrities don't do that. Other celebrities, you don't see when Travis Scott goes to a game.
I'm looking at Travis Scott right now next to Kylie Jenner.
And
no, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's
Kylie does.
The free T-shirt, really?
But Kylie's wearing the free T-shirt.
Wow.
She was all in.
Real Rockets fan, Kylie Jenner.
And you know what she didn't have underneath? A giant button up with giant cuffs.
I mean, if she would have done that, we would still be talking about it. It would have been iconic.
She's in some what I assume very expensive blue jeans, and I don't know what she has underneath because it's completely engulfed by that double XL T-shirt she was wearing. But either way, she was prepared. She knows never to look bad. She made it work. Rusty, take your cues from that woman you'll never see again, most likely, because Travis Scott's not with her.
I don't know. But maybe
be ready with the T-shirt.
Maybe she comes back. Maybe she's a Rockets fan.
Nah, she's with Timmy. Don't worry about it. You know what I haven't seen her at since she broke.
She has to go to Knicks games.
She's going to be at a Knicks game of anything in these playoffs before she's at a Rockets game, unless they see each other in finals or something. I don't want to give Rusty too many tips, but this is one I got for you. Be prepared for the obvious T-shirt scenario. All right, we got one more segment to go before we're done for the day. I am waiting for the text from Sean to tell me that Paul is stuck behind a train, and if not, then it's been a lucky day for me. We will see. We will be back at East River 9 after this.
Back now to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Del Olaleye.
Turns out I don't have to worry about the Paul stuck behind a train text because Paul's here. Paul, the host of the Paul Gallant Show. He will start here shortly as we are out at East River 9, where they have great deals if you're looking for a corporate golf membership. Great place to play golf. As you walk in, if you're in the parking lot walking into, you want to call it the restaurant or the clubhouse, you can see Dyken Park. You can have your opinion on that sign, but you can see it when you're walking. Great views of the city of Houston, particularly downtown here at East River 9. Pickleball, golf, food, drinks, it's all here for you. And I will tell you, Sean, the table that has their Masters coat for the winner went with loaded fries as their food of choice.
Bubba Watson's proud of that choice.
Not even Bubba Watson wouldn't think of throwing Pico the guy on some fries.
Bubba Watson's like, whoa, too spicy for me.
Hey, Pico the guy, the most mid thing that Chipotle offers. He would be overwhelmed by it, but not the guys in the foursome right in front of me. But we talked quite a bit. Sean and I have been on the job since the 7 o'clock hour, which means it's time to go. And going forward, at least tomorrow, we're going to have Michael Carroll on with us. We'll be back in studio, but Michael Carroll will tell you what you should and shouldn't watch in movies. We will get a little bit of Michael Carroll's reaction to what happened. Giant Cougs fan. That was a bit of a story early this week because Sean had to do a different show, so Michael produced my show. I'm not going to lean into it too much. Still probably pretty raw, but we'll hear from Michael Carroll. As a Cougs fan, it's still rough, even going back to Monday. So we'll do that tomorrow as well. Sean, we are done for the day, both of us. I say that normally, and you still have hours to go, but we're both done for the day. So what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. Great time out here at East River 9. Should come out and join us today or over the weekend, as the Masters will be the feature of the weekend. We'll see who wins. I'm sure John will have his thoughts on Monday. All right, Paul Gallant up next. I'm done for the day. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
speaking of guys that came out of nowhere, Whitmore jumps it to Green to Shepard, open corner three, and that's his sixth, and that's a new career high from beyond the three-point line for Reed Shepard.
That is Reed Shepard, maybe the greatest Houston Rocket rookie in history, if he could actually play on a team that is now the 2 seed. That was a fun game last night. I know that the Rockets lost rather convincingly to the LA Clippers, but guys, they're number 2. Much like our beloved Cougs are number 2. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, April 10th, 2025. We are at East River 9. The weather has finally cooperated. It is a beautiful day here in Houston, Texas, with the best view of downtown Houston that there is in the city. You're looking to play a little par 3 for 9 holes before you watch an event unlike any other. The Masters, which are underway, have at it. This is the place to do it. Hell, you can even do pickleball if you so choose. We are inside the River House, throwing a few back. It's the pre-party to the big party because your boy is turning 36 tomorrow. Not looking forward to that at all. Honestly, as sad about turning 36 as I was about turning 26 because it means I'm closer to 40. Turning 30, not that big of a deal. Paul, you're not that old. I know. It's just a mentality thing, okay? Speaking of that mentality thing, I really enjoyed watching the Rockets B team lose by 17 to the Clippers last night. How sad is that? Well, that's what happens when the Houston Astros keep crapping their pants game in, game out, disappointing us. The Rockets B team is more likable and more entertaining than the 2025 Houston Astros right now. That change? Yes. Am I overreacting to yesterday's collapse? Yes. Still, good God, what the bleep was that? So let's talk about the fun first, right? Let's talk about the good moments first. Let's talk about our beloved Rockets losing by 17. It was really cool to see Reed Shepard play extended minutes. And going up against a Clippers team, I'm not sure how seriously the Clippers are playing right now with the West such a mess. Or do the Clippers care more about Kawhi Leonard not dying before the playoffs begin? Do they care about their seeding? They played pretty well last night. It was a good game by James Harden for sure. But Reed Shepard actually plays. He goes 7 of 14 from the field. He hits a career-high 6 threes. He has a Rockets-high 20 points in the L. And something I've seen a lot of over the last couple of days, it's been Reed Shepard praise. I've been seeing things like, you know what would happen if Reed Shepard was playing on a team that stunk this year? He'd probably be the NBA Rookie of the Year. Then think about this. There's been 2 games where Reed Shepard has played more than 30 minutes. He's averaging 22.5 points a game, 4.5 assists, 2 steals. He's shooting 54% from the field. He's shooting 51.5% from 3. And he did this against the Thunder and the Clippers, who have the first-ranked and third-ranked, respectively, defenses in the league. For those who were out on Reed Shepard because he wasn't playing, or because you're probably spending a little bit too much time listening to Bill Simmons, who once was a great podcaster, but now I'm not really sure if he's as good at talking about sports as he is about TV shows and movies. You sold too early. I mean, I really do think that, and even in a game at the end of March, we've talked about this before with how Jalen Green had a great March to end the year, and Jabari Smith had a great March to end the year, and the end of the year before that, Jalen Green had a good March to end the year. But a game like this for Reed Shepard's big, and I am curious to see what happens for him next year. And yeah, I really enjoyed watching the Rockets B team last night. It wasn't just them. I mean, half of these guys, I do not even recognize them. I'm looking at the Clippers Rockets box score because last night I watched the game at Jake's Sports Bar after a little blonde versus brunette flag football practice where I'm a coach and I do not know what I'm doing at all. But who the hell is David Roddy? Who's that? There's a guy in the Rockets named Jack McVay. What? Nefali Dante. Nate Williams. I've heard him before. Aaron Holiday. I've heard of him before. Jay Sean Tate was out there. James Harden wanted to fight him at one point. Jeff Green had 19 points off the bench. He's still playing, even though he's 45 years old. You saw Jock Landale. You saw Kent Whitmore and his aggressive ass out there, knowing he got 32 minutes. I'm going to score. Tari Eason. And Jalen Green played 15 minutes. We'll see what happens the rest of the year. I'm sure that there will be some Houston Rockets players that play in the last two games, whether it's Friday against the Lakers or Sunday against the Nuggets. They don't have to. And Ime Udoka talked about how he wants to keep them from being rusty, but last night's Rockets game was infinitely more entertaining than the bum-ass Houston Astros. And yeah, we are going to use a heavy hand to talk about them. The heavy hand we did not use to talk about the Cougars on Tuesday, because the Astros choke was a choke done by professionals against a raggedy-ass, cheap-ass baseball team that plays in Seattle. I mean, if you were watching this game early with fake Luis Castillo on the hill for the Mariners, you thought that Astros were going to run away with this thing. It looked like it was going to be a bludgeoning, and everything was going to feel great afterwards. And then, I mean, you take a look at the stat sheet for the lineup. Cam Smith, he had a 2-hit game, building off of the triple. He even had an RBI and scored a run. Jake Myers continues to be adequate at the plate. Jeremy Pena had a double and 2 hits. Isaac Paredes had 2 hits. I mean, there were a lot of good things out of the lineup. And with the Astros up 4-0 in the third inning, you're thinking this is going to be easy. And then they did what they do. They left guys on base, 12 men left on base. They went 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. And even though this moment happened, this is where things really seem to be falling apart for the Mariners. Just listen to this Seattle crowd who, instead of booing Jose Altuve for a change, starts booing themselves.
Here he takes one up for ball 4. That'll be a bases loaded walk and an RBI for Rogers. Now 4-0 Astros. As Christian Walker crosses the plate with his 4th run scored of the season.
I loved hearing that booing. Because I thought the Astros were going to run away with it, that the Mariners crowd was going to finally, instead of turning on Jose Altuve and random Astros players that they feel cheated them, even though the Mariners have always stunk against the Astros. I thought in that moment in time that all of a sudden the Mariners fans would take the field like it's the French Revolution and look to go find Mariners ownership and their GM and take them to the guillotine. Now, obviously, you know, that wouldn't happen that way, but, you know, the city where Antifa sometimes runs things, whatever. You get where I'm going here. This game looked like it was going to completely fall apart for the Mariners. And then, I mean, the Astros helped the Mariners make history. For the second time in Major League history, a Major League team overcame a 5-run deficit to win, hitting a grand slam with a walk-off walk. It's only happened twice. The Astros helped the Mariners create history because this is how the game ended. In case you tuned out, with the Astros up 5-0 with 4 outs to go, this is what you missed. The ending of Astros-Mariners yesterday.
That's the ball game. Brady tried to spin a slider in there, and he left it up. And the Mariners score 4 in the 8th. And then Arozarena literally walks it off with a walk in the 9th. Devastating loss for the Astros, up 5-0 with only 4 outs remaining to get.
Spoiled a great start by Hunter Brown. Luis Contreras, yikes. Brian Abreu, yikes. It's the Mariners, guys. It's the effing Mariners. The team cannot hit. All they have is pitching, but there's only generally been one team that's worse than you at the plate to open up the season. And after this 3-3 road trip, I get that the Astros are, in 3rd place. But this 5-7 start is as frustrating as last year because last year happened. 9 singles, 7 walks, and a double, but 12 men left on base, 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position, And on top of that, after 12 games, the Astros are slashing 208, 293, 291 as a team. Their slugging percentage is the lowest in baseball. Their OPS is the lowest in baseball. And they are less watchable than the Rockets B team, who lost the game last night by 17 points, because at least they're fun and at least they have a pulse. Hell, some of these guys we're never going to see again for the Houston Rockets, but we're going to see a lot more of the Astros the rest of the way. And yesterday was an effing disgrace, and they deserve to be spanked for it. With a paddle, with a bare hand, I don't care. That was a disgrace yesterday. I don't want to watch more Astros games right now. I'd actually rather watch golf. I'm not a big Masters guy. You heard me yesterday just wondering why the Masters are a big deal. Masters practice round, more watchable than the Astros. The par 3 thing yesterday, more watchable than the Astros. I'm concerned. You should be concerned too. It's a slow start of the plate. It's a slump, blah, blah, blah. I mean, a lot of these numbers, you look at them and you're like, well, I mean, this is an anomaly. There's no way it could keep it up. And I know all the people out there, I'm sure the Twitch is doing, who's like, oh, you're whining too much. No, well, sorry. I don't like bad baseball. I thought you baseball snobs liked good baseball. Oh, but the Astros are fine. They're fine. Oh, are they? They got dust busted by the effing Tigers last year, the 2-game series. Tigers payroll is like $3. What are we doing here? That's what I hate. I hate you got to be patient. Some of these dorks online, Chandler, why does he keep on bringing up the negative stats? Because they're bad. They're really effing bad. So here we are, everybody. We're in a place right now where I'd rather talk about golf, the B team Rockets, tennis, paying my taxes, lots of things, peeling off my nails, pulling out my own teeth, sitting on 290 before the construction, driving to San Antonio and back on a whim. I'd rather do all of those things than watch those losers play baseball. Yeah, they're losers right now. They're 5-7. The Angels are ahead of them in the division. The Rangers are too, but the Rangers, everyone likes the Rangers this year. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And you know how bad the Astros have made things? We're about to do something that we haven't done in a very long time on the other side. What's that? You just have to buckle up and stick around to figure out what happens next. It's the most unpredictable show in Houston, the Gallant Show. And interactive too. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros are fine, guys. Nothing to see here. Please disperse. Todd, the show is bringing up the records, how they've had slow starts the last few years, as if like that is a acceptable explanation for them blowing to start the year. This happens every year, man. They were 2-5 in 2019, 7-10 in 2020. Well, yeah, they also finished under 500 in 2020, made the playoffs because of the pandemic stuff. 2021, they were 7-10. 2022, 6-8. 2023, take a look at the record in 2023. They were 3-6. They were 4-10 to start last year. Yeah, and this year's a different team. That is worse at the plate. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Because the Astros have a plan. Yeah. Isn't that Sousa fella who actually had a nice inning in relief yesterday? Like, he's going to be a starter at some point randomly soon. It'll be great. It's going to be fine. Baseball, what a sport. It's so fun to watch a bad team. Not. So here's what we're about to do, guys. Here's what we're about to do. We haven't talked about this in a really long time. And I know the baseball people, they're going to have a tough time accepting that once again, Houston is more of a football town than a baseball town. It is a basketball town, right? Houston Rockets 2 seed in the West, Southwest Division champs. Rockets launch. The Houston Cougars, number 2 team in all of college basketball.
Our beloved Cougs. Wow.
Indeed. And they're the number 1 team going into next year. Houston's a basketball town, but Houston is no longer a secondarily baseball town. In fact, I think the days of 2011 to 2015 are right around the corner. I honestly wouldn't mind them, given how I feel about the sport. And I don't know, maybe the Astros deserve this for what my car has gone through in their parking lot. But that's being petty. Guys, Houston is once again more of a football town than it is a baseball town. Texans swarm. Did you hear the NFL owners' meetings? What the McNair family had to say about the Houston Texans and their 2024-2025 campaign? Our fearless leaders. Here's what they had to say.
I really thought we were going to go all the way this year, and I felt it in every part of me, and you could feel it from the team. They believed it as well, and the belief was throughout the organization. So when we lost in Kansas City, that hurt. That hurt a lot because we were right there, and I really thought we were going. It was just a belief throughout the whole organization.
Belief, and then we had some key injuries down the stretch there, especially our wide receiver room, that caused a little bit of a blip. But we had a really strong running game, really good wide receiver room, quarterback playing at a high level, defense playing outstanding, and so with the offense clicking and the defense going, we felt we really had a shot. So we're looking forward to this season and see what happens.
Texans swarm. Yeah, that's right. Per Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, the Texans were close to a Super Bowl run last year. For the Astros, hell yeah, give me some Clay Walker, B-Mac. Pump it up. They were closer. They got past the bullcrap round of the NFL's playoffs. They advanced. Wild card weekend, smoked the Chargers, smoked the Browns the year before. Astros lose to the Tigers. Oh, the Tigers beat the Yankees. I don't care. The Tigers suck. Their payroll is $7. It's gone up from $3 in the last couple of minutes. They heard me talking trash about him again. Houston is once again more of a football town than it is a baseball town. It is slowly forgetting what baseball even is. Is Houston more of a golf town than a baseball town? Starting to think so. Is Houston more of a soccer town than a baseball town? Starting to think so. So I'm sorry, Twitchers, who live and die with their beloved Houston Astros, who are terrible at baseball right now.
can't hit. Well, damn, should they try me? I don't know. I'm scared of baseballs. But would Paul Gallant, scared of the baseball, be better at the plate than the Houston Astros? I don't know. I do have a large head. What do? I just lean in a little bit. Bam! Right in the face. Take it for the teams just to jumpstart the Astros offense, which is like Mariners-esque right now. Hannah McNair said the Texans were close to the Super Bowl run last year. And you know what? I believe in them more than I believe in this Astros team, who deserves to be flayed, verbally, of course, not literally. That's illegal, for what they did to us yesterday. It's not just that they wasted 3 hours and 15 minutes on a beautiful afternoon. It's also that they lost to the Mariners when they were up 5-0 with 4 outs to go. People should be jailed for that, I think. You know, we're talking about, hey, has ICE checked on Luka Doncic's papers after the whole, him getting ejected and being a bad example for America's youth thing that happened to help the Rockets clinch the 2 seed on Tuesday night? I was just asking the question. Well, now I'm asking the same question about Astros players. Okay? We'd hate to see that happen, but, you got to play well. ICE might be willing to look the other way, but I'm just saying. But Houston, Texas is more of a football time. And you know what that means? It's time for us to focus on the NFL draft. We are 14 days away. And we have spared you the over-analysis that is done. But it's time to get you ready for the NFL draft. So here's what I'm going to say. And it's very simple. Texas need an offensive lineman. The Texans need multiple offensive linemen. The Texans need a receiver. The Texans need multiple wide receivers. That said, I am not going to get mad like some of you draft dorks will if the Texans don't get a wide receiver or don't get an offensive lineman in the first round or the second round. I'm just not going to get mad. If they draft a defensive player, in fact, I would trust them. I'd trust them. I'd trust them to get a defensive player more than an offensive lineman. You take a look at the Nick Caserio era. But, Texans have brought in some pretty good defenders over the last couple of years in the draft. You got Will Anderson. You go back to Christian Harris. We'll see if he ever plays again. But Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley, Caleb Bullock. They've done a good job drafting defensive players. And I know people are going to get all bent out of shape if they don't go get a wide receiver, some random wide receiver that they read a mock draft about. And then they read a detailed scouting analysis that was ripe with borderline sexual terminology from some of the other draft experts or Lance Zierlein or something like that. And we'll bring that segment back. Don't worry about it. But this is why when it comes to draft season, I really just do not dive into it. No one knows what they're talking about. Truly, no one has a clue about the NFL draft. They tell you they do, and they might study, but I got to go into it thinking, you know what? Good for these guys. Good for these guys who are about to realize their football dreams come true. Good for them. I'm not going to make any projections about whether or not they're going to be good. That's up to them. And it might be up to their situation to an extent as well, especially for some of those quarterbacks who get drafted into terrible locations. But I look at it like that. Wherever guys get drafted, cool, neato. I'm not going to put expectations on their shoulder if they were drafted, say, from the 5th, 6th pick on. I just don't. I think people who do are crazy. I think the people who act like they know what they're talking about when they're talking about college football players and how they will translate to the NFL, also crazy. The draft industrial complex is one of the most insufferable things that has developed over the years because everyone now has access to football film. And they all think that they're experts because they can watch it and then post videos of themselves watching it. It's one of those things, too, that people do. And I know Jeremy Branham does this. And whenever I see it, I just roll my eyes. It's one of these things where when people post the film, I'm just like, oh, so you're basically showing off that you do homework.
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're trying to make everybody think that you know ball.
Exactly. Right? People do this so much. I'm surprised that drop exists, by the way, B-Mac. Shout out to you finding that one. It's weird. It's weird that people post this online. Oh, I studied the film. And this guy on 2 different plays, he looks so good. This limited sample size to me is proof that this guy is him. It's stuff like that. I just don't get it. I do not understand. I used to be part of this, and then I just realized over time, oh, I was wrong a lot. Guess what? Everyone else was wrong a lot. So why do we keep coming back to the well every single year and say, oh, I look at this prospect, this wide receiver out of Baylor who's 6'6". Oh, man. Oh, he's so good.
Have you seen him with his visor on the football field? I think that was Sean Oakman back in the day. He might have been 6'8". Look at his 12-pack. Oh my God, he's going to be the greatest defensive player ever. And he has like 2 plays where he like clubs somebody on the offensive line and gets a sack, and you're like, wow, oh my, just like that. It's bizarre. So this is our first draft conversation that we've had, and did I actually provide you any insight or analysis? No, I just told you, just look at the draft the same way I do. The less thought you put into it, the better. And I actually trust Nick Caserio to do whatever he's going to do. I would like an offensive lineman. I'd like a wide receiver. I'm not going to flip out if they don't get one. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, it's a tinfoil hat Thursday. You got any conspiracy theories? Any conspiracy theories in the sports world? Well, we'll talk about them on the other side, including I am convinced that a baseball match was fixed to stop history from happening. I'll tell you why and how on the other side. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros choke yesterday afternoon, which is 21 hours in the past, has me feeling, number one, that they're less watchable than the Rockets B team who lost by 17 to the Clippers last night. I truly feel that way. That was a fun loss by 17. I'm not going to lie. Mainly because of Reed Shepherd. But also, they're annoying me to the point of I would rather do NFL mock draft talk than discuss them, let alone watch them. But we have to because we have a job. And I'm going to continue to hold their face in the poop that they left, not just on the carpet, but dragged all over the couch. Now I have to go to the grocery store and get a carpet cleaner. But does it work on my couch? My groovy dark chocolate couch. That's literally what it's called. Thank you, Katie Furniture, for hooking me up with that back in the day. It's groovy chocolate sectional. And now there's poop all over it, thanks to the Astros pooping all over us and ruining our afternoon. It was a beautiful day. And instead of, enjoying it, I decided to go back inside and just continue to rip shots of Deep Eddy vodka because I just couldn't handle it. From the 409, Josh on the text line, did the Astros have an early season curse? Bregman and Tucker left. Didn't start this season slow. That is true. That is true. They're gone, and they're doing well elsewhere. Could be that. Trill O'Reilly on YouTube comments, 2 hits for Cam Smith, no errors, but Joe Espada keeps pulling him for Chaz McCormick. I don't understand. Yeah, it's weird. Defense matters selectively for the Astros. Hey, we'll put Jose Altuve in left field. And weirdly, I saw Jeremy Random post this yesterday. Like the metrics suggest that he is in, I think, like the top 2 percentile when it comes to his range based off of what we've seen this year. But obviously, do you trust Altuve in left field? No, you shouldn't, at least at this point. And then Cam Smith in right field, do you trust him? No. But yeah, it is kind of weird that you pulled a guy who has 2 hits and then had the triple the game before in a clutch spot, clearly heating up at the plate. Let's pull him. That won't hurt our offense, limit our offense at all, Ryan Lost in Texas. The Astros are as watchable as Grey's Anatomy right now, says that on the Twitch. Well, at least in Grey's Anatomy, sometimes people die. Like that one guy got hit by a bus. They didn't show him getting hit by the bus, though. Didn't McDreamy get hit by a bus? Don't ask me how I know that name. The show's still running, which is honestly incredible, On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 713. If I'm being honest, Joe Espada is not a good coach. Players took him where he needed to go, but he's not a good coach. Could be that. I know yesterday we were talking with Jeremy Booth, our front office insider for ESPN Houston, about Alex Centrone, the Astros hitting coach. A lot of people have been coming after him. I know that they have changed their approach going into this year. They're trying to be more patient at the plate, and maybe this patience does pay off down the stretch. But the early returns are bad, and I just get really annoyed when I see, and the Twitch isn't the only people doing this. I get really annoyed when I see online people are saying, well, it's early. Well, yeah, but it's bad early. It's 12 games. Can we not talk about a 12-game sample size being bad? Can we not be annoyed with it? Can we not be angry about it? Well, because that's one of the more frustrating dynamics for somebody who talks about sports for 3 hours a day, is when people are like, well, it's too early to talk about that. Well, but it's historically bad. It's really bad. Like, I'm sure that these are the worst numbers that they've had at the plate and all of their slow starts, even if their record is better than some of the years that we have seen them go on and win a bazillion games, like 2019, the slow start that they had. You can't just keep pointing to that over and over again and say, well, it's going to turn around. Like, eventually it won't. It's an anomaly that it keeps happening this way. And, whether it's playing in cold weather cities or whatever excuse you want to put up there, the bottom line is they blow at the plate. And they are too good to be this bad at the plate. So there you go. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Let's get it. Yes, a tinfoil hat Thursday. Did you see this story? And it's Division III baseball, which is perhaps more watchable than the Houston Astros these days. Boom, roasted. But I'm convinced that a fix was in. Two baseball teams played each other on Tuesday. Yeshiva University and Lehman College. These teams had a doubleheader. Going into the game, the teams had combined for 141 consecutive games lost in a row. Yes, 141 losses heading into a doubleheader. Yeshiva University had lost 99 in a row. Lehman College had lost 42 in a row. And they played a doubleheader. And I am convinced that these two teams talked to one another and had a conversation and said, we're both going to end each other's losing streaks. We are going to be mutual slump busters. Lehman won the first game 7-6, which made Yeshiva's losing streak hit 100. And then the second game, Yeshiva University won. It's Division III baseball. You cannot tell me that these teams did not talk to one another and say, hey, let's do something here. First off, Yeshiva, we're going to help you make history, 100 straight losses. But you got to give us a win, and then we'll give you a win, and you can snap the losing streak, and everyone can celebrate, and they can have orange juice and oranges after the game, perhaps a snow cone or something like that. Come on, like you can't tell me that didn't happen. Incredible that a doubleheader took place between a team with 99 straight losses, then 100, and 42 straight losses, and both teams snapped the losing streak. I am assuming that they do not have the most athletic folks at their school. I am surprised by the amount of people that were in attendance for this game. It seemed like there were more people at this game than there were at T-Mobile Park yesterday afternoon for Astros and Mariners, even though there were a lot of hearty boos for the Mariners in the third inning. But I'm convinced that these two teams talked to one another before the game. What a story. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. There is a LeBron James Barbie. Yes. He is Ken Bassiter. For those who don't know, Ken is the male Barbie. There's Barbie, and then there's like Ken. I guess Ken's Barbie's boyfriend, boy toy, bleep buddy. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is that there's now a LeBron James Barbie Ambassador, and he is the first ever Barbie Ambassador because of his positive impact on so many things like culture, style, and community. And he's going to be available in stores on April 14th. He's going to be available in stores. Now, he might consider that problematic, but yeah, man, he's wearing a t-shirt that says "We Are Family," and he's wearing a Letterman jacket that says LJ on it, and he's got Beats by Dre and a Rolex. $75 for a LeBron James Ken. How many people will buy this? Will anyone buy this? Is this a money laundering scheme? Who wanted this? Who asked for this? Are there young girls out there who are like, I want LeBron James instead of Ken. I want a new Ken. Another tinfoil hat conspiracy on a tinfoil hat Thursday. The biggest conspiracies in sports. I can't believe that we are allowing this man to play in the National Hockey League. This possible draft dodger, Ivan Demidov. So Ivan Demidov was the 5th overall pick out of Russia's KHL in last year's NHL draft. He plays for a team called SKA St. Petersburg. The Montreal Canadiens drafted him 5th overall, and since he's been playing in the KHL, I guess their season just ended. So they get to actually bring this guy into the NHL for a playoff run. I think the NHL playoffs are like a week away, 2 weeks away. And they have a Russian guy, possible draft dodger. I don't know how it works in Russia. I know they're conscripting everybody for the never-ending war that we'll leave politics to the side. This guy is going to get to join the Montreal Canadiens. Honestly, I feel like we should make it difficult. I feel like we should play some games with Russia here. Let's make it difficult for him to play any games in the United States of America, right? Aren't we cracking down on the border, on immigration? Aren't we doing that? Well, a guy playing for the French Canadian version of the New York Yankees in the NHL, I think we should stop a Russian from being added to their ranks just for the start of the NHL playoffs. And I think it's a conspiracy that hasn't happened yet. That's really just bad and sad. What's going on, government? Stop paying attention to the tariffs. Let's focus on a random Russian guy who might be playing for a Canadian hockey team. Okay, thank you. It's a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. You got any conspiracies? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. This is such a strange text. Paul is mad. All the white Barbies are. Stop. I'm not going to continue to read that text. From the 713, I really, really don't like LeBron James, but I'll buy it just because it'll be worth money later on. Is this the kind of collectible that will be worth a lot of money later on? We shall see. Anyway, Tinfoil Hat Thursday, live from East River 9. It is a beautiful day. The Masters are underway. And if you want to play some golf with a beautiful view of Houston skyline, the most beautiful view of Houston skyline, come out here, hang out with us. We're in the River House. We're watching the Masters. We don't watch baseball anymore. There's also a replay of the Rockets game last night where Reed Shepherd went off for 20 points and hit 6 threes. But come out here, play some golf with us, have a few drinks. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at East River 9, half-priced wings with a bucket of beer. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
The 2 seed is locked up for the Houston Rockets. Last night they played the Los Angeles Clippers, and they lost rather convincingly, 134-117, but they didn't play any of their guys. And it was really fun to watch Reed Shepherd get extended minutes. He hit 6 3-point shots, including one that was over Kawhi Leonard. I do not know how he got that one off. Reed Shepherd is not that much bigger than me. He's 6'1". It says on my license I'm 6 feet tall, but I'm probably about 5'11". Somehow he got that over Kawhi. And again, who knows how hard the Clippers were playing, blah, blah, blah. But he played really well last night. So it's exciting to see that happen. And yeah, I think the B team Rockets are more watchable, enjoyable, and likable than the current 5-7 Houston Astros, who have to sit in their poo for another day before they play the, get this, second place Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States, of North America, formerly of Pangea, of planet Earth, of the solar system, of the Milky Way galaxy. They should make that their name. Paul, you're such a dork. Yes, I am what I am. As far as who the Rockets are going to play in the first round of the playoffs, 2 seed locked in. Per Pro Basketball Reference, the odds-on favorite to be the 7 seed, the Minnesota Timberwolves. They have a 27.9% chance to be that. Right behind them, though, it's the Golden State Warriors, who have a 27.4% chance. And then you've got the Grizzlies, who don't have a coach, a 21.7% chance. So those 3 teams are swapping back and forth to be the 7 and the 8 seed in the West. The 9 and 10, it's going to be either the Kings or the Mavericks. Both have clinched. The Kings likely going to be the 9. The Mavericks likely the 10. The Rockets play the winner of the 7-8 games, again, between the Grizzlies, Timberwolves, and Warriors. What else is going on around basketball? Let's go around the NBA and take a look at something else that happened last night. Dunk it. Dunk it. Luka Doncic returns to Dallas to play with the Lakers against the Mavericks. And my God, that must have been an absolutely agonizing experience for Mavericks fans. They left shirts on every single seat in the arena that said in, I guess, Slovenian, or perhaps in Serbian, Croatian, maybe in Yugoslavian. I don't know. Don't care. But they had T-shirts out there that said, "Thank you for everything," on every single shirt in the arena. The court was gray. The Mavericks wore gray uniforms. It was as if they were living in some cursed world where all color has left the Dallas Mavericks arena since moving on from Luka. I don't know why they chose that. May as well have been wearing funeral black. He got a tribute video. Credit to the Mavs for that. It was about 3 minutes. And he was crying his ass off. Like, he was very, very emotional coming back. Which, again, if you're a Mavericks fan watching the tribute video with a picture of him on the bench, bent over, with his hands all over his head, his head in his hands, tearing up. Like, that was another gut punch for you. He did not look like he'd be able to play. I mean, the Lakers are huddling up before tip-off, and there's Luka, like, still crying as LeBron gives a little pep talk before the game. So you think that the crying is going to affect him? Nope. Because in the first half, Luka scored 31 points. And he finished with 45 points, 8 boards, 6 assists. He hit 7 of 11 threes. and he had 4 steals. If you are a Mavs fan and you partook in this, know that you had Mark Cuban, former owner of the Dallas Mavericks, who did not have the balls to actually negotiate that he would have final say over what the Mavericks do going forward. You would have missed him shaking his head. There were some vicious fire Nico Harrison chants out there last night. Hell yeah. It's all deserved. It really is. And the Mavericks had a video up on the scoreboard as people were filing into the arena, trying to remind everyone to be cool. I just love how completely in the dark this new ownership group was, allowing Nico Harrison to do something like this. It is suggested that the Mavericks will lose 9 figures due to the Luka Doncic trade. Team sources told ESPN the Mavericks were trying to get sponsorship deals too for this game, and Luka Doncic's people said, nah, you ain't getting to do this. You're not making money off of me returning to town for the first time. It really was pathetic for the Mavericks. I feel for Mavericks fans to a degree again. And while I did dump all over Luka Doncic yesterday, I do not like Luka Doncic as a player. I think he represents everything wrong with basketball, even though he's a tremendous scorer. Good for him getting that moment. Good for him getting to stick it to the Dallas Mavericks. What else is going on around the NBA? The drama from the Nuggets and their collapse, it's really something else. I mean, when we're looking at the Nuggets, apparently everyone hated each other. The coach, Mike Malone, who just won a championship, hated the GM, who someone said looks like if Nick Cage and Mike Woodson had a baby. So that back and forth, I guess, led to the Kroenke Group, who also owns the Rams and other sports entities, deciding to fire both of them because they couldn't get along. I can't believe that they did it now. I don't understand why you don't wait until after the season. Like, were things so toxic that you think it's going to stop the Nuggets from doing well in the playoffs? Nikola Jokic weighed in on it yesterday, and he said, like, yeah, this is awkward. I'm sure he was okay with the move to fire Mike Malone. Like, there's no way that the Nuggets didn't run this by him. But, man, to do it a couple of days before the playoffs begin, crazy to me. And to wrap up, I just love that Ja Morant is going from celebrating with guns, finger guns, of course. He's moved on from his Instagram live video addiction with pistols in his hand to now doing finger gun celebrations in the middle of Grizzlies games to now he's throwing grenades. It's a very funny pushback against the NBA, who's trying to crack down on him and fining him like almost $100,000 for the finger guns and for all of his obsessions with guns. Making him go to rehab in Florida for that, which is also the funniest thing of all. So funny. So now he's moving on to grenades, and it is not a tribute to the Jersey Shore term for women who are in the way of the women you actually want to talk about. It is just actual grenades out there. Hell yeah. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are live at East River 9. If you've never been here, it's a par 3, 9-hole golf course with a beautiful view of downtown Houston. You can get corporate memberships here. 12 golf rounds for $400 a month, 24 for $700 a month, 36 for $1,000 a month, unlimited golf rounds for your company for $6,000 a month. On top of that, that membership gives you priority tee time booking, a complimentary small bucket of range balls, a 15% pro shop discount, 50% food discount. The food here at the River House is fantastic. You can even rent courts here for pickleball. 4-court rental for $140 a month, a 6-court rental for $180 a month, an 8-court rental for $200 a month. East River 9, guys, it is one of the coolest spots in Houston. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live from East River 9. The Masters are underway. Stay put.
Speaking of guys who came out of nowhere, Whitmore jumps it to Green to Shepard, open corner three, and that's his sixth, and that's a new career high from beyond the three-point line for Reed Shepard.
Reed Shepard last night. It was great to see. Will we see him the rest of the regular season? I hope so. I am really curious to see how the Houston Rockets handle the next two games before they close things out. But last night, a 17-point loss was actually a fun 17-point loss. Specifically, you saw a lot of guys who, honestly, I forgot were on the team, and some guys who I am not convinced are real people go on the road taking on the Los Angeles Clippers. And yeah, losing, but it was a noble 17-point loss for a team that's more likable than the Astros currently are. And if you don't agree with that, then I'm sorry. I don't know what you're watching. I want to know what you're watching because I want to get there with the Astros. I just can't. Like, I'm disgusted by them right now. Again, I'm tired of being disgusted by them in March and April. The slow starts are just too much. So yeah, I would 100% prefer on Friday for the Space City Home Network, assuming the Astros aren't on Apple TV again or some bull crap like that. I would prefer the Space City Home Network just shows another replay of this 17-point loss to the Clippers. I just want more highlights from Reed Shepherd, who makes me believe that I can play pickup basketball again. I want that guy shooting the ball over Kawhi Leonard on repeat for however 4 hours and 30 minutes long the Astros game against the Angels is going to be. That's what I want. And I'm not asking for much. I really am not. But Paul, if the Space City Home Network doesn't broadcast the Astros game, they'll lose all the money. No, don't worry. They're getting, they're strong-arming you into paying for their games with this ridiculous Fubo TV deal that you have to sign up for if you're watching things locally via streaming or cable, etc. They've made it as difficult as possible to watch the team and actually save money while doing it. And now the product stinks. It's expensive to go to the ballpark. And, I mean, the only thing that I think is worth having at Minute Maid Park is to go to the Hornitos bar in center field and get yourself a $300 El Tiempo margarita. I will give them this on the El Tiempo margarita that they have. At the very least, it does get you places. It's pretty strong. Now, all El Tiempo margaritas are strong, but it does get you places that a traditional margarita doesn't. You got to go frozen. Frozen versus on the rocks. The rocks people. You got to explain it to me. What's going on there? Why rocks? Why not frozen? I've never understood that. I could understand half frozen and half rocks. You want to water it down a little bit, but I've always thought to myself, hey, I want more bang for my buck. And if there's ice, you get less. No? Isn't this just like a simple math thing? Isn't this just a simple volume thing? Like the frozen's better than on the rocks. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Trill O'Reilly on YouTube says brain freezes maybe as far as a frozen margarita versus a margarita on the rocks. Could be that. Totally could be that. Someone's correcting me as well. Fake Tony Stark says it's Dyken Park. Did I say Minute Maid Park? Damn, I'm having a tough time remembering that. Why did they change the name? I mean, that's another reason to not like the Astros right now. It's hard to remember the ballpark's name. What if I'm Ubering to the game and I Uber to Minute Maid Park? Where will it take me? I think there's actually a Dyken Park that's on the outskirts of Houston, by the way. I say that because I was trying to tag something location-wise on TikTok. At Gallant says on TikTok. I was trying to tag the location of Dyken Park, and there's a Dyken Park outside of Houston. No, seriously. There's one there's one that's way outside of Houston. Very bizarre. But yeah, this Rockets team's more likable than the Astros, man, and it's pissing me off. Todd the Show says, well, frozen margarita is ice. Yeah, but you can actually drink the ice, And it's I would imagine there's like a healthy balance of the two, but like the ice is gone. It's frozen, and you can actually, drink it through straw, or if you're a real ballsy person, you can just chug it. You can chug the frozen deliciousness. Damon Mofo says that one on the rocks tastes better. Does it? I guess it probably does a little bit. It's a little more tequila. A little more of that flavoring. Because I would imagine, in those frozen ice machines, that since it's rotating over and over and over and over and over again, that things get blended a little bit too much, perhaps. But yes, embrace debate, because the Astros make us want to drive off the side of the road. What would you rather have? A frozen margarita or a margarita on the rocks? More people are saying no one wants a brain freeze. I have had a brain freeze accidentally a few times, leaving certain locations. I'm a big fan of margaritas at damn, how is Paul? You've had too many margaritas in the past. Now all of a sudden you can't remember things off the top of your head. Oh, now I remember. Easy's in the Heights. Love Easy's in the Heights. They have a very good frozen margarita, but it's like really sweet. And one time my buddies and I, we were leaving and I had just gotten the frozen margarita, and I thought to myself, you know what? There's lots of sober children in Utah. I must finish this drink. So I tried to, and I got the worst brain freeze because I was trying to pound a frozen margarita. And that's not good, guys. That's not good. Texters are also expressing frustration with the Houston Astros from the 832. Just saw the leaders in hits so far this season. Altuve, Springer, Tucker, Bregman. Also, there's Wilyer Abreu, who you might not have known was involved in the Astros trade for Christian Vasquez at the 2022 trade deadline. But they did win a World Series. I don't know how much of a role Christian Vasquez played in that. But yeah, it's frustrating. It makes me think about margaritas. From the 936, Eric the driver says frozen's the way to go. From the 409, half and half is the best. Half and half is probably the best way to go. Another person from the 512 says you can defeat a brain freeze by pressing your tongue against the roof of your mouth. You know what? I'm going to try that next time. I'm going to try that. Fake Tony Stark brings up the Daikin Stadium I was thinking of is at Waller High School. So there's a Daikin Stadium at Waller High School. So yeah, what happens if I think I'm going to Minute Maid Park and I accidentally enter in Daikin Stadium? Like, am I going to end up all the way out there at Waller? Come on, man. Come on. Slopez 69 says neither frozen or on the rocks margarita is the correct choice. Take it as a shot and nearly gagged like a real man. You know what? I'll say this about tequila. It's the one drink that I can take, and I don't have an issue afterwards. Now, perhaps this is due to conditioning and or alcoholism. Some would argue that, but I like to think that it's because tequila is the best. I can't do vodka. Cannot do that. Like a straight shot of vodka. You're a psychopath if you do that. I think at one of our listener parties that we had around Christmas time, there were a couple of buddies of mine, listeners of the program. They brought me to the side and said, Paul, let's do some shots. And I thought, okay, it'll be like something. It'll be interesting to see what they got. It was just straight vodka. I was like, I'm not Russian. Only Russians could do this. Like straight room temperature vodka. Psycho move. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Paul, you're crazy. On the rocks is the only way. That's Aaron in Mid County from the 832. Paul, wouldn't some say that ice would be a second drink? So it's the same amount of liquid. Yeah, but you got to wait, Zach. You got to wait on that front. Anyway, yeah. The Astros have us talking about what's better, frozen margaritas or margaritas on the rocks. Also, the Masters are underway. What's going on in the Masters? And who's supposed to win the Masters? We'll discuss. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We're live at East River 9 to celebrate the teeing off of the Masters this morning. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Yes, friends. You know what that music means. The greatest golf tournament in all the land is back. And we're watching it here at East River 9 with the most beautiful view of downtown Houston you'll ever see on a beautiful day outside. You can see the bayou beautifully streaming. Yeah, it looks beautiful. F you. But you can also see the serene skyline of downtown Houston as we celebrate the start of the Masters. The tournament that we agreed on yesterday is the best golf tournament there is, even though we're not really 100% sure as to why. Yes, everybody. Yes, friends. I'm not going to lie. I actually like another theme song for the Masters better than this. But this is making me feel like I'm in the midst of a Bluebell radio commercial. I'm remembering my childhood and all the fond memories I've ever had. But there is this theme song that they play in between holes. And I don't know why, but it gets me going. For those who've never heard it, it sounds like this. Dun, 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 dun. Sounds just like that. Anyway, Paul, who's winning the Masters? Well, get this, guys. It's Tyrell Hatton, a Limey. He's making his 9th Masters start. He has top 10 finishes in all 4 major championships. He is 4 under through 12. Tied for second, 3 under through 14, Colin Morikawa and Corey Connors, a Canadian. He is 3 under through 17. Scotty Scheffler also tied at 3 under through 13. Not a surprise there. And after that, it's a bunch of people that I do not recognize. Justin Rose, who, how old is Justin Rose? Justin Rose looks like he's 75 years old. Justin Rose age. It's just like Delimey's just, he's 44. Okay, I'm sorry. The picture that they have for his profile picture on the Masters website makes him look like he's 100, like not 100. I'm sorry. That's not nice. But he definitely looks like he's 59 in that picture that they have of him. Did they Photoshop it to give him gray hair? He really looks like he's old in this. They did my boy Justin Rose wrong. Anyway, so lots of limeys atop the table. Let's get some Americans up there, huh? Come on. What else? The experts think that Rory McIlroy is going to win. I guess Rory spoke with Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and Tom Watson, and they all think his approach is going to be good. Bryson DeChambeau took 633 practice shots in 48 hours. Good God. Psycho. I do like that Bryson all of a sudden has become liked again, literally just by being humble a couple of times. I also think that a couple of years ago, he had said that the Masters are easy, and then he had a brutal finish after saying that the Masters were his and were easy. So we'll see. He is through 3 holes to this point. So there you go. Anyway, that's your Masters update. The Masters do get a little insufferable, like everyone, talking about the menu. Oh my God, there's $1.50 pimento cheese sandwiches. That sounds like crap. A $1.50 sandwich. I'd rather have an $1.50 Costco hot dog. Okay, that's what I'd rather have. The cookie cake at the dinner. Oh, look at this. Like some of the stuff at the Masters, it is, Marilyn Manson removing his rib cage esque. If you understand that reference, like we get it. You're the Masters, okay? You don't need to sniff your own farts for, the entirety of the tournament. But the Masters are underway, guys, and we are watching them here at East River 9. In case you don't know about the awesome deal, you can get half-price wings with a bucket of beer, which sounds amazing. It's making me a little bit hungry. There's also a beautiful plate of fries on a table right next to me. I'm just going to show it. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. I like that my man's wearing a Coug shirt. Let's go. And on top of that, look at those fries. So there you go. Oh, nice. Amazing. Amazing. Anyway, yes, everybody. And you can get corporate memberships here at East River 9. A lot of embrace debate going on over margarita. What's the way to go? Frozen or on the rocks? And that's what happens when the Houston Astros stink it up to open up the season. A texter had said, I don't feel like this Astros team has earned the right to get me upset this year. If they decide to finally start playing like the team we know they can be, then I'll start getting upset about them blowing a 5-0 lead. That honestly is the correct mentality, especially on a beautiful day like this. I wish I had your patience or your ability to unplug. Because ultimately, where will the Astros ultimately be at the end of the year? They'll probably be okay, right? We all think that. Like, the numbers are so historically bad offensively. Like, do we really believe this is going to last? You know, you can make excuses for it, but it's bad and it makes me mad. Perhaps that's why I'm so good at this, but I would like to not be mad. I would love to find some peace so I'm not ticked off about the Astros blowing a 5-0 lead with 4 outs to go against the Seattle Mariners, featuring a walk-off walk. Also a game where the Astros got a run via a walk with the bases loaded. Give a grand slam. Oof, oof, oof. But yeah, going back to embracing debate about margaritas, frozen or on the rocks. From the 713, if McDonald's served margaritas, that's how the Astros would taste. Damn, dog. Damn. From the 409, neither one of those is a choice. You might as well salt the rim of the toilet. Damn, what? So you do it without ice? Psycho, unless you just don't like margaritas. From the 832, Paul would want the Costco glizzy over food at the Masters. I just can't think of a grilled cheese sandwich being good. I don't like cheese, so that's part of it. Paul, you're weird. I know, but that's why you're here. Ryan Lost in Texas said, the best frozen drink is the Miami Vice. Half strawberry daiquiri, half pina colada. Nothing better at the pool bar at non-inclusive. I just can't do the strawberry or the daiquiri. I do like pina colada, though. Oh, of course you like pina colada, yes. And getting caught in the rain. I don't mind that. Pina colada is the way to go. But it's tough to find a place that does frozen pina coladas. Like, not many places do it. Last one I had was at Better Luck Tomorrow in the Heights, which is one of my favorite first date spots. Because when you are somebody who self-sabotages like me, you're constantly going on those. ZT Combat says, you got to get frozen. They're the best. You'll be feeling great after only 2 to 3 of those things. You sound like a tank, sir. They don't mess around. That's the problem. You'll be feeling shampooed and sleepy after 3 of them, especially if you're doing the El Tiempo ones at the park. Daikin Park. Texter says, Patron and pineapple, a better option over a margarita. Sir, how rich are you? That is the most cake eater text ever. That sounds like somebody who casually goes to the Masters. You have a suite at the Masters. Patron and pineapple? What, like fresh pineapple juice? Come on. That is quite the combination. Fake Tony Stark asks, have you ever tried a Miami Vice? I probably have at one point. You know? And there you go. I had said that I like a vodka martini when I'm at home on the Twitch, and some are saying, Paul, why are you talking so much about drinking? Because I'm at a bar. I can't help it. HTX Rhino said, gin over vodka martinis, unless you're a Bond villain. Well, that's why I do the vodka martini. You know, you put lemon twist in it or something. I don't know what that means. I get them extra dirty. I call it Galveston dirty. Paul, that's not nice to Galveston. But look at the water. You might get the flesh-eating bacteria in it. I don't want flesh-eating bacteria in my vodka martini. I'm just saying you want to get a lot of olive juice in there, baby. This could be called porn star dirty. That's what they call it at Riva's. They make I think they make the best vodka martinis in town. And gin martinis. And there you go, guys. Paul Gallant talking alcohol. Maybe that should be a show. Paul Gallant talks alcohol. Paulie Booze 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Again, we are hanging out at East River 9 for the Masters. How about this from the 346? This is a combo. Hennessy and Chick-fil-A sweet tea. That's not what I would have ever thought of. I like that, though. Hennessy's not that bad. I shot of it once. Someone was like, "You want some Hennessy?" And I was like, "Hell yeah." Once that Hennessy into me, the whole industry is my enemy, as they say, you know? And it wasn't bad. I do like Chick-fil-A sweet tea. I did have a spicy chicken sandwich earlier this week. Pause. What the hell, man? Talk about sports. It's not my fault. Blame the Astros. Blame the Astros for ruining everything. Yesterday's collapse was brutal. I'd rather just overanalyze every single Reed Shepherd shot as if I'm some basketball ball knower online. You know, all those mock draft tapes that people do talking about like guys who are going to get drafted. I would rather do a video just overanalyzing every single Reed Shepherd three-point shot and doing it with a Southern accent and implying that he's going to be better than LeBron James. I would much rather do that. It is the Paul Gallant Show. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And, you know, sometimes we go down rabbit holes. You guys often drag me down those rabbit holes. Up next, a little football talk. One of the least liked athletes in the history of Houston thinks your doubt will fuel him to be the best guy he can be, or at least best quarterback he can be, because that might not be possible. Paul Gallant Show, you'll find out who that is next. Stay put. The quarterback formerly known as Deshaun Watson is back in our lives, posting something that the kids would call cringe. What did he post? Well, go to his Instagram and you're going to see something that is very annoying. He made his own hype montage, which he also narrated. If you haven't seen it, this is what the audio sounds like.
You know, the performance comes when, you know, your back is against the wall. It comes better because you kind of got to really lock in. You know, you don't have anything pretty much to lose. And I feel like that's where I'm at right now. You know, everyone's doubting me. You know, everyone don't believe in me. Everyone don't think that I can get back to where I was. But I know and I believe the work that I put in, what I believe in myself, the peace that I've been, you know, channeling these last couple months, I know I'm going to be way better than before.
Out of my chain got BBS, I got red on the seaside side of the vet. How do not know?
I'm prepared. And I think before I wasn't prepared because, you know, I was kind of going with the flow of how the world was seeing me. But, you know, when you kind of get knocked down to the ground and you got to stand back up and walk through the rain, that brings out another fire, another challenge, another grit that you have inside.
On the biggest.
And the biggest thing is really just mental. My mentality, the things that I got to deal with the outside and not taking everything personal, like I mentioned before.
Yeah, I go hard, I'm probably the best. Yeah,
taking everything and just bringing it full force and really just standing in front of it face to face. The challenges, the adversity, whatever comes with it, gonna come with it. But as long as I'm doing it my way, I'm cool. I can live with that.
How the world was seeing me. Oh, as a pervert? Pervert, Deshaun, was people viewing you as a pervert holding you back on a football field. Again, pervert. Like, well-known pervert. And again, some people might call me that from time to time. I'll at the very least keep it away from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Massage therapists, you know. I can't believe he posted that. And now he's acting like his struggles are a result of people and their perception of him as a pervert. Like, oh, no, big dog, your shoulder doesn't really work anymore. Now you're recovering from a torn Achilles, and you're going to post this video online that features a lot of B-roll of you. By the way, the thumbnail for this is a picture of Deshaun Watson at the gym, looking up in the air with his hands like this. If you're watching along on YouTube or Twitch, like he's praying, and the face that is said thumbnail, it's unfortunate. I think some massage therapists have seen him make that face before. Anyway, yikes. That is the cringest thing that I've seen in quite some time. And yeah, I'm starting to use the word cringe. So Deshaun Watson back in everyone's lives. From the 409, how does he not realize that he did all this to himself and the adversity he's facing was caused by him? Delusions. You play at Clemson. You become God at Clemson. You play in the NFL. You're, for a time, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Everyone's kissing your ass. And then all of a sudden, you do this to yourself. It's a great question. His delusion knows no bounds. Also, I mean, how much adversity are you really dealing with when you get paid, what, $230 million guaranteed dollars? I mean, I think it's natural to stop being good at your respective sport just because all of a sudden now you're making that much money. So, like, hell, I would say, like, yeah, man, I got a little fat and happy with all the money I made. Like, that's a more logical, you know what? I'm doing some self-reflection and I'm getting better as a person. That is better than this. You know, people are doubting me. You know, people are saying a lot of things about me. Yes, you're a well-documented pervert, sir. Yikes. Yikes. Yeesh. Whatever. Also, the caption for it, he's doing the same. Like, I don't understand why quarterbacks do this. We previously saw this with Colin Kaepernick. Remember when the floods happened, the Memorial Day flood happened in 2015, and for whatever reason, Colin Kaepernick posted on social media a picture of like people stuck in their cars, flooded on 59 and 45, and the caption read, "Storms coming," and then there was like a 7, which was, I guess, supposed to be the S and the T. So 7 orms coming. Well, Deshaun Watson's post says, 4-0. He has an acronym like the Texans Swarm, but it doesn't make any sense. This thing that says focus only on victories every day. So the FO is for 4OVE. Fove. I don't know if he's trying to go for love here. Really do not know. But this doesn't make any sense, this acronym. I don't think he's the most intelligent man. And clearly he is not the most reflective man. But comeback starting today. Oh, what else is going on in football? Aaron Rodgers, not officially a Steeler. We thought it might happen yesterday that Aaron Rodgers might show up at Pat McAfee's show in, where the hell was it? Pittsburgh, and come out of the crowd and make a surprise announcement that he is joining the Pittsburgh Steelers. But we found out before the show, Pat McAfee said, nope, Aaron Rodgers isn't coming. And Aaron Rodgers did not show up to announce to the world that he is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. So we're still waiting to see what he does next. You were talking about Deshaun Watson earlier. Speaking of people who do not have the most sterling reputation off the football field, guess what? Tyreek Hill had the cops called on him again. That doesn't happen that often, except for at Oklahoma State with his pregnant girlfriend, or at the marina in Miami, or with the big OnlyFans creator that pushed him over, or that time last year, and a bunch of other examples that I've probably forgotten. But Hill had the cops called on him on Tuesday after, I guess, improper handling of his child, which he has at least 5 of. Oh, why are you judging him? Well, I don't know. Wrap up and maybe stop having as many kids where don't exactly seem like the best father. From the outside looking in, statement from the Dolphins on Monday's incident involving Tyreek Hill. Monday, we were informed that the police were called to Tyreek Hill's home. After conversations with Tyreek and members of his family, the police departed the residence without further incident, and the case was closed. We have since been in communication with Tyreek and the NFL, and will have no further comment at this time. I really wonder if they actually decide to suspend him, because he's had a bunch of off-the-field stuff happen over the years. The details, because he was served with divorce papers on Tuesday after that incident happened on Monday, which is funny because a year ago he filed for divorce from his wife, but then claimed it was all a mistake. Charges were not filed, but the papers were filed for divorce after that incident where I forget the specifics. The link that I have in front of me has been, I guess, updated, so it doesn't have all the specifics. But Tyreek Hill, who is surprised by this? The Texans are not going to trade for Tyreek Hill this offseason, in case you wanted me to localize it in some way, shape, or form. Continuing to go around the National Football League, Trevor Lawrence, per Liam Cohen, new head coach of the Jaguars, they're going to work on his feetsies. He's going to be working on his footwork this offseason. Hooray for Trevor Lawrence.
Duval.
Thank you, Liam Cohen. And on top of that, he's going to have a pitch count this offseason because he just had surgery on his AC joint. I would be concerned about that if I'm the Jaguars. Lawrence's accuracy, it's always been a bit of an issue. Not to say he is very inaccurate, but the guy sails passes often. Now dealing with a sprained AC joint, I don't know, maybe it theoretically helps him. But Deshaun Watson dealing with shoulder issues, like that's where his decline in play started. Like, he started having shoulder issues. And now all of a sudden you're seeing the guy like turn into a check down Charlie. Trevor Lawrence is having shoulder issues. That's what had him out for the rest of the season. Not, and I repeat, not Azeez Al-Shaair with the unnecessary love tap on a sliding Lawrence. So now he's going to have a pitch count this offseason and work on his feet. I would work on going to Germany and getting platelet-rich injections, etc., etc., etc. The LeBron James treatment. Louis Riddick of ESPN thinks Shedeur Sanders does not want to be taken in the top 3 of the NFL draft. First overall, of course, the Tennessee Titans. Second overall, the Browns. Third, the Giants. Louis Riddick actually talks with Deion Sanders, so that actually is plausible. You want to talk about Shedeur Sanders being perhaps difficult before the draft. I heard some ammunition for you on that front. How much stock you put into it, truly, I don't know, but Louis Riddick does talk with Deion. Deion wanted Louis Riddick to be the Jets general manager this offseason. And Justin Fields, speaking of the Jets, who is the Jets' starting quarterback already, was asked about the idea that the Jets theoretically draft a quarterback. Said Fields, I don't really like to answer rhetorical questions. I'm willing to teach, but I'm not really interested in rhetorical questions. The Jets have once again created a mess because no one believes that Justin Fields should be the starting quarterback for the Jets or will be the starting quarterback for the Jets going into this year. And yet, here they are making an announcement before camp has even begun that is what he'll be. So there you go, guys. That is the 10-minute drills. The Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. At East River 9, here's the deal today. Half-priced wings with a bucket of beer. Boom. That's all Masters long. How about that? And also, if you want a corporate membership for your company, 12 golf rounds for $400 a month, 24 golf rounds for $700 a month, 36 golf rounds for $1,000 a month. You can have it. It can all be yours. East River 9, if you've never been here before, a par 3, 9-hole golf course with the best view of downtown Houston that you will ever see. There's also pickleball courts here and an amazing bar that we once watched. The Astros beat the Rangers in Game 5 of the ALCS. So we're hanging out here. Masters underway. Astros stinking it up. Rockets closer and closer to tipping off the NBA playoffs. And the Houston Texans getting closer and closer, just 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. All that's on the table in the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Sabotage. What a song. Beastie Boys. Always on vacation? Nope, not right now, because they're powering the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, also on X if you want to do it that way. At Gallant says, embrace debate, frozen margarita or margarita on the rocks. The answer is both. Do a little half and half. But we put that poll out there. 53% of people say rocks. 46.7% say frozen. Okay, so we got a nice little divide down the middle on that one. I'm still annoyed with that Astros loss yesterday. I mean, good googly moogly. You're up, what, 5-0 with 4 outs to go, and you blow it. I don't care if it's early. I don't care if the Astros are actually off to a better start than they were last year. The numbers at the plate stank. Stink, stank, stunk. Worst in baseball in slugging percentage. Worst in baseball in OPS. Unacceptable when you got Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, who was off to a slow start. Also unacceptable when you bring in Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes, and both seem to be pretty good players. Cam Smith wasn't the problem last night. You benched him in the ninth inning. Could have used probably him over Charles McCormick, given that he had a triple in Tuesday's game, and yesterday he had 2 hits. So I don't really know what's going on there. Lots of reasons to be frustrated with this team. Hey, at the very least, for the most part, the pitching's done well. But then again, I mean, this bullpen, Brian Abreu, big dog. We're walking in the game-winning run. Bases loaded after a 3-run inning the inning before. What are we doing? Or was it 4-run innings the inning before? I don't know. Again, I'm just peeved. I'm peeved with the Houston Astros. You should be too. Instead, you know what? I know I said, hey, earlier this week, call in sick. I have the black lung pop. Call in sick and, come out and hang out with us when we were at FAO. But you should come out and hang out with us right now at East River 9, downtown H-Town. The best view of downtown Houston that there be. I don't know why I said that like a pirate, but it's true. It is gorgeous outside today. We are celebrating the teeing off of the Masters, don't you know? The Masters do have a fantastic golf scoreboard, but they did my boy Justin Rose wrong. They made him look like he's 300 years old for some reason on this. But as far as who's winning the Masters right now, let's take a gander. It is Justin Rose, who sure does look like he's 100 years old based off of the terrible picture that they gave for him on the website. But he is 5 under through 9, leading the pack. It's early. Corey Connors, a Canadian, making his 8th start, is tied for second. He is 4 under. Also tied for second, 4 under, a limey named Terrell Hatton. Paul, you can't call the British that. Yes, I can, and yes, I will. In 4th place on his own is Scotty Scheffler. He is 3 under and probably the world's best golfer. After that, who's hanging around? A bunch of fellas I've never heard of. Paul, you should know all this stuff. Come on, man. Don't you listen to Golf Talk? Aaron Ray, a limey, might be Rye. I don't know. He's making his Masters debut. You've got someone with the last name English, Harris English, who is American. He is also 2 under, along with Jason Day, an Australian who's 2 under, and Denny McCarthy. And then rounding out the top 10, you got a bunch of guys at 1 under. Michael Kim. What is this guy's name? Davis Thompson. Cam Smith. Fred Couples. How about that? That's pretty dope. Fred Couples 1 under. Yo, let's go, Freddie. That's pretty cool. Brian Harmon also 1 under. Guess who else? Guess who's back? Patrick Reed. 1 under, tied for 9th. Along with a lot of other golfers. A lot of guys who are tied for 9th right now. So there you go, guys. That's your Masters update. Paul, you don't know what damn thing about golf. I know I don't. Like half those guys I'd never heard of before. because I really just watched the final round of the Masters. Does that make me lame? Perhaps it does. I don't know, guys. I'm just a man. I'm just a man without a plan who sometimes watches the sports. I'm getting some really random questions on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Paul, have you ever seen Superbad in Espanol? Perhaps one of the funniest things ever. That's from Honey Glazed Branham. You know what would be really funny to watch? What are the Masters like in Spanish? Because obviously during a golf broadcast, things are rather quiet, and especially the Masters. And I do have a great deal of respect for both Scott Van Pelt and Jim Nantz, who clearly love the Masters on a level that I do not and never will. But they do a great job of announcing it with professionalism, and always quietly they announce things, which is funny because I'm not certain that every single time that they're quietly broadcasting, they're that close to the players who are actually, swinging the clubs. I would assume that very often that these guys are probably watching it on television and reacting as such, unless that they're being driven around on a golf cart that like has a mobile microphone and all that, they're probably at a set. They're watching a lot of this on TV. And it is really funny that they always like murmur what's happening. But imagine what it's like in Spanish. And I say that because, have you ever watched a soccer game in Spanish when a goal happens? They're loud. They get up there. They get up for it. There's energy. There's passion. There's excitement. Like a soccer radio call or TV call sounds infinitely more exciting than what you're actually watching. If you were just to close your eyes, if you're a blind man, you're thinking this is the most lively sport that there is. Spanish is a pretty cool language. I like it. I wish I could understand any, but it's spoken so fast. And as someone who speaks very fast, I now relate. I now understand why sometimes people do not understand what the hell I'm saying out there. But I would love to hear a Spanish golf call. Guy gets a hole-in-one. Goal! Saying that during the backswing. I think it would be fun. So I think it's something we should all try out. Let's get just one hole towards the end of the Masters on day 4, Sunday. Let's just get one on Espanol. I think it would be fun. But that's just me on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stu the Body says, hey, Paul, you just watching the last round of the Masters isn't that bad. I watched the Houston Rockets for Vanessa. My favorite flex, which also makes me depressed at the end of it, is whenever the Rockets are on TV and Vanessa is up on TV, I'm like, hey, that's my old co-host. And then I think to myself, oh, damn, that's my old co-host. Did I run her off? Did I scare her off? Did I scare her off like I scared off Joe? Joe's here, by the way, hanging out with us at East River 9. It's always like, oh, damn, she's doing way better than me. Damn. How do I get up there? How do I become the Rockets sideline broadcaster or the Astros sideline broadcaster? Oh, Paul, you're going to take Julie Morales' job. No one wants to see those bushy-ass eyebrows and pasty skin on TV. That's true. That's fair. That's a weird reason to watch the Rockets, though. I think you might need a bonk, Stu the Body, but we appreciate your confession here. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5. 92.5 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What do you do about the Astros right now? If you're Joe Espada, the torpedo bat shipment, I'm assuming, will be here for them tomorrow, right? I'm doubting they're having it shipped to Seattle. Would you ship anything into Seattle? I wouldn't trust it, honestly, unless there's like an Amazon locker. Yeah, I wouldn't trust having a package delivered to me in Seattle. So I'm assuming that the Astros are not having torpedo bats delivered to the hotel that they're staying at. But do you think the torpedo bats have arrived and could potentially save their season? I hope so. I hope that they have finally made it. It's kind of a shame that the Astros took as long to actually get them out and about. It's a shame. Just an absolute shame. Anyway, guys, you want to jump aboard on ESPN Houston, you can at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros be struggling. The B team Houston Rockets are more entertaining than them. And hell, even golf has become more entertaining than the Houston Astros. This is the new question on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It's a challenge. Paul, would you watch this over the 2025 Houston Astros? Find me something that I would definitely choose watching the 2025 Houston Astros over. Because at this point, the lack of offense, the long games, 3 hours and 30 minutes yesterday for that. The 12-inning game earlier this week that they won. I need some help here. It is the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call and to text. And the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
That's the ball game. Brady tried to spin a slider in there, and he left it up. And the Mariners score 4 in the 8th. And then Arozarena literally walks it off with a walk in the 9th. Devastating loss for the Astros, up 5-0 with only 4 outs remaining to get.
Yeah, that was rough. Astros lost yesterday afternoon on a walk-off walk, and we are holding their nose to the poo that they made. Aaron in Mid-County with a good point, because I was hoping, hey, maybe the Astros torpedo bats have arrived for their weekend series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States of America, of North America, formerly of Pangea, of planet Earth. I was hoping they'd be here, but Aaron in Mid-County says torpedo bats aren't pitching in the 9th with a lead. Yes, right you are. Or in the 8th with a lead. 4 outs to go. Good God, guys. You're up 5-0. What the hell happened? Sheesh. So it's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Astros are making us sad. Being at East River 9 is not making us sad. Goodness gracious, it is a beautiful day out here. So come out and hang with us. We're in the River House. We're drinking some drinks. We're having some food. If you want 9 holes of golf, you can have it. Par 3 course with the best view of downtown Houston in the city. You can even play a little pickleball here. That's what I'm assuming is going to happen the next time the Astros have the bases loaded. They'll balk home a run, because that's what they do. What would you rather watch over the Houston Astros? I want you guys to challenge me. A texter. Paul, would you rather watch the breakdancing girl from the Olympics? Oh, yeah, the Aussie, Raygun, or the Houston Astros? Got to say, Raygun's a strong, powerful, independent woman. Now, breakdancer, not so much. If that's the best Australia has to offer, then I shudder for their breakdancing community. But I think Raygun's a strong, powerful, independent woman. So I don't mind watching it. It's almost like I don't know what good breakdancing is supposed to be. I know it's not that, but at the very least, watching Raygun breakdancing, I'm not going to be spending 3 hours thinking the Astros offense has finally gone back on track in a game where a bunch of guys had 2 hits, only to see them lose to the Mariners with a 5-0 lead in the 8th inning with 1 out. Another texter, Eric the driver, challenges me. Paul, any form of motorsport over the Astros? If I got to ride along, no, I would be. Here's what's hypocritical about me. When I'm driving a car like a maniac, I feel completely in control on the highway. And that's what I love about the great state of Texas is like speed limits are suggestions. People actually go above them here. Like 60 miles per hour. What are we doing? There actually was a stretch while I was getting closer and closer to East River 9 on the way in here today where somebody was driving under the speed limit, and I hate it when people do that. He was like going like 53 and a 60. And okay, I understand obeying the speed limit entirely, but I'm a big believer that you go as fast as the cars that are going around you. Don't be a maniac. Don't do the road rage thing, But I think to answer Eric's question with the long tangent now over, I would like to participate in one of these things. I went go-kart driving once. It's the best rush I've ever had. Really, I my heart was still pounding after I was done. I had so much fun doing go-karts, and I had like on one of the laps, I had the lap record. Now I might have been driving a little bit like a maniac, but this was over in Katy at the Andretti place, which is basically like a Dave and Buster's that has a laser tag and a go-kart track. It was fun. So actually being in the car or driving the car would be fun. Being in person watching the motorsports, I would actually love to do it. Watching motorsports is tough on TV. I just have a tough time doing it, Damn It Mofos suggests Darts League. Did you see the injury that happened in the world of darts? Darts is one of those sports where you watch it, and even though you know the guys who are playing it are better than you, you want to do it. It's sort of the same thing with, I don't understand this generation, how they watch people play video games, but a guy got injured before the, the Premier League of Darts. These are all things we'd prefer to do watching the Astros right now. Michael Van Gerwen was forced to withdraw from last week's Premier League Darts meeting after a freak neck injury putting a shirt on. That sucks. But as I get older and older, I relate. Like, you lie on the couch a little bit too long and you wake up with back pain or neck pain, which I've been dealing with for the last couple of days. Fell asleep watching TV, woke up, neck pain. So I can understand how a guy gets injured putting on a shirt. Darts, better than the 2025 Houston Astros right now? Yeah, I think so. So challenge me. What should I watch instead? Zach asks, would you watch the new American Idol with Carrie Underwood over the Astros? You know, the first couple of rounds of American Idol aren't bad. They're not bad because you see train wrecks. But as it gets further and further and people are actually good, then I'd probably get a little bit bored. Like there's too many. These reality TV shows, I think, have too many episodes. I'd like to have it, like 6 or 7 as opposed to like 22 episode seasons. The people that watch Survivor are maniacs. I have friends that are rewatching seasons of Survivor. There's been like 40 of them, and they're all 22 episodes long. I used to enjoy watching The Bachelor. Then they went to 2 episodes a week. Like, relax, guys. Relax. So there you go, guys. Eric the driver says there's a thing called extreme experience, which is what I'm looking for. You can actually drive. Well, you can drive a Corvette. I would feel nervous driving a nice car, though. I'd want the car to look like a junker if I'm ever driving it in a race, because I'd feel guilty or nervous about the fact that it potentially, ding it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Virginia Buttonweed asks, JJ Watt Brothers Ultimate Tag League or Astros? I think I'd rather watch the Astros than that. Because that's one of those sports, again, where I'd watch people doing it, and I think I'd be so good at it, even though I'd probably be absolutely god-awful at it. God-awful. Ryan lost to Texas. This is a good one. Astros baseball or 3 hours of TikTok makeup tutorials? Yeah, I can't handle that. Caroline Collins and Fox 26 drives me crazy. I hate the get ready with me. Get ready with me. I'm going to tell you this here while you got ready with me. Get ready with me. Awful. Absolutely awful. 3 million followers on TikTok. Give me a gun. I will blow my brains out. It just drives me crazy. How do you become popular doing that? I got killed the other day. It wasn't good. I don't like when Bill got killed. That's the news. Now I like this. I don't get it. I'm jealous 100%, by the way, Caroline. It's awful, though. That's what TV news are these days. What else do we have? Dr. North texts in. Sir, are you a doctor? Only watching the last day of the Masters does not make you lame, Paul. I said that a little bit earlier because the Masters are really the last day is the one I really pay attention to. I'm actually going to get up early from a wedding in San Antonio on Sunday morning so I can watch the last of it. Being on TikTok and using the word cringe does make you a 13-year-old girl. Yeah, but like unlike just about everybody in town, let's be honest, in sports radio, I'm really good at relating to the youths and to people that are my age and beyond. Paul, you worded that so politely. Yes, like I can give you the references from back in the day that you need, but I also know how to use the hip lingo, like cringe, A texter asks about Miles Teller being interviewed at the Masters. I'd rather watch the Astros than see an actor being interviewed at a sporting event. That's the worst when they force stuff like that, I hate it. More text. Challenge me to watch something against the Astros. From the 832, I would rather watch the WNBA. On second thought, never mind. Yeah, the WNBA, I like how physical they play, but I also don't feel obligated to watch it because I know that my listening audience doesn't want to watch it. 409, mascots versus Pee Wee football or the Astros. Oh, dude, have you seen mascots versus Pee Wee football? It's kind of hilarious. Like the mascots, they don't screw around. And these kids are all like, armored up. They're wearing pads. They're wearing a helmet. But yeah, I actually do enjoy that. A whole game of that, I think it would be good. I'd want to be one of the mascots, in fact, one day. Paul, that's not cool. Well, if I'm wearing a mascot costume, you wouldn't know it's me. And yeah, I want to truck stick some people. 713. Reruns of Gilmore Girls. Oh, here's the thing about Gilmore Girls. It's one of many shows that I watched with my mom when I was grounded for a month. My mom saw that my internet history was, let's just say, rated R. And I had the door taken off of the hinge to my room as a high school boy for a month. And I wasn't allowed to watch TV. So the only TV I could get was if my mom was watching TV. So I ended up watching a lot of reruns of The Nanny, starring Fran Drescher, with her ridiculous accent, Gilmore Girls, and One Tree Hill. And I was like, well, this is better than nothing. You know, it's this or reading books they've already read. From the 832, from the 281. Astros baseball or no, I'm not finishing that text. I would rather watch Astros baseball than that. That's way too much from 3 hours, sir. All right, it's the Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Astros are disappointing me, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for bringing the vibes down, but the vibes are immaculate here, as the kids say. Yes, I'm so hip. At East River 9, come out, hang out with us. We're watching the Masters in the River House. You can play a couple holes of golf as well, if you want. A par 3 course with a beautiful view of downtown Houston. Play some pickleball, too. It is really my favorite place to do a show here in Houston, and also a fantastic menu of food. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Sports talk show. I haven't even had a drink yet. What's going on with that? The Astros are frustrating all of us with their lack of offense. They have the day off tonight. They play the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim starting tomorrow. We've been having a little bit of fun of can you find something that is less watchable than the Astros in this lack of offense of late? We've gotten some good ones. Trill O'Reilly asked on YouTube, the USFL's Roughnecks or the Astros? Well, I know that the Roughnecks got smoked in their season opener. I mean, they got housed. I'm trying to see what the heck happened in their last game. So the first game they lost to the St. Louis Battlehawks, 31-6. They lost to the Arlington Renegades 11-9 earlier this week. What was that, on Sunday? 11-9. How does that happen? 11. But yeah, I'd rather watch the Astros than the Roughnecks right now. No offense to the Roughnecks. The vibes are just not what they were in 2020. Everyone was having a blast in 2020. The Texans stunk. Those games were fun to attend. Now it's just different. Other possibilities. What's worse to watch than the Astros right now? Someone texted in. This was a really good one. Texans press conferences or Astros. Ooh, that's good, man. I don't know what's worse. I don't know if it's D'Amico Ryan's press conferences or if it's Nick Caserio press conferences. D'Amico, because I feel like I'm being gaslit. Last year there was a lot of that going on. And with Nick Caserio, he just doesn't stop talking. It's just over and over and over again. Just the most generic things. And I think he'd be a great filibuster. I've jokingly gone through his transcripts and looked up how many words he has said per answer, done the math, added it up. We're talking 500-word answers from Nick Caserio at these press conferences, you know? It's one of those things where you do tend to just zone out, and it's not even the Masters music that's making you zone out like you will have probably at times this weekend if you're watching the Masters. The beautiful scenery, the serene music in the background. You know? What else? More frustrating than the Astros to watch. What is something you'd actually prefer watching the 2025 Houston Astros to? HTX Rhino suggests a couple. One of them, Olympic curling. Curling is a tough watch for me. Curling would be fun if the people who are trying to stop that thing from sliding on the ice, this big rock with their brooms, if there were potential people trying to take them out, just cross-checking them over the middle of the ice, that to me would make it a little bit more fun. Someone asks HTX Rhino, an alternative adult film, which a lot of people would already believe I would like. No, I can't. I can't watch that. I just can't even watch that. I don't even want to see the thumbnail. Others, Astros or reruns of Battle of the Network Stars. Probably the Astros. Golden Girls or the Astros. Well, I've never seen Betty White on the Golden Girls. And since Betty White was RIP a national treasure, I'd probably pick the Golden Girls. Virginia Buddenweed asks, Astros or reruns of Nickelodeon Guts? Nickelodeon Guts never really got it going for me, so I'd probably pick Astros. Legends of the Hidden Temple reruns or Astros? I pick Legends of the Hidden Temple. No one choked in that show like the Purple Parrots. I mean, just a bunch of frauds. I think the Astros offense bad. Look at the Purple Parrots. Alligators versus BattleBots. I don't know if it's a TV show. I would love to watch lizards fighting robots. That would be fun. There's no consequences there because lizards don't have souls. The only animals with souls are mammals, don't you know? Lizards? Nope. Snakes? Nope. Alligators? Nope. Birds? Nope. It's just mammals. I have just come up with that rule officially. And now you know. Some funny texts are happening here. Some of these I cannot read, though. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. What's more difficult to watch than the Houston Astros right now? So that is on the table. As far as the Masters are concerned, if I'm not mistaken, and it is hard for me to actually watch what's going on and understand what's going on without hearing the TV audio, but at East River 9, we have the Masters on TV. Scotty Scheffler still tied for in second place with a couple with a Canadian and with a Limey. I'm not even going to say them by their names, but he did hit, if I'm not mistaken, a 40-foot shot. I'm not sure what hole that it was. I'm guessing that was on the 16th hole. He just parred 17, so I think he's on to hole number 18. He is actually, check that. He might be about to bogey on 17. So. Meanwhile, Justin Rose is through 10, and he is 6 under. So Justin Rose is crushing it right now, at least in the first round. We'll see if he's able to keep that up. Trying to see the actual leaderboard itself. Patrick Reed is still 1 under, which gives me an old kick in the pants. I'm trying to figure out where the hell that Northern Irish fraud Rory McIlroy is, and he's doing all right. Rory McIlroy's doing all right to this point, from what I understand. So there you go, guys. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. 409. Astros or a guy getting kicked in the nuts on YouTube on repeat for 3 hours? Well, it depends on how hard someone gets kicked in the nuts. Yesterday, while coaching flag football practice for the Blondes versus Brunettes, all money going to Alzheimer's research charity game. A ball that bounced hit my undercarriage. So I'm a little more sensy to the idea of someone getting, blibbed in the blabs. And I think I would rather watch Astros baseball than that. From the 832, Astros or this version of SNL. Sometimes SNL is okay. I mean, obviously a lot more misses, and I don't feel any attachment to the cast. But, I mean, if they bring Shane Gillis on, I'll watch. If they bring Dave Chappelle on, I'll watch. Both of whom are, I think, 2 of the greatest sketch artists that have ever lived. Shane Gillis's sketches online that SNL, I guess, didn't like. I can't believe that they moved on, that they did not go on with him. I mean, he said some things. He had a podcast. I don't get it. Truly, I don't. And then, yes, Dave Chappelle, icon. But, Paul, sometimes the stand-up comedy and my politics don't align. Okay, well, he's just trying to be funny, man. He's trying to be funny. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at East River 9 for the Masters, an event unlike any other. You can play a little par 3 golf on this beautiful day here in Houston if you want. Hang out with us in the River House. Have a drink. Have 2 drinks. Maybe don't have 3 drinks, but you could. You're just going to have some water along the way. Also, on top of that, we got corporate memberships here at East River 9. So if you want to just keep on coming out and hanging out at East River 9, you can get 12 golf rounds for $400 a month, 24 golf rounds for $700 a month, or 36 golf rounds for $1,000 a month. That's a pretty sick deal. Could also rent pickleball courts monthly. If you do this corporate membership, you get a 15% pro shop discount, a 15% food discount. The food here is amazing, truly. I love their hot bird sandwiches. It's good stuff. So all of those things on the table. And if you just want to come out and hang out today, half-price wings with a bucket of beer as we enjoy the Masters. No better place to enjoy the Masters. If you're not going to Augusta, do it here. You can watch the game on TV, and you can take a look out at beautiful downtown Houston from here. All right, guys, there you go. 713-780-3776 to call. To text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, a little segment that we like to call How Far is Too Far? How far is too far? You'll answer that for me on the other side. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at East River 9. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Yes, hanging out at East River 9. It is a beautiful day. Get your behind out here. You could play golf. You could just hang with us in the River House and eat some of the amazing food that we've got to offer at East River 9. Half-price wings with a bucket of beer. That sounds amazing. Truly. That sounds awesome. Much better than the Houston Astros, that's for damn sure. It is tough to watch those sons of biscuits these days. And people have been suggesting things that are more difficult to watch than the Houston Astros. Take your pick. Which would you rather watch? Astros or a corporate sexual harassment training video? You know, those are kind of funny. Paul, are you endorsing sexual harassment at the workplace? No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying sometimes those videos are funny because the actors that they get for these are bad. They're really bad actors. And some of the scenarios that get played out too. it's I wish that they would really go all the way. I think there's a parody sketch by Shane Gillis where it's when he was doing Gillian Keeves, and it's a sexual harassment training video. It's a hilarious video if you've never seen it before. Astros are defensive driving videos. Astros are any video that you're forced to watch by work. I think in some cases it would be Astros, but if it's workplace accident, I would definitely watch workplace accident. Like, I want to see somebody like pretend that they're getting their leg like accidentally caught in some sort of machination. Watch the Astros or Tucker Carlson. What is happening? What is going on? Definitely Astros on that front. Definitely Astros. It's nothing against Tucker. I actually don't have an issue with after he took a massive dump down my throat on national TV that one time, which led to me getting death threats. Couldn't like talk with me about the old chill dog incident. Every single Thursday at 2:30, a Joe George creation, pour one out. Joe George still works with us, by the way, comes to life. It's called How Far Is Too Far? Hit it. Audio intensive this time around. How far is too far? Jaylen Brown did an interview on $1 Million Worth of Game, a Barstool Sports podcast with fantastic guests. I actually probably played a lot of clips on that show, on this radio show, and on the show I was doing with Joe not too long ago. And I love Jaylen Brown since he is the Boston Celtics player I trust the most, even though Jason Tatum's having a great year. But for whatever reason, Jaylen Brown decided to dress up like some cross between a burglar and, I don't know, Black Panther on that episode. I really don't know what the getup was all about. But he had some hot takes. Is this too far? Is going after Jaylen Brown online for effing up one of your parlays, is that too far? And is Jaylen Brown's response to people like that too far? Here's Jaylen Brown on $1 Million Worth of Game.
I'm gonna get on. If I do happen to just scroll, like the comments be like, da 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 da. Like if I see you in the street, I'm about I mean, like for real.
That parlay, that was that parlay where they had 8 teams on it for 62,000.
I can't.
For $5.
And I'm gonna say this to the camera. If one of you parlay just run up on me, this one you up. I'm telling you. I'm saying, what are you parlay?
That's like keeping black gloves on. You got the glove, yeah, you got the parlay gloves on. You know martial arts? No, they call parlay gloves.
Try it if you want to. That's all I'm gonna say.
If someone gets into the face of an athlete for screwing up a parlay, is it too far for that person, that athlete, to beat that person's ass? I don't think it's too far. If you really get in that person's face, people send a lot of these anonymous comments online to athletes, and it seems to happen more with gambling than it is with anything else these days. And you know, I'd like to think that some of it's joking, but most of it's definitely not joking. Like, you're mad that you made a dumb bet, you're mad that you lost, and then you say something dickish online. I mean, if you did say it in person, you would get smacked. And I don't think that's too far. So perhaps we need to make that happen. Paul, are you endorsing that degenerate gamblers get beat up by athletes? Kind of, I guess. How far is too far? Continues. Will Howard, national champion quarterback for Ohio State, is also on Barstool Sports these days with John Gruden, who's bringing back the segment he used to do before the NFL draft where he sits down with quarterbacks. He's not going to get Cam Ward. He's not going to get Shedeur Sanders, I guess. But he did get Will Howard. Will Howard had this to say about players at Tennessee who, in the college football playoff game between the Buckeyes and Volunteers, decided to try to, I guess, intimidate Ohio State by coming onto the field shirtless.
So now the playoffs start, and here comes the Tennessee Volunteers. It's a cold night.
It was.
In Columbus. And you see these guys come roaring out of here, the SEC, Tennessee Vols, without their shirts. And it seemed like they were trying to intimidate you guys.
Oh yeah. Well, the funny thing is they came out with their shirts on or their shirts off, and they ran over to the opposite end zone and immediately put them back on. I was like, what are these clowns doing, man? Like, at that moment, I knew we had it.
It is really lame to go on the field before a game and take the shirt off to try to intimidate people. But if you're not going to stay with it, if you're going to actually put the shirt back on, then what was the point? And obviously you have to for the game, but that is I think, weirdo move. Tennessee was trying to prove, like, yeah, we could play in the cold. Yeah. But then, it didn't go so well for them. It's so annoying that Ohio State won the national title, but they didn't win it, even though they lost that game in such embarrassing fashion to a bum-ass Michigan team. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. The college football playoff, it's good, guys, right? Because it gives everyone a chance to win, right? Right? It doesn't. Anyway, how far is too far continues. Is it too far for John Gruden to compare Will Howard to this NFL quarterback?
Now, you're a big dual threat quarterback, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that what you are?
Damn right.
Who is this?
Josh Allen, man.
No, it's not. It's the MVP of the league,
MVP,
man.
Josh Allen.
He's a real big dual threat now. But when I look at Joshua Allen, he went to the combine. What was he?
6'4".
What are you?
6'4".
How much did he weigh?
237.
You guys are the same size, man.
Yeah, man.
So that's how big a guy you are.
Yeah. 26
career rushing touchdowns. You had an 80-yard touchdown run. 71. That's like Saquon Howard. What was this thing here against is this TCU?
Yeah, this is a counter read right here. So we're running a little
This
bash
is what
counter.
Jalen Hurts runs for the Eagles. What about this against Oklahoma State?
This is just pin and pull right here, baby. Make a little cut and it's off to the races.
This is one of my favorite plays of the season. I mean, look at all these Irishmen come after you right here. And it just opens up the back, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, how the hell do people not like you as the number one quarterback in the draft? Didn't you win the national title?
Yeah, man.
What do you got to do? You're 6'5". You're like a young Josh Allen.
Okay, so that's obviously too far, comparing Will Howard and the Ohio State offense that scored no points against Michigan in the big spot, especially when Kyle McCord's better than Will Howard. That's too far. But is it too far if you're an NFL agent, perhaps Will Howard's agent, to slide money under the table so that John Gruden will kiss your ass like just happened there? Because that's the only way that happens, right? He just compared Will Howard to Josh Allen. What are we doing? That's clearly too far. I get it. Like John Gruden, in person, completely different when he's interviewing people than the way that he was when he was the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when everyone called him Two-Face and all that jazz. But, bro, I mean, that is the most ass-kissing interview I've ever seen. And I get it. You want the guys to stick around, and maybe you're trying to plant the seeds for next year so you can actually get the top quarterback prospects to hang out with you in your quarterback camp. But comparing Will Howard to Josh Allen, that is clearly too far, to the point where I'm wondering if bribery happens. It is the Paul Gallant Show, and that was How Far is Too Far, where we asked if people have gone too far in the world of sports. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. These Twitchers on text line. You heard me say that already. I'm laughing at things I can't read on the air about Twitch. People are still putting in challenges on things that would be perhaps worse watches than the 2025 Houston Astros. No word on if the torpedo bats have arrived. It has been a rough week in Houston sports. I mean, the Rockets did get the 2 seed in the Western Conference, so that's fun. But you know what is a bummer? Another L for the Cougs. Another L. Terrence Arsenault is transferring. He announced this on social media.
This is a guy that a lot of people thought would step up after some Cougs leave. Hopefully, he'll get drafted into the NBA or continue their professional careers elsewhere. Talking about LJ Cryer, who I think will be in the NBA. And then you've got also on top of that, after LJ Cryer, Jaywan Roberts. No idea where he's going to end up. But Terrence Arsenault posted this on social media, quote, "After much prayer, reflection, and conversations with the people closest to me, I've officially decided to enter the transfer portal and begin a new chapter in my college basketball journey. Playing at the University of Houston has been a part of my story that I'll always carry with me. I'm thankful for the experiences, the teammates who turned into family, the fans who supported us through every win and loss, and the coaches who challenged me to both grow on the court and off the court and shape me into who I am today. I walk away with no bitterness, just growth, gratitude, and a clear vision for where I'm headed next. Sometimes the path to purpose requires a pivot, and I'm trusting the process." It was well written. And do not do the look to see if ChatGPT wrote that, you a-holes. Don't do it. And I do wish Terrence Arsenault the best and anyone who leaves the Cougs. I think one of the reasons he's transferring is because people really love the guys who are coming into the Cougs, whether it's the transfers or it's their recruiting class. It's why they are the number one ranked team going into next season already, despite losing their two best players, their two most, I guess, trustworthy players, because they're out of eligibility. In the case of Jaywan Roberts, it would be nice. Get a 7th year. Change your name. Change your hair. Get a mustache. Go Sammy Sosa. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that Jaywan Roberts can do so he stays with the Cougs. Can we get some NIL or something like that? Come on, guys. Come on. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. Also on the table, embrace debate, since it's tough to watch the Astros these days as we hang out here at East River 9 watching the Masters. The question is, frozen margarita or margarita on the rocks? Last chance to dance is next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, on a beautiful day at East River 9 with the best view of downtown Houston in our wonderful city. You want to come out, play a little golf? You can. You want to watch the Masters with us in the River House? You also can. Temperature perfect inside. So many TVs to watch the Masters. In case you're wondering what's happening at the Masters right now, Justin Rose leads the way. He is kicking ass. He's not even 2/3 of the way. Oh, he's finally through his 12th hole. Justin Rose is 6 under, leading the way. In second place, a two-way tie. Scotty Scheffler and Corey Connors have wrapped up. They are both 4 under after round 1. So there you go. That's the top of the leaderboard. We'll see if Justin Rose is able to keep up this start. I mean, damn, 6 under through 12. It's really impressive at Augusta, at least from what I understand. The Rockets are making us sad. They're less watchable than the B team Rockets from last night, who lost by 17 points to the Clippers. That was because Reed Shepherd was awesome. I mean, you can't blow a 5-0 lead against the Mariners. The Mariners don't have an offense, and you're walking in the game-winning run, and you're allowing a grand slam at T-Mobile Park with the marine layer. It's cold, and they have a marine layer, and their ballpark is too big. Come on, guys. That's where I'm at. So we've been doing a lot of this all show long. Like, what would be I guess, less watchable than the Houston Astros? You guys have provided some excellent suggestions. We stumbled into it because me being mad at the Astros, like there's a shelf life for that. I can only maintain that energy for a little bit. Maybe I need some sort of like testosterone injection or something like that. Astros or any PowerPoint presentations? Ask fake Tony Stark. PowerPoint presentations look tough. The last time I remember a PowerPoint presentation being shown to me out and about, you know what it was? It was a PowerPoint presentation for a Ponzi scheme of some sort or a pyramid scheme of some sort. I forget what it was, but I was hanging out with my buddy Drew and Mike and their significant others at their place, and we were out in the hallway of this new new apartment complex, and like these people say, "Hey, we're having a party, come join us." And we're like, screw it, like we're social people, let's see what happens. And all of us go into this room, and there's like a ton of people in this 1-bedroom apartment, and they're all sitting all over the place wherever they can sit, couch, a table, and a PowerPoint presentation begins. We're like, oh, I thought this was a house party. And this PowerPoint presentation is very clearly a pyramid scheme. And I've never been prouder of myself for like 5 minutes in, because they're talking about how, like, yeah, if you join this, you can have your own pre-owned BMW, which are probably like cars that were found that flooded from one of the many Houston floods or have hail damage or something like that. But it was clearly a pyramid scheme. And after 5 minutes, I just got up and left. Some of my friends stayed for a lot longer, and I think they were trying to be polite. It was like, that was clearly a pyramid scheme. Leave. So PowerPoint presentations or Astros, I'm picking the Astros. I am picking the Astros. I need to make you guys aware of something I saw online. It is horrible. Absolutely horrible. And I say this as somebody who, knows that a lot of you guys sometimes get frustrated with the beat writers who cover the team. I like them. I like Chandler Rome. I like Brian McTaggart. I've not met Nat Kawahara, but seems like a good dude. But there's some of the online accounts that are tad insufferable. Michael Schwab, he can be insufferable from time to time. Great Astro aggregator, if you will. There's another account that's trying to be Michael Schwab, and good God, every single time I see him post, I get mad and then I laugh. This seems like a post that I would do in the midst of a rant about the Astros. It's from an account at base0nballs_. And like he's clearly trying to become like a big time baseball account.
He's even got his own logo. Here's what he wrote. Oh, man. Again, this is something I would do like jokingly in the middle of a rant. You know what the Astros need? They need some fun. Where is the double celebrations? Where are the hugs for homers? Where are the stare downs? Why is this team not having fun? Yeah, like that actually was posted. Well, here's the thing. First off, I mean, you need reasons for the fun, like offensive success. That generally helps because, you know, like a great play defensively or a strikeout. I mean, everyone's out on the field for that. So there's that. The stare downs are gone because Alex Bregman isn't here. No Astro is going to do something that Alex Bregman used to do. You can't do that. You can't rip off something Bregman did. It could be somebody else who's like only been there for a little bit of time theoretically. But no. But the Astros need some fun. Oh my goodness gracious. Fun. That's what they need. No, fun only comes if you're doing well. When these guys are all struggling at the plate, like what, they're gonna hug each other after like drawing a walk? They're going to hug each other after a 13-pitch strikeout, which we've seen a lot of these days. I don't know. Unbelievable that we see stuff like that. That is a brutal, brutal one. Coogblay says, sounds like a chick account. Yes. Or me. But now you guys all know my origin story as to why I'm perhaps a little more effeminate than most. The reason? It's this. My mother took the door off my room in the month before my 18th birthday. Was it 17th? I forget. And since I wasn't allowed to watch TV and I was grounded, I was forced to watch Gilmore Girls, The Nanny, and One Tree Hill to pass the time. Got to say, all three of those shows rule. Like, I'd rewatch all of those shows again. And I'd probably watch all of those shows from watching the Astros. From the 713, all those number one picks from sucking for 5 years straight are all gone. It's over. Damn, don't say that yet. Let's wait at least another month, okay? Anyway, Ryan Lawson, Texas says they should do what the Rangers do. Grab each other. Have some fun after scoring runs. Yeah, that's too much fun. That's a little bit too much fun. All right, a little garbage time before we GTFO from East River 9. Did you know that dire wolves, a wolf that has been extinct for 10,000 years, are back? Yes. 2 little puppies were born going Jurassic Park. And you know why they were reborn? It was thanks to investments from Tiger Woods and Tom Brady. I have often said that Tom Brady is my Lord and Savior, and now the man is playing God. Gotta say, this generally doesn't work out so well in sci-fi movies. I base this mostly off of the movie Jurassic Park. I don't think that bringing back something that's 10,000 years old, specifically a predatory dog that's 9 feet long, I don't think it's a good idea, but I do respect my Lord and Savior Tom Brady finally doing what many have been asking for him to do, to actually play God instead of just being one. And on that note, my friends, that's going to wrap up the Paul Gallant Show. Come out, watch the Masters with the Killer Bees. Their show starts in a couple of minutes at East River 9, a beautiful view of downtown Houston. You can play a par 3, 9 holes of golf. It's a fun old time out here. So I hope to see y'all. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Big thanks to BMAC back at Mission Control. Big thanks to all you listeners, our texters, YouTubers, and even our Twitchers. I am merely Paul Gallant. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Broadcasting live from East River 9. Brian's behind the glass, too, in case you're interested. These Masters are something, huh? This is Masters Day, round 1. Lots to get to today, and we'll get to all of it. Astros played yesterday, 6:05. Rockets played yesterday, although if you rest all your players, did they really play?
That's a good point.
But the Masters going on right now. It's why we're here at East River 9 and happy to be here. I just got a shrimp po' boy that looks fantastic. It looks awesome.
It does.
It looks great. I can't wait to bite into that. The fries are very good. We got a loaded French fry. That was very good. You had a couple of bites of the quesadilla.
Very tasty.
Which is, you like quesadillas.
I do.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't like quesadillas?
I'm the palate of a 13-year-old.
You didn't take that personal, did you? You didn't. You don't hold grudges, do
never.
you?
No, I never do those such things.
Justin Rose is the early leader at Augusta. He's through 12 and he's 6 under.
That's pretty good.
That's really good. There are some low scores. The Connors and Scheffler, clubhouse leaders, co-leaders, they're 4 under. Terrell Hatton, the guy who looks like my buddy Taylor, he's at 3 under. Rory's 3 under through 9. He's got a chance to catch down Rose. My buddy was telling me, he didn't make this bet, but apparently there was somebody that was somebody was trying to get him. It was on Sirius XM.
Okay.
He was saying that Justin Rose, clubhouse leader, I think it paid 40 to 1. He was on it. The host was, but my buddy didn't. He didn't tell it. He didn't tell it. He didn't play the bet.
Oh no.
Yeah, so he's not gonna. Well, I mean, who knows if Justin Rose 80 to 1. My bad.
Ooh.
80 to 1. $100 would win. What is that? $8,000.
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't bet that. Can you believe that?
That's a tough one right there. That's one you're going to regret for a while.
Yeah. So Rose, the early leader. That's cool. Connor, Scheffler, 400. But if you're looking for a spot to watch the Masters, this is your spot to do it. They have a bunch of TVs up here. Great food, great drink. Maybe you're just in the mood to golf. Well, they have the course here. They have the driving range, a little pickleball, a little ping pong. They got it all. They got it all at East River 9. We're inside the River House if you want to come by, yell at Blankers, and tell him bad things. But good spot as always.
This is one of those spots that you just basically say it's a Chamber of Commerce day. And if you get one of these kind of days, this is the place to be. You get the view of the skyline. You get the indoor-outdoor options, everything that you mentioned. This is whether Masters on or not, but it's even better when there's a little extra, golf on with a major. But it's a beautiful spot.
Yeah, I always love coming here. I always love getting a little bit of the food as well. The one thing I didn't love was the Astros losing yesterday. Astros fall to the Mariners 7-6. Early in the year, 12 games in, you were leading that. Yesterday's game felt important because you're playing a division rival on the road. Was the rubber game of a 3-game series. You feel like, okay, win that game. You have some early bragging rights against a division rival. Astros were up 5-0. That's what makes it even worse. Like, you lose 4-3, whatever. You lose 6-3, whatever. But you're up 5-0. Mariners score 4 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th. Seattle wins. Astros come home losers.
Yeah, it's really a tough one to swallow because, we always talk about, you and I always say, hey, look, forget the winning streaks as much as if you win series, then you're doing more than enough to be a very competitive team in Major League Baseball. And Brian and I were talking about it as the show progressed that, hey, this is great. I mean, based on the slow start that they had, and you can start to forget about the Giant series because you're going to win another series. You had a 4-2 road trip. You're doing what you need to do, and then all hell broke loose. And when all hell broke loose, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And now instead of coming home with that 4-2 road trip going, they're working it out. A lot of the guys are starting to hit the ball. Pitchers look pretty good for the most part. You can fight through some things that the injury, Arrighetti and otherwise, but it seemed like things were going in the right direction. Now you got a totally different attitude coming home for the Angels tomorrow night going, man, that really sucked.
Yeah. So Astros lose it 3.5 games back now of the Rangers, which I'm paying attention to that. I pay attention to the standings year round. Why do they keep standings? To pay attention to it. So Astros 3.5 back of the division. Rangers off to a pretty good start at 9-4. Angels off to a pretty good start too, 8-4. Angels are in Houston tomorrow for the start of a 3-game series. Where are they in the wild card? I haven't seen where the Astros are in relation to the wild card. 3.5 as well. So 3.5 in both. If the season were to end today, the Astros are out of the playoffs. The bullpen was an issue yesterday. You want to start with Abreu or you want to start with Contreras?
Well, to me, Contreras is a guy that should be back in Sugarland. I said this even previous to this appearance, but the fact that he even called his number yesterday was puzzling to me. You had a couple lefties coming up. You had guys in the bullpen, especially a guy that you and I discussed in Brian King that is available, that's been doing his job. Okert's been doing his job well enough that I thought that from that perspective, those were two guys I would have gone to before Contreras. I get it. He's just going to throw some guy out there to maybe save some innings on those guys. But in short order, even if you didn't do it initially, which I still would have done, I didn't like Contreras in that situation. He hasn't been good. He wasn't good again. And I look at it and go, from that perspective, I would question Joe Espada, but also the fact that I just don't think Contreras, as good of a spring training as he had, and with the injuries opening up a spot for him, I think in short order he should be heading back to Sugarland.
They traded Montero a day too early.
Yeah, because he really would have been good there.
I don't think he allows 3 runs.
I agree with you, and he's got a little extra, red ass going because the Mariners got rid of him. They were going to DFA him, and he was thrown into that trade when he got to Houston. But yeah, you're right. Last outing, he ate up 2 innings for you. He looks like a guy that could have done it again, and then the move was made, and now you can't do it.
I imagine by tomorrow he is sent down. Because, he threw a lot of
Contreras,
pitches.
yeah,
Contreras.
Yep.
Now, I don't know how many people they have that they can call up because Caleb Ort's not ready. Forrest Whitley's not ready. Lance McCullers is not ready. They called up Bennett Souza, however you say his name. He pitched yesterday, got an out, although he didn't look great. Walked 2.
Yep.
So, the bullpen had been pretty okay before yesterday. And I'm okay trading Montero, obviously. They saved a few $1 million. They saved $3 or $4 million by trading Montero. So now they're $5 million under the CBT, which maybe they can add something by the deadline if they are in the race. So I totally understand trading Montero. But it does put you in a bind. Montero being out, having the injury of Eric Getty, who broke his thumb by getting hit by a line drive in batting practice. Hader's been used. He was used twice for 2 innings recently. So Espada really doesn't have a great arsenal right now, or a full arsenal, which gets you to Abreu. Abreu blew the game there, no doubt about that. He's been used now 3 times in 4 days. That's a tall ask, asking him to pitch 3 times in 4 days. So
this early in the season too.
Yeah, I'm not letting Abreu off the hook. I'm not excusing Abreu, but it is a tall ask to have a guy go out there 3 of 4 days in high leverage spots. That's not ideal at all.
No, because the fact that Hader twice gave you 2 inning appearances meant that there were going to be opportunities for him to be a closer, but that's a different situation for him. It's higher leverage as it turned out. And you're right. That frequently, that early in the season is not ideal for a guy that you're going to lean on as a high leverage guy. And he is your 8th inning guy with chances to also close throughout the year. It's a tough proposition. And when you looked at it, I thought he got squeezed a little bit on a couple of calls. At the same time, do I think that that's the reason why they lost the game? Absolutely not, because I thought that his non-competitive pitches were so non-competitive that you really gave the Mariners the driver's seat from a hitting perspective, because he wasn't nibbling on the corners or burying a slider on the outside corner with a 2-strike count, 0-2 up on Julio Rodriguez. And you were up early, I believe, on a Rosarena as well. But you had opportunities, but his pitches were so non-competitive in between getting up in the count. You end up with a full count, a non-competitive pitch high in the zone, and you lose the ball game.
Now, he did get screwed on the Garver at bat.
Oh, no doubt.
That was strike 3. And then he got Raleigh to ground out. He should have been out of the inning. Now, he still would have blown the save, but it went to extra innings.
Right.
And the Astros really aren't equipped to go to extra innings with their current state of the pitching staff. So, who knows if they win that game. I would say the math was probably not on their side anyways. But that pitch to Garver, the 3-2 pitch at the knees, that was a missed call. If they were using the ABS and you still had a challenge, that would have been a challenge, and it would have been overturned, because that was there.
Yep,
that was there.
That was. I don't care. That was right down the center, right at the lower half of the zone, and I just don't know how he, especially in that situation on a 3-2 count where he's got to have that pitch. I don't know how you don't call that pitch, and that was a bad call, and he got screwed there. The Julio Rodriguez at bat really bothered me because you really dusted him with 2 fastballs. You got way up in the count. You're up 0-2, and instead of burying a slider on the outside corner, and I understand you maybe have a little bit in the back of your head, you don't want to actually, spike it and have a pass ball, but that ball was so close to the corner that he just threw the barrel head on the outside corner, threw it down the right field line. Now you got a tie game. I think you got a couple pitches to play with there before you go and make a pitch like that.
Yeah, not a great outing for Abreu. I don't like to see him pitching 3 times in 4 days, though. That's not good. Now, Espada doesn't have many options there. Hader was obviously not available. He used 3 relievers prior to that. Contreras, I imagine, will be sent down before tomorrow's game, though, just because he worked a lot. He has options. He didn't pitch well. Now, the corresponding move, I have no idea. Maybe Nick Hernandez, Houston Cougar, go Cougs, can be that guy. Now, there was some positives, I guess. Cam Smith had his first multi-hit game as a Houston Astro, so maybe he's starting to figure it out a little bit now. He got the batting average up to the Mendoza line. He's hitting 200 now, but good to see him with a multi-hit game for the first time in his career.
Yeah, no, I think that we're starting to see, by being patient, the fact that there's some very good things coming out. The triple was a good sign for him. The fact that he's got a multi-hit game now, I think he's starting to build some confidence because, like I said, against Castillo the other night, the first 2 at-bats, he looked like he was overmatched. And that's where I started to worry about, how long is he going to be able to kind of persevere and how long are they going to be able to go with him? But now these things seem to turn the tide so that he looks like he's got confidence at the plate. He's putting the barrel on the baseball. He's got unbelievable speed for a guy his size, too, even on that triple, the way he can run the bases. So good, positive things there. I mean, there's for me, the fact that Paredes seems to really kind of he's finding his swing. He keeps getting hits game after game, which is very encouraging to me. And Altuve at the top of the lineup continues to do what he always seems to do, which is no matter where you play him defensively, he hits the baseball.
Yeah, that's he does hit the baseball. The Astros the Mariners sent that guy down the pitch yesterday, Luis F. Castillo.
Oh, yeah.
So now they only have one Luis Castillo.
So they basically F'd Castillo.
I guess.
Yes.
If you want to look at it that way.
Yeah.
It's good for Luis M. Castillo, though, because he can stop going by Luis M. Castillo, now just Luis Castillo. Astros also blew the Hunter Brown start. I mean, Hunter Brown was excellent yesterday. 2 hits over 6 innings, 6 shutout innings. He was fantastic, and nothing to show for it.
Yeah,
nothing to show for it.
That's unfortunate because it looks like you're going to settle right in at the top of your rotation with those 2 guys. And Fromber coming off of his start now, Hunter Brown coming off his start. Nothing to worry about there, and you feel really good at the top of your rotation. The Arrighetti thing makes things a lot more interesting as we look at all the injuries that seem to have piled up in a short period of time with the pitching staff. So now you've got injuries to worry about in terms of who can replace guys in the pen. Injuries now become a big factor in terms of we know McCullers isn't ready. We know Garcia may never be ready. They've got problems now because they're going to try and stretch out Gusto. Blue ball might be an option, but you're watching the rotation, too, to see what they're going to do there.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on the Astros game if you have them. 713-780-3776, the HRNP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Yeah, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Century Property Tax Consultants. Look, we know tax day is April 15th, but property tax day is May 15th. The deadline is fast approaching, and you need to attack your property taxes like you're going to full court press because you can make some money back. You can save some money. And by the way, that's the only way that Century Property Tax Consultants are going to charge you any money for helping you with your property tax. They do it all. They do everything from residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties, and they're going to fight to reduce your taxes. And when they do, with no savings, no charge to you. If they save you, that's the only time they get paid. How do you go wrong, and why don't you get in contact with them right now? All it takes is simply getting on your computer, cprotax.com. That's cprotax.com, and they're going to do the rest. You're not going to have to go to court. You're not going to have to fight it. They're going to do everything for you. And basically, the odds are very much in your favor that you're going to win. And when you win, you're going to be happy because you're going to save thousands on your property taxes, most likely. And that's because of the experts that have 60 combined years of experience. Century Tax Consultants. They're here to help you win big. Check them out today. Go to cprotax.com. That's cprotax.com. Century Property Tax Consultants. Don't pay more taxes than you need to.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We can just talk Masters leaderboard all day from East River 9.
Good with that.
You want me to read the whole thing?
Paul did.
How many
he?
golfers are? No, I doubt it. We need
he was looking at the profile pictures on PGA.com for some of these players.
Really?
Trying to look, and it's like Justin Rose looks like he's so old. They're like, oh, he's 44.
This Nick Dunlap fella shot a 90.
A 90?
Yeah, he shot a 90. He went out at 43, came home at 47.
Ouch. Did you see the JJ Sick flex?
Who is this guy? That he went?
That he's
going
going
there.
Well, he drops the I'm going, give me best tips for what to eat, who to follow. And then he goes, and oh, by the way, I'm playing the course on Monday morning.
No kidding.
Over under is, like he said, is 152. You're playing the course, bro. That's unbelievable.
That is pretty awesome. Yeah, I've never heard of this. I've seen the name, but I've never.
I have too.
I actually thought it was a different dude. This Nick Dunlap, American professional golf. He's actually won two events on tour.
Does he have
Went
like
to Alabama?
A beard?
No.
No?
No, he's like clean cut. I thought it was a different dude.
Okay. Yeah, one of the guys they profiled.
The picture doesn't have a beard, but he might have a beard now. But the picture of him doesn't have a beard. He's won 2 PGA tours. He's won 1 European tour, but he's never made a cut in a major. Now he hasn't played in a lot of them. This is only his 6th major, only his 2nd Masters, and the dude shot a 90.
Wow, that's not good.
It's embarrassing.
And he teed up in the morning,
huh?
Because the wind picked up in the afternoon. But still, Rory's at the turn at 3 under. So I don't think the wind's bothered anybody. The conditions seem to be ideal for scoring today.
You ever listen to Joe Rogan?
I don't.
He has his producer guy's named Jamie, and he's always like, "Hey, Jamie, find me this, find me that," kind of like what we do with Brian. Hey, Brian,
no.
Find us some Chris Vernon. What's going on at the Masters still? Remember that thing?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I think he has one out. Find me some Chris Vernon, Brian. And Rose still leads at 6 under. Scheffler and Connors are done at 4 under. Hatton done at 3 under. Rory's now 3 under through 10.
Okay.
Denny McCarthy, Shane Lowry, Hideki Matsuyama, Bryson DeChambeau are all at 2 under.
At least Rory survived number 10 for the first day. Watch out for the cabins on Sunday.
Yeah. So if you're looking for a spot to watch the Masters, this is it. If you're looking for a spot to have delicious food, this is it. If you're looking for a spot to have some cold beer, this is it. If you're looking for a spot to play some golf, practice some golf, play pickleball or ping pong, this is also it. 713-780-ESPN Twitchers. XX Ron saying that the pitchers have been pretty good for the Astros, so I'll give this one a pass. It's hard to give this one a pass, though.
Yeah, you know what? There's certain losses that you remember and they stick with you. I think this is going to be one of them because you got 4 outs to get and a 5-run lead. And as much as the table was set against you, Oker comes in and he does his job on the first 2 guys he faces, and you got a chance to escape unscathed with the bases jammed in the 8th. And instead, the grand slam just starts it. And then even getting an extra run in the 9th to put their 6th run across wasn't enough. That's a tough loss to take, man.
Yeah, how will they handle Arrighetti's absence? He would be the starter tomorrow. They're bumping up Ronel Blanco because they had the day off. So Blanco's still going to be on his normal rest, pitch tomorrow. And then Ryan Gusto is going to pitch on Saturday. So he's going to be in your rotation. For how long? Who knows? I can't imagine that'll be a long start either because he's pitching on 3 days rest.
And he hasn't really been stretched
Not
out
a
yet.
ton, no.
They wanted him to go down eventually when they got healthier on the staff, just so he could stretch out more because the plan was at some time this year to make him kind of one of your possibilities as a starter. But, yeah, he ain't ready for that yet.
It wouldn't shock me if they call up Gordon to be like the guy who can eat some innings this weekend.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But then, yeah, Gusto's taking Arrighetti's spot in the starting rotation. So that's what's going on
Think they just leave Blue Ball down there for now?
Yeah, he's not on the 40.
Okay.
I don't know if Gordon's on the 40. Actually, they had to put Gordon on the 40 to make him uneligible to be drafted in the Rule 5 draft. So Gordon is on the 40.
Okay.
Memory serves. Blue Ball's not. So it makes it easier to call up Gordon than it would Blue Ball. Yeah, Blue Ball's not on the 40. And none of these injured guys are ready yet, right?
No, Okert made his Ort made his first appearance on Tuesday. And if everything went as planned, I didn't see a box score from Sugarland, but Whitley was supposed to make his first appearance in relief yesterday.
Yeah, I heard he pitched well.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but one rehab assignment, they're not calling him up immediately. You wouldn't think, but they are kind of desperate right
times,
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would be shocked if they did, but desperation makes you do crazy things. YouTube Keith, Joe Espada reminds me a lot of Joe Girardi. I won't make fun of the spelling, but overthinks things instead of just letting the guys go out and play baseball. I don't know about the latter part. He kind of reminds me of Girardi a little bit too. I think he reminds me of Girardi in stature. As a manager, I do think both are kind of meh, so I see the comparison there. But I don't think Espada is like overthinking things so much where the guys just aren't going out and playing baseball. If anything, Espada is like not a terrific leader, you know?
Yeah, I think, from that perspective, it's one thing to say last year you're watching Joe Espada super, super close and he's got a loaded roster. This year, I don't know how you can really blame the manager and point the finger and start with the manager when you got an offense that isn't hitting. They're really, really bad for the most part. The majority of the lineup, they're not putting up any runs. You got guys in the bullpen that you didn't expect to even be on your team at the start of spring training that are trying to eat up innings and do some things to kind of bridge the gap till you get guys back. So before you start getting too hot and heavy on a guy like Joe Espada, I think you got to look at the fact that the players still got to win the game. You got players that are not coming up big right now.
I don't love Espada though.
You don't?
I kind of mail on him.
I think overall, I think he's a meh. I think they kept, when they hired him, it was like, well, let's keep the continuity together. He's been a long time, guy in this clubhouse. Everybody's familiar with him. We don't bring in someone that might be a culture shock to some guys. But I think that's what they wanted when they made the move initially.
See, I tried really hard to like him. Like, I wanted to make him the most interesting manager in the world. I was trying to make fetch happen because he just kind of mad at me. Joe Espada.
I just think from this particular situation, I don't care who's managing this team. I don't think it would have made a difference in their record so far this year.
XX. No, I would agree. Like, the start this year is better than the start last year. They're 5-7. Last year they were 12-24. They're playing great baseball compared to where they were a year ago. I agree with that. Like, to me, it's not the manager as to why they're 5-7. And 5-7 is not an atrocious start.
No.
Like, the way you lost yesterday stings and sucks. But 5-7 is not this awful start that you can't get out of the hole of.
But this is like what the game that they came back and won that they weren't supposed to win in Minnesota when they got down 7-1.
Yeah.
This is the flip side of it. Like, if you leave that series with a win like that, you're feeling a lot better about the team. Now you lose this series when you look like you had it firmly in your grasp, and instead of being 500, already digging out from the Giants series and feeling positive, now you got a whole lot more things to look at, worry about, and complain about.
I feel like you and I are about to play poker heads up like we're on Rounders because we're both sitting here staring at each other's eyes with our arms folded across our chest, paid that man his money. Which one are you? Are you Damon or was it KGB? Teddy KGB, right, Brian? It was Teddy KGB.
Yeah, that was John Malkovich's character, Teddy KGB.
Yeah, I didn't know the name of the guy. I'll be John Damon or Matt Damon. You be I said Johnny Damon, the baseball player. I'll be Matt Damon. You be the KGB guy.
Okay.
He's saying that because he takes your money, Joel, at the end of the day.
I'm sure he did.
Spoiler
That's not
alert.
surprising.
That man.
Malkovich is a hell of a character actor, though.
Great movie. I thought they were making another one. I thought I saw rumors they were making another one.
There was rumor of that, but yeah, nothing's come of it so far.
The Happy Gilmore remake's coming out soon.
Yeah, that's official.
Maybe that's one movie that Sandler does in the last 10 years that actually has some success.
Yeah, I think he's a little overrated. Don't shoot me.
A little overrated. Makes a ton of money, but those movies, boy.
Yeah. XX, I want Espada to get fired. Fired up with umpires. Okay, I read that wrong. I want Espada to get fired up with umpires, even if he's wrong. Get the squad fired up. Example, that Jordan interference call the other day. See, I thought he was a little more fired up than people let on. Now, that strike 3 no call yesterday, I would have been thrown out.
No doubt.
I would have been so gone so fast.
I was driving home listening to it, and I was not happy. And then when I got home, I rewound it and watched it, and I was screaming. I was like, "Oh my goodness, that was bad!" Like at that point in the game to make that call, whoo, baby. And then the umpire report came out today, and everybody, in the obvious, he missed it.
Yeah, I would have been ejected. How many times do you think you'd get thrown out if you were a manager? A year, 162, just a normal run-of-the-mill year. How many times are you getting thrown out?
10.
10?
10 to 15.
Yeah. I think you and I would go 10 for me. Now you and
then I'm probably 15.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think you and I would get thrown out in different ways though. Like you seem like one to throw the hat.
I'm Aaron Boone. I'm
throw
going
dirt
out
everywhere.
I'm taking the bottom of the bat and drawing the batter's box and imitating the umpire. I'm doing all that.
Building sandcastles
Yeah.
on home
Yeah,
plate,
I'm all
kicking dirt everywhere, turning your hat backwards and getting in the face of the umpire. I think it'd be my my smart mouth that would get me in trouble. I think that's how I'd be getting thrown out. Like you wouldn't see me like but I'd probably say some things that umpires wouldn't like, I think.
Oh, I think you would backhand him with a little dry humor, and then it probably would resonate for about 5 seconds, and the umpire walking back to the wait a minute, and then just toss your ass.
If Joel is KGB, then he's going to need some Oreos. He liked Oreos in that movie.
Oh.
It's my club. I will splash the pot whenever I want. That's such a good movie. I need to go back and watch it.
You think Joel
you guys?
That means you have alligator blood in this scenario.
It's hard to hear you, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just making
usually it's the opposite. You can hear him okay?
I can hear him, yeah.
The engineer out here is terrible. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I don't
He has
think this
no
will be the
idea what
last
he's
day
doing.
he
I think he had
engineers.
no idea coming in that he had to be doing.
I didn't. I had no clue.
That's right.
Do you guys still feel good about downtown Dana Brown?
I don't have a problem with Dana at this point. I think that, we know injuries happen throughout the year. I think he did what he had to do with Kyle Tucker, and it's something that the organization hadn't done before. I like that. I have no problem with the fact that at least he admitted that the outfield right now looked like that it needed something more than Chaz and Jake on a consistent basis, and he gave Cam a shot. DeCenzo made the squad. From a pitching perspective, you can ask the question, should he have tried to go out and get more help, but that would have cost more money. That would have been a problem in terms of the tax.
Yeah.
So I think right now he's done just about all he can do, because for this season, going into this season, as much as, we've said Jim Crane has supported just about everything that this team has tried to do. It seemed like they went really conservative this offseason and were hell-bent on not spending money, and that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I like downtown Dana. I have no problem with downtown Dana. Sleepy Joe, on the other hand, I am pretty meh on him. But I agree with you that the start would not matter, even if the best manager in the world was managing this team. It's true that ump yesterday was terrible. The relief pitchers blew it again. SMH. How many games have they blown?
Well, they actually won one they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I think this is the only game where they had a
they blow one in the
commanding
Giants series?
lead. I don't remember.
I don't. I don't think you correct me or help us and refresh our memory if they've blown more than this is the one that they really just crapped all over themselves and peed down their leg because
both
you had because you had a 5-run lead with 4 outs to go. That the law of averages says if you want to go back to the whole win probability thing, I'm pretty sure it was pretty high.
I don't know why we were seeing Hader pitching more than 1 inning this early in the season. I would have rather have had him available yesterday than throw 2 innings the night before. Yeah, but they won the night before when he threw 2 innings. So, bird in the hand. I see where you're coming from, where you don't want the innings and the workload to stack on Hader, and they just spent the entire offseason saying we want to avoid using them as much as we used them last year. So, I see totally where you're coming from. At the same time, you have to win the game that is in front of you.
That's right.
So I don't really have an issue doing that. And I kind of like that Hader throws 2 innings from time to time.
I think it says a lot about him and his commitment based on what he's done previously. We've already been through that in the past, that he's willing to do it. And we just got done talking about how kind of depleted and kind of up in the air a lot of the bullpen is. The most important thing you can do is avoid what happened yesterday. When you get to those high leverage end of game situations, close the door, lock it shut, get the W. That's what they did in an extra inning, 1-run ball game the day before. He did his job and more.
Big ups to Cam, 2 hits, no errors in right yesterday. Yeah, he had a good game. What do y'all think it would take for the Astros to get Tyler Soderstrom from the A's? I have no idea. I haven't really looked into him at all. Now, Adam Ottavino is a free agent today.
Oh.
And, is he great? No. Is he better than Luis Contreras? Yes. I would be interested in signing Adam Ottavino to a very low-level salary right now.
I think Ottavino's a guy that's had experience with the Mets. He's had success with the Yankees. He's an experienced relief pitcher. I don't think he would cost you much. If you're dealing with less than $5 million right now, he's probably coming at,
maybe a mil?
Yeah, a mil or two. I think that's definitely something that downtown Dana Brown should explore, because I think they need something right now, because we don't know when Ort and Whitley are going to be back.
Yeah, I would. I'd be kicking the tires on that. Now, if he's like, I need 5. Okay, never mind. I'm not signing you for $5 million.
How badly do you want to pitch back
$2
in
million.
the bigs? Right.
Yeah, $2 million is the most I would give him, and I'd actually feel uncomfortable with 2. Under 2, I'd feel good. $2 million, I'd be like, but you might need to do a move like that because this bullpen, the low leverage guys are crap.
And that's the thing. If he was on top of his game, he could command a lot more. But right now, as a free agent with the season already, knee deep in the first month, if you really want to play big league baseball this year, you take what's out there. And and it's kind of like what we said about with Rodgers. He picked the Astros and picked the best spot for him to possibly have opportunities so he could succeed. Yeah. Now he's your starting second baseman. If Ottavino looks at the bullpen and goes, what I just said, I don't know when some of these relief pitchers are coming back. I'll get some opportunities to prove myself. That's where I should be.
Like right now, he might be the 6th inning guy. Like
Exactly.
maybe even the 7th inning guy. Texter says Joe Maspada. Meh Spada. How do you feel about that nickname for Sleepy Joe?
I like it.
Joe Meh Spada. I like that too. Can we borrow that texter? That's a pretty good one. I told you earlier about YouTube Keith drawing the comparison between Espada and Girardi. I wasn't going to make fun of him, but he said LOL. I'll take the L on that. He spelled Girardi Geradi. How big of a foul is that? 1 to 10. How big of a foul is that? Girardi Geradi. It's Giradi.
Isn't it Girardi?
Joe Girardi.
Yeah, he forgot the R, the second R.
No, it's Girardi spelled Giradi. I mean, I guess there's only one error here. He put an E instead of an I, but it does kind of sound like an E.
It does.
But it is GIR. That's not that big of a foul. Now that I think about it,
Girardi comes off as 2 R's.
No, I think there's only one.
Well, I'm saying, but it comes off sounding like there should be 2.
Yeah, the YouTube Keith, I don't think that's that big of a loss.
No,
I'm going to say that's like a 3-4. Like, that's not that big of a mistake, YouTube Keith. Don't beat yourself up, okay? It's only a 3-4. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9, your spot to watch the Masters. Half-price wings with a bucket of beer, by the way. And, like, you like beer, right? Beer's great.
2 R's.
With Girardi?
Yeah.
I don't think so, dude.
Girardi. I'm reading it right now.
I thought you meant back to back.
No, I'm saying there's two R's. I think Keith forgot the second R.
Yeah.
There
I thought
go.
you meant GIRR. I was like, no, man.
So that's more more egregious if you missed the second R.
Yeah, it's a good point. Let's boost it up to a 4-4. 4-4, YouTube, Keith. It's a bigger error than we let on. All right, 713-780-3776. Rockets yesterday. We don't care that the Rockets lost, right? Is there some positives from that loss yesterday? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Justin Rose, 6 under through 14, 2-shot lead on the clubhouse leaders, Connors and Scheffler. Rory at 3 under through 11. Justin Rose, first half leader, not looking bad. We're broadcasting live East River 9 in Edo. We're inside the River House, hanging out, enjoying our time here. Good food, good drink, watching the Masters. Some folks are outside watching or playing some golf in the sun. It's a beautiful day.
It really is.
On the range, pickleball, that sort of stuff. It's fantastic. Great time. Get on out here. They're going to be serving half-price wings with a bucket of beer whenever you purchase a bucket of beer throughout the Masters. And then also a great opportunity for a corporate membership, right? 12 rounds of golf, 24 rounds of golf, 36 rounds of golf. They have unlimited golf rounds, whatever the case may be. You can also throw in some pickleball court rentals. So this is the spot if you're looking for a corporate membership. Make sure you ask East River 9 about that. It's a great spot, great time, and it's good for your business, your company, all of that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter says a dude on socials mad at Jim Crane for not listening to, then firing James Click as the downfall of this dynastic run. Beast thoughts. Like I don't think we should be jumping to conclusions after 12 games, but I never liked the James Click firing.
I think he got screwed. I think when you construct a team that got to a World Series and won a World Series, the last thing you needed to be done is lowballed until you got shown the door because you weren't on the same page communication-wise or personality-wise with the owner. You did your job, and you did it very well. And I think that he did get screwed. But at the same time, I don't think Dana Brown should be wearing one right now for this team in the start of the season.
No, but could Click? I mean Crane for firing Click?
Yeah, I think it's something that I don't know that he's ever going to escape from. And a lot will be dependent upon what Dana Brown does and what this team is capable of doing. But I think that from the standpoint of an indelible mark on the Jim Crane ownership career resume, that was a bad look, and it was bad. It was poorly handled, and you kind of predicted it that he was going to lowball him so that he would say no and then just agree to disagree and part ways. Yeah, it's a bad look on Crane.
Yeah, I think the Astros would be better off with Click than without Click during that time. I do think it was a bad move. Now, is it like the reason that the dynasty's over? Well, that's up for debate for both of those conversations. So I don't know about that. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Yeah, I think Joe's taking advantage of our friendship.
George?
Yeah, I think he's taking advantage of our friendship.
I didn't know he left.
I think he's taking advantage of our friendship in two different ways. One, he's never paid up our bets.
True.
So, like, would you do that to, I guess you would do that to somebody you don't know. But I feel like he's more comfortable because we're friends with him to not pay up our bets. Mm-hmm. And then secondly, hey, yeah, you guys are going to go ahead and go, y'all engineer this bad boy. He didn't even tell us.
Well, he also was sitting here,
tell us.
And we were having conversation at the table before you got here, and he was finishing lunch, and we were all talking, and before you know it, I thought he had to take a phone call.
He's gone?
Gone for good.
Did he tell you that we were engineering?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
That's something that I feel like that would be a pertinent piece of information.
Brian seems to think that there was an electronic message sent that we weren't included on.
Okay. Well, I texted Joe. I said, Joe, am I engineering? He said, yeah, sorry. I thought I was going to see you, but had to leave. But he told you, or he saw you.
I saw him while he was eating.
So you would think, hey, I'm not going to see Branham. Let me relay the message through blankers, right?
Fair point, yeah.
I think we're being taken advantage of.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Would he ask John and Lance to engineer?
No.
Not that we're John and Lance. We're not Hall of Famers. We're like Hall of Mediocrity. But he wouldn't ask the morning show to engineer.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. What's up with that? All right, 713-780-ESPN. We're going to step aside a moment. We come back. Rockets, Clippers yesterday. Big deal, little deal, no deal that they lost the game. And how about the performances of a couple of young Rockets? Killer Bees live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Yeah, East River 9. You guys are all looking for something to write off, right? You business owners out there, get a corporate membership at East River 9. Visit them online, eastriver9.com. Call up the pro shop, see what it's like for a corporate membership. You get 12 rounds of golf, 24 rounds, 36 rounds, unlimited rounds. They have different tiers. You can throw in a little pickleball edition. They got plenty of options. Just call them up, see what you can do. Now, if you just want to come up here and watch the Masters, good for you. Good on you. You get on up here, do that. Half-price wings with the purchase of a bucket of beer. Good spot to play some golf, practice some golf, pickleball, all of that. East River 9, the perfect spot. YouTube, Keith, he said morning show didn't even get on the air till 7:30 a.m. What is public on there and what is not? I
don't know if they announced. They didn't throw anybody under the bus. They just basically said that technical difficulties and such prevented them from getting on the air on time.
I don't mind throwing people under the bus. What do we know already? Brian, do you know what we know already
I do,
on the situation?
but I don't want to be the one that throws what
No, I'm
happened
saying
under the bus.
publicly.
Oh, publicly, I don't know what is known. I think I heard the open to the show at 7:30, and it was it was what Joel said. It was kind of things happen, technical difficulties, and they didn't throw anyone under the bus publicly.
All right. I'll always bite my tongue, I guess.
The choice is yours, sir. Where are you going from there?
Rockets, I'm going to bite my tongue. Rockets, Clippers. Rockets 52 wins. Lost yesterday to LA though, 134-17. Now a lot of the Rocket regulars did not play. Fred VanVleet did not play. I mean, every starter but Jalen Green did not play, and Green only played the first half. And I think it was to continue his consecutive start streak.
He wants to be only the 9th Rocket in the history of the franchise to start all 82 games.
It's interesting, though, because he's trading that for his season averages. Because, I mean, he averaged 5 points yesterday, so his season averages are going to dip a bit.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And, and everybody's so hypercritical of everything that he does or doesn't do that, yeah, at the end of the year, I know it's only 3 games, but it will take a toll to some degree on his final totals. And he's going to play less and less. I wouldn't even expect him to play 15 minutes the next 2 games because of the fact that they mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Now it does break the question though, what is the right amount of rest? What's the right amount of trying to avoid rust? Ime alluded to that. He's like, yeah, I think we'll still play a little bit in one of the games. He didn't say which one of the games that he expects everybody to play, but I don't think you can just sit the starters for the final 2 games. I do think that you need one more dress rehearsal.
Here's where, and I don't know that I agree with that simply because of the fact that you've got guys that have been banged up. Fred had 2 different issues with the ankle. Fred has been pretty significantly banged up the last quarter of the season. Fred needs the rest right now. I mean, you can run the full court scrimmages. You can get him ramped up before the first round playoff series, but his injury. Amen, because he tweaked the ankle again after he had ankle problems. Same thing. I'm not pushing him to get more run in. We can run a hard scrimmage before we start, a playoff series to where he needs the rest. I think Jabari's fine, and Jabari probably needs more run, and I'm fine with playing him. I just think specifically with guys that had significant injuries in the second half of the season and this late in the season, like those 2 guys, I'm not rushing them back.
So you wouldn't play them either one?
No, I wouldn't. Unless, if they come to me and they say, no, I really, really feel good, that's fine. But I'm also now you're kind of watching them anyway because the last thing you need to do is throw them out there in a meaningless game and they get hurt. So if they tell me that they're, because their injuries are all healed now and they feel like they're as close to 100% as they can be, then maybe I do a first half, first quarter, throw the starters out there a little bit for continuity. But other than that, because of the fact that they've been nursing them for last month and a half, I'm not doing that.
Here's what I would do. They play the Lakers tomorrow. Don't play anybody. Like Jalen wants to go out there and do the Cal Ripken, play the first 2 innings. Okay, cool. I don't care about it, but if he cares about it, okay, go out there, get your start, and then you can check out at the first dead ball. Mm-hmm. I would play my starters in the first half against Denver. Not all 24 minutes, but I would play them like normal rotational minutes in the first half against Denver. Then I'm benching them all at the half and then going into the playoffs. But I do want to see them on the floor again together. I don't want them to go because the last time they would have played together is April 6th. So that would be, 2 weeks before the playoffs start where they're on the floor at the same time? That's a long time.
Yeah, but with the way that they run practices these days, and they've got guys that they're not even they're two-way players and everything that are there now, especially come playoff time, where you can put a competitive team up against them, put the starters on the practice floor, and let them run, and get that continuity back. I would play it on the safe side because with the guys, especially that have been injured.
What did you? You don't care that the Rockets lost yesterday, do you?
I really don't. No, I mean, look, it's like you kind of touched on it. If the tree falls in the forest, I don't think, and no one's there to see it. Did it even fall? I mean, I don't think a lot of people even knew they were playing last night. And from the standpoint of when you saw who the starting lineup was going to be and what guys they're going to play out there, good on getting the young guys some run. Get them in case you might need somebody. At least they get run and they get competitive run against a team that needs the win so that they can get ramped up in case, like I said, you do need a backup. But other than that, I really could care less about the outcome.
Couldn't care less.
That too is fine.
I couldn't care less about the outcome either. Now, I love what I saw from Reed Sheppard.
Oh, big time.
The
Kawhi three in the corner.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I hate to burst your bubble again. Is it Israel?
That bum.
Yeah, that bum.
Yeah, that bum. That bum shot really well from the floor, shot really well from three. And believe me, there's a whole hell of a lot left in the tank and with the next couple of years ahead with his ability to shoot the basketball. I'm fine with Reed Sheppard. I was really pleased with the way he played.
Yeah, Israel, if you're listening, call us up and let us know what you thought of Reed Sheppard last night. 713-780-3776. 20 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 of 14 from the floor, 6 of 10 from 3 as I'm box score analyst here. Like, he looked
60%
good.
from 3, 50 from the field.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for from a kid like that in his first year, and he's younger. I'm fine with all of that. Look, I'm glad Cam got some run. I think that you see more and more as Cam gets these opportunities what the real deal is. I mean, Harden fouled him. They didn't call the foul.
Yeah.
He went nuts. He completely checked out. He was way too overly emotional, and that's what you're dealing with Cam Whitmore. It's not about the basketball abilities. It's about the mentality and the maturity, and that's a shame.
Yeah, I thought he played pretty well, Cam. Now, I agree with everything you said about being undercut and didn't get the call and losing his mind and, all of that aspect of it. The Rockets were playing a real NBA team yesterday. Like, that's a playoff team that has something to play for because they're trying to avoid the play-in.
Yep.
Kawhi Leonard played 38 minutes. James Harden played 37 minutes. Like, the Clippers were playing their normal rotation. The Rockets don't have anything to play for, but the Clippers have everything to play for.
Right.
So the Clippers were out there trying hard to win that game with their full arsenal of people, their full complement of people. And Reed Sheppard went nuts against them. Like, that was – and the Clippers are a pretty good defensive team. So, like, that was encouraging from Reed Sheppard. Like, that gives me promise – about him going into year 2.
Yes,
He's a real rotational guy.
I was not one of those guys that ever felt like I was worried about Reed Sheppard playing in the NBA and being a significant factor and ended up being somebody. I think he's going to do all those things. But I think that this is a refresher course for people that forget because they haven't seen him a whole lot, that he does have a whole hell of a lot of ability. And to the things you said, I mean, the play that we're alluding to, that if you didn't see it, you can probably find it somewhere online. But, you've got one of the better defenders in the league. And believe me, Kawhi Leonard, I know he's missed a ton of time over the last several years. Kawhi Leonard is really ramping it up right now. And he's playing at a very, very high level. He's always been a really good defender. He's got long arms and a long reach. And Reed dropped a 3 right in his grill as he was contesting it. And you're like, okay, these aren't just, bunnies wide open, shoot-around shots. These are contested shots by good NBA defenders. You're knocking them down. That's why you should be excited that no matter what he does or doesn't do for you, and I don't expect much this year, going forward, I expect he's going to be a part of what's going on in the rotation.
Yeah, that was encouraging. What do y'all think of that foul by James Harden? It's Will Kunkel. That's the world-famous Will Kunkel. Look at that. What are you doing out here, Will Kunkel? Will Kunkel's going to golf, and he's going to do some other stuff.
Yeah.
Will Kunkel.
Other stuff is always good.
Are you a golfer, Will? What do you shoot out there? What's your handicap? Will Kunkel.
Your swing?
Yeah, everything. There you go. Okay.
There you go.
All right. Look at that. You come to East River 9, you see a celebrity.
Can't beat it.
The one and
come
only.
out here more often.
The one and only Will Kunkel.
He had live golf attire. The hat matched the shirt. I don't know if they got team things going on here today with some kind of an outing, but he was dressed for the occasion.
Will is dressed like he likes to party.
I mean, it looks like at least he knows how to golf. Dressed like a golfer.
I think he goes a little harder than Mark Berman.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
The partying scene. Now, not the working scene. Not the working.
No one worked
one-
harder than
Yeah,
Berman.
but the
Berman,
swag.
Yeah, Berman
Yeah.
just goes out. He's another big animal lover. He just goes
Got
out
the swag
to the house with the kids and the animals and hangs out.
What do y'all think of that foul by Harden or the non-call? I thought it was tough to tell from the sideline camera. Like the sideline camera, I had trouble seeing contact, but the baseline camera, it's very clear.
Oh, it is
Very
he
clear.
He got him lower leg, foot, and it's dangerous. That's the other reason why, as an official, I think you border on the side of caution and you realize that he's not just going to – he might try to embellish to draw a foul, but when you take the kind of fall that he took, and he did hit the floor hard as well, that I just think that it was I won't say super clear, but it looked pretty clear to me that he was fouled.
Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious that he got clipped there. Shepard can't even buy a beer yet. Is that true? Is he not
I think
21?
he's 21. I thought he was 21. But that's even more to be encouraged about if he's not yet 21.
Oh, he's not. He turns 21 June 24th.
There you go.
But he is under the like I don't. I feel like we do the ages too much. Like I understand that they like young players because they can develop and grow and stuff, but they're still under a 4-year contract. Like you need the best 4 years of a guy.
You do. And obviously these guys are coming out like a Cooper Flagg in this year's draft. You're coming out because you're trying to take full of any reclassified so that he can catch as much cash as he can while he continues to develop. And that's the kind of the bad side of getting a young guy added to your team, because there's going to be a concern with certain players that want to play in certain markets when their contract's up that you could run the risk of losing while you spent all the time and effort to develop them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the state of the Players Association and the way things are going in the NBA.
Do you think that players in the NBA that are younger than 21 drink?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like the FBI can do like a little bust on these pros that are buying
I think it's
their
funny.
young guys beers.
I think it's funny because in the past, when these teams do these getaway mini camps before training camps and things like that, they go to places, destinations with bars and things.
Yeah.
They don't tell the young kids to stay home. The whole team is in the club, and I'm sure they're having some beverages.
Do you think they get into the club?
Yeah.
They get by the guy, the bouncer, the guy checking IDs?
Simply put, if the team shows up, even not all as a team, but if they show up in like 3 or 4 guys at a time, there is no doubt that no one's checking an ID.
713-780-ESPN.
Unless you look like Reed Shepard.
What about the
then
planes?
You better keep the mustache. Sam wants him to keep the mustache, but you better have him keep the mustache if he wants to get in without getting carded.
Maybe that's why he grew the mustache.
Maybe
he was getting a little bit of the NBA lifestyle, and he couldn't without the mustache. They drink on the planes, right? Players.
It depends on the team. It depends on the team and the coach.
Okay, so a team that let's say a team that does it, not IDing any team here, just a random team in the NBA that lets their players drink on the plane.
Yeah.
Are the players under 21 drinking on the plane?
Yep.
Well, let's go rat them out.
I mean,
who do the Rockets have in the first round here?
You still, all these guys frequent gentlemen's clubs. The gentlemen's clubs are still 21 and over, and they're walking right into those too.
G says, let's not snitch. Let's see who the Rockets play in the first round, and then I'll tell you if I'm going to snitch or not. Rockets are getting the Grizzlies in the first round. What's John Morant doing with those young dudes?
Let me tell you a story. And again, I'm not gonna rat out anybody by name, but the old school Rockets days, we had at least one guy, if not 2 guys, that their mission was to make friends with everyone across the league, and every time they came into Houston, find out if they needed to be set up somewhere to go hang out on the night before a game, then find out where they're at and buy them a lot of alcohol to consume before the game to try and use it against them when they actually have to play the game. There was no doubt gamesmanship like that going on back in those days.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. HR&P listener line. Who do you want to not see in the first round of the playoffs from a Rockets perspective? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
The 2025 Masters. You better duck.
Damn, son.
You ever heard of these?
Find this.
Chris Vernon.
Last year we had him.
What's going on at Augusta? I love this. This might be my favorite bit in sports radio. Chris Vernon.
He's pretty good. Some of the writing on some of the lyrics on some of the songs have been really good.
Oh, this is old though. Chris Vernon. You need to get up with the times, my guy. Chris Vernon messing up. Scotty Scheffler's 4 under now. Connors is 4 under. That's good, Brian. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you. Well, that's really old because Justin Rose is 8 under now.
Yeah, he's big.
8 under through 16. 4-shot lead on Connors and Scheffler. Rory, the closest to Rose that's still on the course. He's at 3 under through 12. Matt Fitzpatrick 2 under through 14. As we're broadcasting live, East River 9, of course. This is your spot to watch the Masters. It's your spot for a little cold beer. $5 Shiner box right now. $5 Crawford box right now. Happy hour going on now at East River 9. Will Kunkel's playing golf, so you're good chance you see a celebrity whenever you come out here. Not Joe Blank, but Will Kunkel, the celebrity.
Jeremy Branham's here.
Although
voice
you
of
were
the Cougars.
you were identified here.
I was,
You were identified.
and to say that it was awkward was an understatement. Yes.
I got caught at that train for a couple of minutes.
I beat
coming
it.
over here. Did you beat it?
Yeah.
I got caught at it. The guy in front of me fell asleep during the train
Easy
going
to
by.
do.
He fell asleep. Like I was laying on the horn. He would not wake up. I had to go around him.
That is
he was
that is
dead
the Paul
asleep.
Gallant train.
Yeah.
I think more times than not when we come out here, Paul either forgets or just intentionally thinks I'm not going to see that train and then gets stuck behind it. But the KG move is to go the downtown route so you get in front of the train and never have to worry about getting caught.
See, I've always thought of like what the alternate route was because I don't think about it either. I'm like Paul.
There's two. There's two alternate routes. You can come in straight through downtown, or you can come in and take the exit before where the train would be.
Texture says whoever runs ESPN 97.5 on Twitch said Mapes was late.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
That was out there. So are we blaming Mapes or are we blaming who communicated with Mapes?
Could be a combo platter. With that, you get fries and a Coke.
Or lack of communication with Mapes. It's a great mystery. It's kind of like the game Clue right now.
It's a temple scratcher.
Who are we going to fault for the station being 30 minutes late of coming on the air?
Things that make you go.
Do you ever play Clue?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Back in the day.
Clue is fun.
Yeah.
With Mr. Mustard with the
Colonel
candlestick.
Mustard, right?
Colonel Mustard.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've played.
With was it the candlestick and I forget some of the other pieces.
I think the station needs to send out a press release giving blame to somebody.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, Sam could.
Is that
start
Sam's
writing-
job?
Sam could actually start writing one right now.
Sam, are you our
communications person?
Yeah, you handle our communications? So if we had to issue a press release, are you writing it or who's writing that? Sam's like, not me.
You're distributing it though. You're responsible for distributing to the website and online and all those things.
Sam was making sure she didn't have blood on her hands real quick. Real quick. Yeah. Who would write our press release?
Joseph.
I think Joe would write it and there'd be words that shouldn't be there and punctuation that
Joe
shouldn't be
writes
there.
it, Todd approves it, then it goes to Sam.
Ryan says the movie version of Clue is a masterpiece. I've never seen it. I have
Didn't
zero
know
desire.
that there was a movie for Clue.
Brian's probably seen it. Brian, have you seen the movie Clue?
I have not. No.
Shocker.
Why do you think I've seen that movie?
Because you like bad movies. Why else? I thought it was pretty
That's a
clear.
bad
And you
take.
like to go to movies by yourself, and you see a lot of movies, don't
Yeah,
you?
but that movie came out like in the late 80s. I wasn't
You had
old
more
enough to
time
go
on your
see it.
hands.
Well, how would I have seen it
Hold
when I
on,
was
what movie?
6?
What movie came out in the late 80s?
The Clue movie.
No chance. No chance.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different movie, but I think
Got
it
to be
came out
like
in the
late
80s.
'90s, early 2000s.
Oh, dang, Brian's right.
Really?
Mid 80s.
Yeah.
Really?
So I'm going to go to the
1985.
theater when I'm 4 by myself?
Dang, you're old.
I mean, you rolled hard when
Wait,
you were a
what year
kid. I
was
think
it?
it's possible.
85.
Oh, no, I was 2. Never mind.
You
I
were
didn't-
driving at 8, right?
Brian's right.
Didn't you have your temporary license at 8?
No, I don't live that
No.
far in the country.
Okay.
Fake Tony Stark says Chat GPT would write the press release. Nah, some of the reads we get around here, it ain't Chat GPT. ChatGPT would
That'd
do
be
a
an
better job of some of
improvement,
the reads. It would be. Maybe that should be something that we bring up in our next meeting with the suits upstairs. Can we get ChatGPT to start writing our reads and our promos? It's a good idea. You shouldn't have radio jocks writing
I was
releases.
going to say it's kind of like an extra level of security to try and have everything right, politically correct and such.
I like chat. I like AI. AI is good. I don't know how you guys haven't seen that movie. Tim Curry is in it. It's a classic. It was. I was barely born.
Who's Tim Curry?
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
I think he's Ed Curry's
if you
father.
Google him, Joel, you'll recognize his face.
Okay.
The Clue movie had 3 or 4 different endings, says a texter. Sounds awful. If you have 3 or 4 endings, you don't have one.
Yeah, I don't like that either. The alternate endings, or you got all the. Sounds like an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
This texter
leaves you thinking.
I'm not sure if it's worse that BMAC hasn't seen Clue or that Branham thinks it's a bad movie. It is a cult classic. I took one picture of Clue on Rotten Tomatoes, and I can tell you this is a bad movie. I've seen one picture of the movie, and I can tell it's awful.
What was the picture
Terrible.
of?
I don't know. Some crime scene.
What's the score?
72.
That's not bad.
It's mid.
It's mid, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I do recognize Tim Curry.
You recognize Tim Curry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's
Yeah,
still around.
Yeah. Yep.
He looks a lot younger there. Of course he's a lot younger there.
He's got a little Jimmy Fallon look to him at times.
Yeah. Keith. Not reading that, Keith. All right, who are you worried about or not worried about in the playoffs? 713-780 ESPN. First, though, truthfully, Blankers, I don't know much about this year's draft. So will the Rockets have a projected top 5 pick from Phoenix, and who are you selecting?
It always depends on. It doesn't even matter about record anymore. You get more ping pong balls, but it's how the lottery goes in terms of picking the draft order. And sometimes you get lucky. And if you're lucky with the Rockets having Phoenix's pick, you hope this is one of those years. I think that you're going to be probably getting a guy that's not going to be one of those guys that you draft and he immediately is a plug-and-play guy and comes in and plays a significant role in your rotation, unless it's Cooper Flagg. You get the number 1 pick, Cooper Flagg's going to play. He's probably going to play well. He's very polished. He's very ready for the next level. We've talked about it previously. The 2 kids that are at Rutgers, we got Harper there, and what's the big kid?
Bailey.
And Bailey there. Those guys are work in progress. They're projects. I don't think it's a long-term project, but they're raw. They're very, very young. They're not polished as much, and I think it would take some time. I haven't seen the full projected lottery pick type of this class. I think the majority of them are going to take some work in progress, and I don't think that that's something the Rockets are really necessarily looking for, immediately. They may even look to trade the pick. That might rub some people the wrong way, but it might get them some of them. I'll give you the perfect example. Rudy Gay was the guy that the Rockets drafted and then immediately traded for Shane Battier. Rudy Gay turned into a hell of a player for a long period of time, but for that Rockets team, with that coach, with Jeff Van Gundy, and what they were trying to do immediately, Shane Battier was a better fit for that team, and that deal got done. They might look to do something like that.
I love the fact that Phoenix isn't going to make the playoffs. Like, that happened yesterday, too. They clinched that they will not make the playoffs, which is a big deal. Like, the Rockets will have a lottery pick now. Because they own Phoenix's pick. Now, the chances, like everybody has Cooper Flagg dreams, the chances of them getting the number 1 pick as it currently stands is 3.8%. You have less than a 4% chance to hit the number 1 pick. Mm-hmm. They have as it stands right now, a 17.3% chance to get a top 4 pick. If it's not one of those, it's currently number 9, and that's assuming somebody doesn't jump them into the top 4. So the odds of having a top 5 pick are really, really low. Now, they could have a top 10 pick, and if it's chalk, they will have a top 10 pick. So, let's kind of temper the expectations there. Like, it's great you have Phoenix's pick. It's great it's going to be a top 10 pick, but it's more than likely not going to be a top 4 pick.
I get it that the rebuttal to that would be, but they got Yao Ming one year. Right. You know what?
What were their odds that year?
Sometimes they weren't great, but sometimes you win the lottery. Sometimes you literally win the lottery by moving up and getting the kind of unexpected pick, and you end up winning big. Is there a chance? Yes. You always say there's a chance, but it ain't great.
8.9%.
And that was when the lottery was a little different.
It was a lot
then.
different.
Yeah.
8.9% is double what the Rockets' chances of getting the 1 pick.
That should give you your dose of reality.
Yeah. So, but it is nice you're going to have a top 10 pick. Now, who you get at 10, probably more projects. Like, there's players that I like, though. Like Derek Queen would be interesting, kind of like a Julius Randle type, who's like a big kind of, husky for.
He needs to tighten up. He needs some work. He needs some polish. But yeah, I mean, for the long term, especially depending on what happens with Jabari at a certain point, there's a guy that can play the 4 for you and maybe some stretch 5 for you eventually.
Yeah, he's an interesting project, but like, does Knipple get down to 10? Like, if you have the 10th pick, because Knipple intrigues me. He can play.
Well, he's this year's version, kind of Reed Shepherd,
but bigger.
He's
a
like
big boy,
6'8", 6'9".
Yeah, I think he's somewhere around there, and he's like thick. He's not like a little boy. You know what I mean?
He's Luka built. Like,
now, can he defend the perimeter at the NBA level? I think he's underrated athletically, but there'd be some options there.
The thing is people don't realize when they've watched Luka through the years. Yes, he plays the 1. He has the ball in his hands a lot. He's 6'9". I think Knipple's a lot like that, where you look at him on TV and you think, oh, he's running guard. He's probably 6'4", 6'5". He's got some size to him, and like you said, and his body's filled out a little bit more than in Reed Shepherd, who looks like he just, got his class schedule for his junior year of high school. Yeah, he can shoot. I mean, Rockets need shooters. If nothing else, if they keep the pick and it's in the top 10, they need shooters.
Texture says the Hawks had a 3% shot last year. Wow, I didn't realize that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texture says we need a 1 or a 5. See,
I think they need a 1.
I like Dylan Harper. Now you're going to need a top 3 pick. You might need the 2nd pick for Dylan Harper.
Mm-hmm.
I would like him as the future point guard of the Rockets. Some of the other point guards in the draft, like, do you think Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma is a point guard? I think he's more of a combo
kind
guard.
Of a tweener, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's more of a combo than a point. And then, like, the other point guards in this draft are projects. The kid from Illinois, project. The dude from BYU, the Dimon kid.
And he's more of a shooter. Yeah,
he can't shoot.
He shot horrubly this college
not a
season,
shooter.
But they think that he is a long distance shooter, and I don't see it.
He reminds me a little bit of who was that Spaniard that played in the NBA forever? That was a really good passer but couldn't shoot.
Not Ricky Rubio.
Yeah, Ricky Rubio. Yes, Ricky Rubio. He reminds me like of a less flashy Ricky Rubio a little bit. Like, I don't think he's a very good shooter. Jace Richardson, more of a combo guard. Like, this is not a great point guard draft.
I'm surprised he's coming out, but
I mean, he's a lotto pick.
I was surprised that people had him as a lotto. I think he's smaller. I think he's very raw, but I mean, I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
From his perspective, if he knows he's going to be a lottery pick and he's going to get that money, yeah. Unless you got a booster like the guy at Texas Tech, you're probably coming out.
I like this draft better than I like last year's draft. Like, obviously, there's Cooper Flag.
I didn't like the 2 guys at the top of the draft last year.
But like, if you go 4 through 10 this year, 4 through 10 last year, like, you take away the top 3 prospects. I like this draft 4 through 10 more than 4 through 10 last year.
I think there's more of a chance, and I talk about all the time how the days are over when you have a lottery pick and you can basically pencil that guy in to be in your lineup for the next 6-7 years. This year's draft, at least you have the potential with a lot of guys that they can develop into something that can be good for you for a significant period of time.
I think Reed Shepherd would have a hard time going top 10 in this draft.
I still think he'd go top 10.
I don't know, man. Him or Derek Queen?
Most size still matters. I definitely think they'd take Derek Queen.
This mock that I'm looking at right now has Queen at 11.
Depends on need by each team, too.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. But
that's to your point on guards and point guards and even combo guards. If Reed comes off the year where he's shooting 40+% from 3 and he's got springs and he's got some handles, I think that he probably leapfrogs guys in the top 10.
Who's a better pro prospect, Knipple or Reed?
Knipple, because of his size.
They have him going 8 here. I think Reed would be right on the
9.
top end brink. Well, I mean, if you had him going after Queen, he goes
12.
well.
Like I said, it depends on the team.
It
if
does,
the team
for sure.
doesn't need a big like that and they don't have the time to wait to develop him, then they take a guard.
Yeah, I think he'd be right on the brink. Right on the brink. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Who do you want to avoid in the playoffs? Who do you want in the playoffs from a Houston Rocket perspective? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What you should want as a homeowner is less property tax. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost as well. Homewell's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. Head to Onwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology, and they're going to start saving you money with no upfront cost. That's right, 0 risk, all reward. Here's some numbers for you. 86% of Onwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. And all you have to do is head to Onwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and they're going to be fighting for you. Onwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results, no upfront cost. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Deadline to protest is May 15th, so act fast. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com, ownwell.com.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's your spot to watch the Masters. If you come out out here, they're running a special during the Masters. Half-price wings when you get a bucket of beer. Fantastic. Because whenever you watch golf, you want wings, you want cold beer. So you get a bucket of beer, you get a half-price wings, you watch the Masters here inside the River House.
Let's also not forget that there's great people here working and taking care of people. Our man Jeff is over here, but everybody takes good care of us here. That's why we always love coming out here, and the food is phenomenal. So you need to get out here.
Why are you kissing Jeff's butt?
Because I've known Jeff a long time. Jeff's back in the days of the Blitz and the Suspects going to Beaumont, B-Town, as they like to call themselves.
Do they really?
Oh, big money.
Because we're the Killer Bees?
Oh, my God. We did something a couple times on remote where we were like, people in Beaumont, what does Beaumont like to be like to go by? Big money B-Town. We're like, you talk about Joe's wordy reads. Big money B-Town. I was like, no, you're not being serious. And everybody kept coming up to me. Hey, man, we call it Big Money B-Town. I had no idea. I'm sorry.
Big Money B-Town or Bracket Madness Price Pickup Party?
I'll go Big Money B-Town.
Me too. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Shorter and more concise with a little power to it.
Tomorrow is the Bracket Madness Price Pickup Party at St. Arnold Brewery. Noon to 6. If you won, you should have received an email. Blankers won in 58th place.
I did not get the 8th place. And I got an email with prizes, plural.
I think you rigged it.
Oh, I had nothing to do with that. I just submitted one bracket because I had to.
Look at this. Look at this leaderboard. I just pulled it up. You didn't know your name yesterday.
I still don't.
Not Jeremy Branham finished 346th.
I thought I saw you at like 26th or 27th going into the championship game.
I didn't know we could win prizes. I filled mine out funny. I don't think it was me. I think somebody used my name. Like, you're nowhere on this leaderboard.
Okay.
Blank Man Cries, is that you?
No, I think that's your buddy.
Blanky Cries finished 14th. Who's my buddy that would be Blanky Cries?
Your buddy on Twitch.
Who?
You know.
I don't know my buddy on Twitch.
Yeah, the one that doesn't pay bets.
I'm buddies with everybody on Twitch. Oh, King of Twitch?
Yeah.
That's his name? He's not my buddy. Why do you? I've never met that guy. Like,
I haven't either. It doesn't stop him. You guys interact way more than I do unless it's negativity.
But I interact with everybody on Twitch. Just because I interact with him doesn't mean a guy I've never met is my buddy.
Oh.
Some dude is named J-Bone 77th. That wasn't me. I don't know. I don't see you on this list. You weren't top 100.
Okay, this is what I was going to do anyway.
Yeah,
I'm going to
pull up
this email.
See where you finish. No. See, go to the leaderboard and pull up your name. Don't pull up the email. Go to the leaderboard and see where you placed. It's right there, ESPN 97.5.
Hang on one second.
I'm calling foul here. I think something happened. I think you got the wrong email.
You like to poo and sell me.
No, I wasn't. No. Whatever you do well, I encourage it. And like yesterday, whenever I went to the leaderboard, I was like, I want to see how high Blankers finished, and I was going to give you a pat on the back. But then I started scrolling down
when
here.
I
I'm
looked
like,
at
where
it,
are you?
You and I were like in the mid-20s.
I finished 346 because mine was a parity bracket. I didn't know we could win prizes. I picked literally all Big 12 teams to win every game until they faced a Big 12 team. I didn't fill it out with any sincerity at all. And like it pulls up your name if you go to the final leaderboard. I finished 346th. Dead last, I think. Because again, mine was parity. Ryan, did you fill one of these out?
Yeah, I filled one out.
What place did you come in? Did
no
you do
idea.
Blankers?
I didn't even look.
Yeah. So I don't know what the deal is. I don't see you on the list. Ryan says, I am J-Bone's buddy on Twitch.com. I've met Ryan. So
yeah, I have too.
I like
Ryan's a good dude.
Yeah, Ryan's a good people. I like Ryan and his bushy eyebrows. Big fan. We can relate there. 713-780-ESPN. Somebody said just big money, not B-Town. Really, we just respect being called the 409.
Okay.
Says someone.
That's short and sweet.
Big money, Texas, not B-Town. So B money.
B money.
Somebody said the audio is jacked. It's big money, Texas, not big money, B-Town.
Big money, Texas?
Big money, Texas.
All right, okay.
Right there in the B.
Because Beaumont screams big money, Texas.
What Walter Clayton Jr. would be good with the Rockets? I don't know why you put the what in there. I like his game. I like his game.
He translates?
I don't know how he's kind of like 6'2", but he's a good athlete. He's shifty enough to me. I just don't know how he fits with this Rockets team. Like to me, he's kind of like another Reed Shepherd type.
I agree.
Like, he could probably handle the ball a little bit better, but
I have serious concerns on the next level for him. He looks like a player to me that could get whatever he wants in college, but I think against grown men that are strong and quick every single night, I think that I have some concerns about his ability to have maybe it's too much to say that if he's a lottery pick, though, you would expect that he has the same kind of success, but maybe that's unfair.
Yeah.
I question his ability to get the success in the NBA.
All right, who that's alive in the Western Conference do you want to avoid? Do you want to face? Oklahoma City, Houston, Lakers, top 3. Denver, Clippers, Grizzlies, 4 through 6 right now. So those will be the 6 teams that avoid the play-in, but it's all tight. Golden State 7, Minnesota 8, Sacramento 9, Dallas 10. Who are you trying to avoid? Who do you want to face, Blankers?
Look, I've been as brutally honest as I can be about teams that, especially teams that have a lot of veteran experience, that I want to stay away from. I think that Denver's a team that's been there, done that, and won it. And I think that Denver's a team that, if they're somehow able to secure the 4 spot, I think I would not want to face the Nuggets because of the fact that you have the best player on the planet on any given day. If Murray's there, you've got a very, very capable number 2. You've got between Gordon and Porter Jr., you've got talent there. I don't want to. You obviously don't want to face the Thunder. I don't like the way they match up against the Thunder. I think that you and I go back and forth on the Lakers. I think the Lakers would win a long series against the Rockets, and I think experience matters. But I do think that the Rockets have an advantage in the front court and depth-wise. So, look, the Clippers are intriguing. You got Zubats playing his best basketball, and so that's a challenge for the Rockets' bigs, although I think Adams matches up well on him in a playoff series. Kawhi's the X factor, and Kawhi's playing his tail off right now. So if you got 2 guys, now you hope that playoff James shows up because that's an advantage, huge advantage for the Rockets. But I don't know that there's many teams that I'm not concerned about.
Yeah.
I think they could beat Memphis. I think Memphis is in disarray.
It seems like they're in a lot of disarray.
Yeah.
I want to see the Golden State series. I think it'd be great theater between the two. Dallas, I mean, what's the deal with Anthony Davis?
I mean, he played well last night, but I don't know. There's a guy that if you're going to rely on him to be the man, Klay Thompson obviously is a shell of what he used to be. even if they have Gafford and Lively and their bigs, I don't think they have enough guard play and wing play that they're going to be a force. I think you can beat Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas doesn't worry me. Sacramento doesn't worry me.
Minnesota worries me.
I'm not that worried about Minnesota.
Anthony Edwards in the playoffs is different.
Yeah, but they're so different this year. But you're right. You're right. Anthony Edwards is a beast.
And he is capable of winning a series all by himself, which he did last year. And I still think that they have depth enough that they can get it done. So Minnesota would worry me a bit.
I want the Golden State series. I think they'd beat Golden State.
Now, would they match?
Golden State
Well, see, Golden State, that loss last night really hurts them.
They're at 7th right now.
Yeah.
But they're only a half game back of 6.
That's why the NBA, this is everything that the NBA could have actually possibly wanted and asked for. Coming down the stretch where most teams are resting in the past, they'd rest their players and say, we know where we're going to be. Now, because of the play-in tournament, games matter. Teams are going to have to play. And it's going to be really interesting to see how it shakes out between not just the play-in teams, but who's going to solidify 6. Because you'd love to see an opening round series where they were projecting if the Lakers and Golden State would be 4 or 5. It looks like the Lakers are going to be 3 now.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind Memphis dropping back to being that 7 seed first round opponent. Now they would have to be in the play-in. They have to get through the play-in.
Right.
But I'd rather face Memphis in the first round than Golden State or Minnesota.
Agreed.
I want the Clippers to stay top 5. I don't want them to slip because I really don't want to see the Clippers in the first round. If you have to see them in the second round, so be it. I don't want to see the Clippers in round 1.
That was a really savvy pickup at the deadline, too, to get Bogdanovich. He's the kind of shooter combo that helps take some of the pressure off of Harden and Kawhi, and he can be a guy they kick to. The Clippers are sneaky right now. They could win a playoff series.
Yeah, I don't want them in the first round. Them as a 5 would be perfect because they stay on the other side of the bracket. Like, to me, that talent, that's real. I want Denver to stay as a 4 too. I'd rather face the Lakers ahead of Denver. I think you match up better against LA than Denver. So
totally agree.
I kind of like the way that it's situated now. In a perfect world, Memphis falls underneath Golden State or Minnesota. Like, that to me would be ideal. 713-780-ESPN. Texter, bad matchup is the Nuggets. OKC can always get hot and beat anyone else. So, yeah, OKC would be a bad matchup.
They're on a level all by themselves. They're a bad matchup for anybody this year.
I almost don't talk about them because they're the 1, you're the 2. You only meet them in the Western Conference Finals, just where I want them. Not scared of anyone else in the West with our size, youth, defense, and rebounding. BMT Texas. It's just short for Beaumont. But a local rapper used Beaumont as big money Texas once. Here comes Hollywood Joel saying the Lakers are better than the Rockets again. Hollywood Joel, you're making people mad.
Call me Hollywood Joel all you want, but if you want my honest opinion, I think the Lakers beat the Rockets in a series.
Texture says Beaumont, not a lot to do there. Wow. Ooh, shots fired. We got a little war going here. Do the Rockets keep resting the starters? Would y'all worry about Russ, Corey? Blankers and I are a little bit different on it. Blankers would just rest up until the playoffs. I want him to play the first half in the final game against Denver.
Well, I was more specific. I don't want the guys that have been injured in the last couple of weeks that are still nursing their injuries to play. I just think it's too risky. You're one retweak of an ankle on Fred and Amen, and Fred's had a couple other injuries too, that it could really be a significant loss for you in the playoffs. I don't want to risk that.
Young says, I want no parts of Minnesota. XX, Memphis, another one with drama I want to see. Dallas could be fun to turn that arena in South Oklahoma red. Stu says, LA over the Grizzlies, OKC over the Kings. Golden State ain't no joke, but Celtics too. See, I didn't even worry about the East. Like, if you're worried, if you're worrying about the East, that's a great problem. Like, I don't care who you're facing.
Question.
Out of the
then
East.
You talk about how successful your season was. If you get there and are worried about a team from the East, you've had one hell of a year.
Yeah. Ocho says Joker has never played with an all-star, all-NBA, or all-defensive teammate in his first 10 years. Murray never made the all-star team?
That's
maybe
he's had some. Now, he was hurt a lot early in his career, but then he also had some really big explosive success too. So
yeah, I wonder. Man, Murray's never made the all-star team. Now he's played with guys who have been in the all-star game before, but maybe not when they're a current team. Like Russell Westbrook's been an all-star.
Yeah,
but not while he's
not
Denver.
when he was a Nugget.
So it's got to be like while he's a teammate.
Yeah, while he was a teammate.
That's interesting. Literally shots fired. LOL, it's Beaumont. Ooh, Beaumont is real. I'm from there, and there are more people moving away than moving in.
That's not encouraging.
Ooh,
Jeff
we're starting
moved.
a little Houston Beaumont conversation. That's right, he did.
Yeah, Jeff, Our guy Jeff moved. That means Beaumont sucks.
No, he didn't like that.
He reacted with a bit of he dropped his phone.
Yeah, he didn't like that. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's make mock drafts great again. And we do it with Mel Kiper's mock draft. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, we're just talking some basketball. It's because basketball is all what it's about right now. Just finished up with the college season. The pro season going to be in the playoffs here pretty soon, too. And your kids are probably clamoring for a basketball goal. Don't go to the big box store and get a goal there. Get a basketball goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. Highest quality basketball goals on the market. Tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel. Stainless steel hardware. It's got a breakaway rim. It's height adjustable. It's rust proof. It's got all the bells and whistles. You can lower it down to 5 feet, raise it up to 10 feet, do anything in between. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goal with a drill. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. Lightning adjust feature, they call it, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level, LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros at Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blankers proved his bracket. He finished 12th. He didn't include Blank in his name like he said yesterday. That was the hang up.
Yep.
I was searching Blank, didn't see it. Your name was fill in the. Yeah, fill in the did finish 12th.
There you go.
So I wonder how many people.
609 people played.
I wonder how many people got prizes.
I don't know.
At least 12, I guess.
It does.
It does bring up the question, though. Should employees win prizes?
This is where you go too far.
I think it's standard, though, for like radio station competitions.
I'm not trying to take food out of your mouth or
no, just our listeners.
Prizes or...
What did you win?
Sunglasses and a gift card.
What was your gift card to?
I don't recognize the place.
For food?
No. Yeah, I believe so.
How much?
$25. God, you're nosy. Hold on.
Well, I mean, this was public record.
The prizes aren't.
I think they are.
I mean, what you could win is, but not who got what.
Well, I know that you finished 12th.
You want a pair of Gooder sunglasses and a $25 gift card to Agricole Hospitality.
Look, they're starving Twitchers who won't be able to have the opportunity to win $25 from where?
I'm not telling you that again.
Where was it?
I don't know where it is. Agricole Hospitality. That's probably someone that's
I
got multiple
I don't
restaurants.
even know if that's food.
Okay, maybe it's beverages.
There's thirsty Twitchers that won't have the opportunity.
There's also thirsty Twitchers that don't pay bets that could use this to directly pay a bet,
Who's
right?
a fat guy in his
That's
underwear
right.
living in his mother's basement.
Where do you stand on employees winning prizes that the radio station is running?
Where do you stand on the employees asking the
ESPN.
question before they enter said contest? Do we have a chance to win prizes? And told yes, there it is.
I didn't know we were going to be doing that. A texter, I finished top 3 the previous 2 years. I won the Big TV 3 years ago. Good on you. My buddy won the Gin Bin last year, like the 4 bottles.
Ooh,
yeah,
it's a good win.
Yeah, he didn't give me any either.
Smart guy.
Kind of messed it up. 713-780-ESPN. XX says, "Nah, J-Bone, we not starving. We all fat guys in the basement." Yeah, maybe you're thirsty though. Maybe you needed some sunglasses. Justin Rose continues to lead the Masters. If you're looking for a spot to watch the Masters, East River 9. Buy a bucket of beer, have half-price wings, hang out inside the River House, good food, good drink, play some good golf. Fantastic spot. Rose, 7 under, leads the Masters by 3. Think of all those people that when they were driving to work today, they heard a professional gambler say that you should take Justin Rose as the first-round leader at 80-1 odds. Think about hearing that and then not placing the bet. Think about how mad you probably are hearing that information.
Think about the fact that even someone like Brian McDonald was savvy enough to pick up on Will Doctor's tips to try and help him win our pool. But if you heard that from someone that you trust that knows golf,
you could be $8,000 richer today with a $100 bet.
That's a tough loss.
It's a bad loss. Now, Rory can still catch him. Rory's at 4 under through 14. But that's going to be tough. I mean, 3 under, final 4 holes.
Yeah, he's
That's
not
tough to do.
catching him. Now, I would say this. If you're betting on Justin Rose to win the whole thing because he's leading after round 1, I think that's not a smart bet.
Well, this was first-round leader.
Right. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
You look at the history of the tournament, and the guys that lead after the first round, dare I say, not very frequently win the tournament.
I bet you they win more often than any other place. I bet you the round 1 leader wins more often than any other place on the leaderboard after round 1.
At Augusta or just in general?
At Augusta. I bet you the round 1 leader wins more than second place after round 1, third, fourth, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, maybe you're right. I don't know. I think that you think about Tiger. Tiger really was just trying to, stay consistent the first 2 days, and then moving day was Saturday, and then it was all systems go on Sunday.
Yeah, no, sure. But I'd rather be in first place than any other place.
I mean, I think, most guys would, but I think that a lot of times the pressure gets to them at a place like that, and that's where you see young guys that lead after the first round kind of fall off on the weekend.
Rose hasn't won a Masters, has he?
He's won.
I don't think he's won a Masters.
He's won an Open, right? He's won at least one major.
I think he's won 2 majors, but I don't think either one was the Masters. Let's see.
My buddy was working.
No, he's only won 1 major, and it wasn't the Open. It was the U.S. Open.
U.S. Open, that's what I mean. I'm
13.
sorry. It was the U.S. Open because I know it was here in the States.
I thought he had won 2.
My
Wow.
buddy was working at TaylorMade at the time and was in charge of working with him when he won it.
Yeah, he's finished second twice at the Masters. He's finished second twice at the Open Championship.
He's on the back 9 of his PGA career, too.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
44.
Yeah, he's ancient at 44. But he's the leader right now. He bogeyed 18 too.
And still finished?
Bogeyed 18
At
and 7 under.
7. Wow.
Yeah, he bogeyed 18.
That's a hell of a nice start.
Yeah, really good. Ludwig Oberg, 2 under through 14. Bryson's 2 under through 13. Let's see if our guy still has the worst round. Yeah. Nick Dunlap has the worst round by 11 shots. He shot at 90 today. He's in dead last by 11 shots.
Ooh.
4 other guys shot a 7 over, 79.
He might as well just enjoy the hell out of his second round and pack up.
I think I'd rather play golf with Nick Dunlap than with Justin Rose.
Why is that?
Nick Dunlap sounds like my kind of guy.
Okay.
Hacks it all around the place. I'll do it. Let's make mock drafts great again. Today we're working from Mel Kiper's mock. 713-780-ESPN. Actually, we're out of time. Let's do that next segment. 713-780-3776. I'll tease you the four options. You can think about it, text in, let us know who you'd pick. Josh Connerly, offensive tackle, Oregon. Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss. Obviously not taking a quarterback, but those are the rules. Malachi Stark, safety, Georgia. And Donovan Izaraku, the outside linebacker from Boston College. So Izaraku, Starks, Dart, or Connerly. Who would you select out of those four? Making mock drafts great again. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, last Friday, we were on remote in beautiful Dayton, Texas at River Ranch, Dayton, and it was fantastic. It's a great way to escape the hustle and bustle of Houston. If you work in Houston, you're leasing, you're renting, you're looking for your forever home, I'm here to tell you about River Ranch, Dayton. If you really are country at heart, if you really like some space, the opportunity to not have all of that city lifestyle around you when you want to relax. That's what River Ranch Dayton's all about. The amenities, unbelievable. 3-car garages with just about every house. Lots of room in the house itself with square footage. And the best thing is everything that comes with the house. In the community, you get your own lagoon. It's called Angel Lagoon. It is crystal blue water, white sandy beaches, and it's just for those that are in your community. Fantastic. Houses range from the 200s to the 500s. And on top of that lagoon, there's also a workout and fitness facility, dog parks, pickleball courts, daycare centers, and so much more. You get there and you don't have to worry about going away for much. And you get that country lifestyle where you can spread out, relax, and just take a deep breath from the big city life that you normally lead during the week. They are fantastic. The best builders are also building the houses, and you can get on top of it right now. Get in and make it like an investment because these property values are only going to go up. All you need to do is start the process today by going to riverranchdayton.com and see all the different houses that are available. Then call my buddy Michael Luster to get some showings done and to have him show you all the different ins and outs of the neighborhood. Michael can be reached at 870-754-9164. That's 870-754-9164. He's the best in the business. You need to get out of a lease. You need to solve something with your previous property before you get in there. He can help you. He's that type of guy. He's fantastic. So are they. Check out riverranchdayton.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Look at Brian. It's like mom and dad music here. Early 90s jams.
I'll play the theme from Friends next break.
The Rembrandts?
Yep. I'll be there for you.
This is like
I'll play some Blink 182 after this.
Yeah. Where's Sabrina Carpenter at, Brian?
She's having espresso.
Where's Espresso at? Where's Anxiety at? Just a quick note on Beaumont, our college baseball team. Lamar is leading Division I in hits, 27-8. Still can't keep people in the stands. That's a tough ticket, man. I've called games there. I've called games in Lamar. Was it Vincent Beck Stadium, I want to say? Check me on that, 9666.
Former home of the General and then his son for basketball. Bob Knight and then Pat. Both coached there?
I don't think Bob Knight ever coached there.
Right. I thought he did.
I don't think so. No, I thought Bob Knight's last job was at Tech. Phil Knight did. Phil Knight coached
Not
Lamar.
Phil. Pat.
Pat Knight. Who's Phil Knight? Oh, Phil Knight's the Nike guy. Yeah, Pat Knight. Pat Knight coached there.
I know Pat did. I thought
Bob Knight didn't go Lamar.
No, he didn't?
No, I don't think so. Let me double check real quick.
He was definitely at Tech after Indiana.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That was his last
Okay.
job. Do
He
you know
probably just like helped Pat. He consulted for a while down there, I think.
Maybe so. Do you know where he coached before Indiana? A little trivia for you.
Army.
That's it. Yeah, that's how.
And you know who played for him?
Coach K.
Krzyzewski, yeah.
Yeah. I remember reading that in a book.
Yep.
That was their relationship. 713-780 ESPN. Just Killer Bee factoids. All right, who you making mock drafts great again? Killer Bee's broadcasting live, East River 9. We're inside the River House right now. Finished my shrimp po' boy. It was delicious. The French fries here are fantastic.
They look good.
Fantastic.
I got to place an order next break because I'm getting hungry. Jeff, FYI. Jeff, FYI. Hey.
Yeah, Jeff said you're not getting anything. This is why you were kissing his butt
Now,
earlier,
Jeff, this right here is called the live microphone. I could either say Jeff never really said that about Big Money B-Town, or I could say Jeff was adamant that, and during the break, he said so much more bad about Beaumont. It was really getting disgusting. Not just the water. That's just what Jeff said. I'm just saying.
Texture says, yes, it's Vincent Beck. We had Jim Gilligan. Jim Gilligan was the head coach of Lamar for like 30 years.
Who's
he was,
but he didn't bash Beaumont. You did.
You're from Beaumont too? He's got a bar stool over his head.
Let's calm down on the WWE antics before we start talking Beaumont.
Hey, don't do it as a threat. If you're going to be about it, be about it.
Beautiful mountains in Latin. He says.
That makes sense, actually. Mont.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually makes sense.
Well, BMT. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 6 miles above sea level. That's funny. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Mel Kiper's mock draft. You know the rules. We take famous people's mock drafts, and then we mock it and ridicule it. We look what the Texans pick, who they picked, and then we take the next three, and we decide who we would pick if we were in the shoes of Nick Caserio. This bit doesn't hit as hard whenever the Texans are drafting in the top five, but it's still fun. And we're only 2 weeks away from the NFL draft.
That's crazy. And it's still in Green Bay, and it's still going to be interesting to see how the weather holds up, because I talked to some people back home that said they had flurries the other morning, and I'm like, man, they're having that bad boy outside. I sure hope they get a nice patch of weather.
The 14-day forecast isn't out?
I haven't seen it.
And they only go up to, 10? I think I only up to 10. Anyways, Kiper has Cam Ward going 1. He has Travis Hunter going 2. Abdul Carter going 3. Scroll down. Genty goes 6 to the Raiders, which I think that's his floor. I don't see him get past 6.
I saw them trying to. Yeah, I saw people saying he could slide into the top 5, and I was like, really? That the Raiders also looking at him?
Raiders have the 6th pick.
Okay, Raiders and Cowboys. I heard were two teams that were interested.
Well, the Cowboys would have to trade up because the Cowboys don't pick until 12.
Okay.
Unless he falls to him. But I think his floor is 6. I would have Genty top 6 for sure.
He's impressed a lot of people. And Lance was showing me some film on him about just the fact that it's not just how strong he is, but after first contact, the stuff that he's able to do. He's impressive.
You went into his cave?
I stop in the cave every now and then. He calls me in, and then sometimes when he's got a player up or he's saying something, he's like, look at this. And he just started showing me, not just when they played Oregon, but some of the other Genty highlights. I was like, damn.
He throws stuff at me, tells me to go away. Shadur Sanders, number 9 to the Saints. That would be interesting.
I think it's a good fit for him.
I mean, they need a quarterback.
Yeah.
Carr's still there, obviously, but I don't think they love Carr. Tyler Warren, number 10, the tight end from Penn State. Omarion Hampton goes 12 to Dallas here. That's the running back from North Carolina who's getting a lot of love lately. And the whole, early on, I was wondering if he would slip to 25, but looks like that's not going to happen. Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan, goes 14. That's pretty high for tight ends.
It is high.
Matthew Golden, Houston Cougar, goes number 16 to Arizona. A bad day to be a Texas receiver, by the way. I think this Bond guy got into himself into a little bit of trouble. Tet McMillan, my guy, goes number 20 to Denver. And then finally, number 25, he has the Texans taking Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle from Oregon. So you get your pick, Blankers. Connerly from Oregon, Jackson Dart, quarterback Ole Miss. I mean, we can just scratch him out.
Yeah, he's out.
Malachi Stark, safety from Georgia. And then Donovan Ezeraku, the edge from Boston College.
I think it's pretty easy to me. I think that's one where it spells out pretty clear cut that you go offensive line. I think you already have. You got Bullock last year. I don't think you need another safety right now. And you've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson coming in as well. And so I think for the immediate need, we know how important offensive line is. And if they really feel good about the Oregon offensive lineman, that's the direction I think they go.
Yeah. As much as I want to go against you, I don't see how it's feasible. You're not taking quarterback. You brought in an extra safety. You kind of go 3 deep there.
Yeah,
I mean, even with
do.
Jimmy Ward, Jimmy Ward still, yes, he's always hurt, but he's a capable starter. I don't know anything about the Ezeraku, but
you got speed.
You don't need edge guys.
Right. And you brought speed in to EJ Speed did.
Yeah, but he's more of a middle linebacker.
But okay. But at the same time, I think it helps your linebacking depth. And I don't think that they're looking on the edge when you got the 3 guys that you can interchangeably put, on the edge already. I just don't see it.
No, to me, it's pretty clearly that it's Josh Connerly. I don't even know a whole lot about Josh Connerly's game, but just of the options, this is a pretty easy one. Challenge us next time, Lego Hair Man, Mel Kiper. Where are you at, Brian?
Yeah, at the risk of making this.
No, I meant physically. I don't want you to make a pick.
Okay. I'm physically at 5353 West Alabama.
Are you on lineman too?
You want to give the access code to the back door?
I don't want to make it boring, but they only need one position out of these 4 guys. So it's I think it's got to be Josh Connerly.
This is lopsided. I posted this obviously at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. Josh Connerly, 83% of the vote so far, Blankers. 83% of the vote.
Really?
Yeah,
That's pretty obvious. Yeah, I mean,
you think it's low?
Dunk. No, I actually think that.
I think it's kind of low, actually.
I think most people would be closer to 90%. People go, of these choices, you're not, like we said, we're not going quarterback.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty simple to say. Everybody that, even if you're a casual, knows they need offensive line help, you go offensive line.
8.5 voted for Jackson Dart.
There's your superstar.
Yeah. How you shooting, Will? Will's walking over here. Oh, best ball on a par 3 course.
A par 3 best ball?
Oh, okay. Is it a scramble or a best ball? Okay. All right. So have y'all birdied every hole? No, haven't birdied.
That's not a good look then. Okay.
How many
You have one total birdie?
Blankers. You've only played 4? It's amazing how good 4 holes, Will Kunkel. Yeah.
Oh, you're inevitably going to get pencil whipped, though.
All right, this is great for radio, so let's take it to break. 713-780-ESPN. When we come back, Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, my good friend Jeff's over here, and I need to have a conversation with him at a certain point and let him know that I got a good friend named Doc Linville. And Doc Linville is the best in the business at so many different things. No, Jeff, I'm not talking about plastic surgery or Botox. I'm talking about that Doc Linville can get your hair back. He can get your hair back in a variety of different ways. It's like basically when we're at a golf course, we're talking about like lawn talk. You can talk about the fact that he does PRP treatments, which is like fertilizing your lawn. You still have hair follicles. They're just not as thick and long and strong as they used to be. And the PRP kind of fertilizes them and gets them back where they need to be. And then there's the whole resodding program, which we like to call the neograft procedure, where I don't know if you know this, Jeff, or not, but you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. He takes some of it, puts it where you need it most. Maybe it's that baboon's butt that's showing up on the top of your dome, or maybe it's your forehead has become an 8-head and you want to return your hairline. Either way, and plenty of other ways, he can get the everything taken care of for you and get your hair back. And because you listen to me and you want to talk to him, go to 975hair.com right now. You get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. He's right here in the medical center, and it costs you nothing. They'll explain to you all the different ways they can help. They'll show you the before and after pictures of everybody, including me, and they'll explain to you the fact that it's a procedure that not only works, but the hair that they put there is going to be there for the rest of your life. and then it's up to you. No signing out on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment to be made. But if you want to do it, he's the best. And if you do it with him, he's going to take care of you every step of the way. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com. Get that free consultation. People off the street pay $150. You pay nothing because you're listening to me now tell you to go to see him. And then tell him I sent you by, because I love the people at Doc Linville's office, and I believe in the results.
Your boy just went in the drink.
Rory
McIlroy on a chip. Chipped it into the water.
On 18?
On a chip. I think it was 18.
No, it can't be 18. 18's no water.
He's currently playing. I don't know what hole he's playing. I saw his ball roll into the water.
That sucks.
So, good game, Rory. There goes
this
his
dude
tournament.
here's throwing his putter, so he's not happy, whoever that is.
Justin Rose, the leader, 7 under. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are the worst takes of the week? East River 9's not. River House is not. Getting a half-price wings with a bucket of beer is not, as you watch the Masters from the River House at East River 9. So Kunkel was playing. They said he had 4 holes already.
They played 4 holes. It's not a scramble.
It's best ball. How
it's
many guys?
Best ball. 6 guys per group.
6 guys?
They have 1 birdie.
I think you and I would have 1 birdie through 4 holes.
I believe you're right.
I have no doubt about it.
I mean, Gary Player's 90, and he played the par 3 course and had at least 3.
Yeah, but he's good. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I mean, and we
He
got
would
a
mop
shot.
the floor with us.
We got a shot.
But a par 3
John
course,
and Lance
kill
got
us. What's that?
We got a shot if we stay together.
Golf Hall of Fame.
Oh, got it.
Golf Hall of Fame. Someone called Rory a North Irish traitor. Dang. It's because he lives in America?
That was Paul.
Paul's a
Yeah, Paul likes to bag on Rory for being a Northern Ireland guy instead of I guess Maine Ireland guy. I don't know.
That's weird. That's a Paul thing. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? Here was Suns owner. How do you say his name?
Matt Ishbia.
Ishbia. Suns owner Matt Ishbia 11 months ago.
Oh, it's extremely fixable. I mean, let's just be real. Although this isn't a cool narrative, and the national media really won't want to play it out there, but like, ask the other 29 GMs. 26 of them would trade their whole team for our whole team and our draft picks and everything as is. Like, The house is not on fire. We're in great position. It's not hard to fix. It's not like we're like, hey, we don't have enough talent to win a championship. We have enough talent to win a championship, right? Do we have enough continuity? Do we have time together? Like, there's a lot of things we can look at. Do we have like the right leadership in place? Do we have to add some little pieces around that? It's not like we don't have people that can score the ball, not play defense and have one champ. Like, we have all the things. And so how fixable is it? And I mean, if I read the media, I would think we have a lot of problems. But luckily, I get to spend time with, the best players in the world, in my opinion, best coaches, GMs, see like all these people. And I get to spend time with our people and say, we're in really great shape. And I wouldn't trade our team or our situation for anyone else's.
Whoops.
I can't trust that guy. He talks too much.
Talks like an auctioneer, too.
He talks too much. I don't trust people that talk that much.
Words per minute? It's a lot.
He does talk very fast. He's efficient. I will give him that.
He's like the.
It's like Easterby, though. Easterby talks a lot. Casario talks a lot.
What's our guy that used to be at A&M?
Jimbo?
Jimbo. He's like Jimbo.
Jimbo would talk very fast.
Oh, man. When John and Lance used to have him on. Guys, I'm here to tell you right now, we're going to play football games. We're going to play football games to win the football games. We're going to be like guys on the field. We're going to be real good.
It was like you would listen to Jimbo on 2x speed. Sometimes even
yes.
like 2.5 times speed even. Yeah, I don't trust guys who talk that long. And he was wrong, obviously. So, Matt Ishbia.
And you, by the way, gave away your picks, and they look pretty good for the Rockets.
Yeah, top 10 at least. Matt Ishbia, you make the list.
You just made the list.
It didn't go well. Lance doesn't know ball. Who put this in here? Was this you, Brian?
Yeah, this was me.
I wouldn't do this. I don't pick on Lance anymore.
Yeah, you don't want to start that fight again?
No.
It went for, really 2 weeks at this point, the last time. Yeah, so I heard this from the morning show on Tuesday talking about the last play for the Cougs with obviously Emmanuel Sharp going up for a shot and then not being able to touch the ball. And that conversation sent Lance into this tirade, which made me question if he knows ball.
Hold on. Everyone says that. Are we sure that's a travel?
Yeah,
had he picked it up?
He can't touch the ball. Can't touch the ball.
He jumped up, but then threw it down like a dribble. It's like a dribble, but isn't that a dribble?
No, it's not a dribble.
Why isn't it a dribble when he dribbled it?
I don't know.
Can't you gather the dribble? The whole time I was thinking, can he gather that?
No.
I'm just wondering if there's anyone else who thought like me, can he gather that in? Can he come up with it? He obviously can't take another step.
Is it because he left his feet first before he dropped it?
It's got to be.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's got to be.
You can't jump in the air and then throw it on the ground. No.
Yeah.
You can't
the dribble
touch
would have
it
to come first.
Listen, even if he jumped in the air, threw it up, missed the basket, went and ran and got it, he couldn't touch it first.
So if you jump in the air and you start dribbling, you can't.
Yeah.
But if you're
that's legal.
But if your dribbling had begun, you see guys skip in the air and the dribble.
I guess the dribble began.
Yeah, the dribble had to have already begun. He left his feet. And it's over for him.
I mean, there are guys on the internet that questioned it.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
I don't think Lance is alone with this. I think that's probably what led to Lance wondering. I don't think that's that bad of a
I think
take.
you're probably right. I think that fueled it. Yep.
Yeah, I guess it is a bad take though. But he was like a sheep and fell for the tweets that were out there because I did see this. I saw this Discord quite a bit actually.
I saw. Yeah, I agree with you. I saw several people that were trying to kind of put their foot in the sand and make a stance on it.
Yeah. So Lance, you make the list because
you just made the list.
Texture said he had not dribbled yet though. Yeah, but he left his feet with the ball in the air. Like he left the feet with the ball. You can't let go of the ball and then go get it.
Right.
That's what makes it a traveling violation.
I mean, you see this like on the And One tour, and guys try to do that. It's just not legal.
Bad Take Boulevard, BMAC and Blankers, childlike food preferences.
Why do I get roped into this? Oh, because you probably because you said people I have a palate of a 13-year-old.
I don't know why Brian got roped into this actually.
Oh no, Brian had a couple.
I've got a few
this week.
I don't know if I have as many as Joel, but I've got a few.
Oh, stop!
Well, you like
suddenly you okay?
You like Dino Nuggets, Brian?
No.
Imagine being a radio guy saying you don't trust people who talk too much. You got the joke, Texter. Told you. I give you some subtle Easter eggs from every now and then, seeing if you're paying attention. That was the joke. Texter, Branham doesn't trust himself. There you go. You got it too. Texter, I bet $50 on Rose and asked my coworker for another $50 and he declined. Please put him on the list. Now, I need to know what the bet was. Was it first round leader or was it to win outright?
It's a good point.
Because if it was to win outright, he might end up being right.
Yeah, I that's exactly what I was going to ask. Is you got 50 on Rose? What, to be leader after first day? That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so I need
trying to get the full hundo to get the full $8,000.
We need more context. 0315. But if it was first round leader, then yeah, we can put him on the list. But if it was outright, we'll have to let you know next week. Texter says Todd Callis during the broadcast of the Twins. Astros and Twins have the 29th and 30th best OPS in the majors, opposed to last and second to last. That was TK being nice. That was TK trying not to talk bad about his own team. So instead of saying they have the worst OPS in the majors, he said they have the 30th best OPS. I mean, think about it.
That's a savvy professional move for a guy that technically works for the team that he's calling.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 30th best in the world. Right. I know. I'm just saying that he had not left his feet when Dell said he said he had. Oh, okay. I didn't really listen to Dell. So, yeah. Okay. Texter said it was first round leader.
That's
so
good.
yeah, you can put your coworker on the list. Brian,
You
put him on
just made the
coworker.
list. There you go.
It was 80-1. How much did you put on it, Texter?
I said 50.
Oh, he put 50.
Yeah.
So he got $4,000. 80-1. He got $4,000.
That's nice.
I'd quit my job. It's more than I make in a year. Here was Chris Canty. Chris Canty the other day on one of these ESPN talking head shows was talking about a certain quarterback that he does not think is elite.
When we start talking about the podium, it's a gold medal spot, it's a silver medal spot, and it's a bronze medal spot.
Okay.
All right, the fourth place guy don't get an acknowledgement. And that's where I'm at with the Joe Burrow of it all. I think when you look at the big three, when you look at what Patrick Mahomes has done, when you look at what Lamar Jackson has done, when you look at Josh Allen's body of work, those guys have done more in this league in terms of being able to validate their abilities as a quarterback. When it comes to being able to acknowledge the level of player that you are, we got a couple of ways we measure that in the league. It's Super Bowl rings, it's MVPs, and it's all pros. Joe Burrow ain't got none of those. Joe Burrow's claim to fame is once upon a time, 4 years ago, beat Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game on his way to losing the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, that doesn't give you elite status.
There you go.
Boy.
Chris Canty says Burrow's not elite.
Got to a Super Bowl early in his career, beat Patrick Mahomes, which is very difficult to do. I mean, obviously he's had some injuries, but my goodness.
I actually like his argument. I wouldn't agree, but I think he argues it pretty darn well.
Yeah.
Like, hey, these are the reasons that he would be elite. This is what it takes for me to have elite status, MVP, Super Bowl wins. And then, like, is he wrong that Mahomes is a tier above Burrow? I don't think he's wrong there.
That's right.
Is he wrong that Lamar, who has multi-MVPs, and Josh Allen, who has an MVP, is it wrong that he's ahead of that those guys are ahead of Burrow?
I think it's debatable because I think, yeah, they won MVPs regular season. He stepped up at the biggest time of the year in the playoffs and got to a Super Bowl, which neither of those have.
I think it would, in a way, come down to: are you talking resume, like back of the football card, or are you talking about like who you take in a one-game scenario? Because I would take Burrow above Allen and Lamar in a one-game scenario, but back of the football card certainly goes to the other two guys.
Depends on what you value, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I would take the Super Bowl appearance over an MVP.
I think so, too, because, again, it's like the James Harden effect. You can do a bunch of stuff and win an MVP in the regular season, but what really matters is, can you lead your team to the promised land? And he got there.
Like, he's giving, as soon as you win an MVP, from like Chris Canty's perspective, he's giving a lot of leeway to playoff failures if you've won an MVP. And like Allen, I bash on Allen all the time. Allen's been pretty good in the playoffs. Now, he's never won multiple consecutive games and has played in the Super Bowl. But then look at Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's been terrible in the playoffs.
That's right.
So, like, I'd rather have a guy that is borderline MVP, has really good playoff success, and is capable of reaching a Super Bowl. Not that I'm saying Lamar and Allen aren't capable, but they haven't done it yet. So I'll take a guy who's bridesmaid to the MVP but has been to a Super Bowl over guys who are MVPs and then bridesmaids in the playoffs.
Yeah, because you look at the whole, like, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, John Stockton, Karl Malone. They were unbelievable. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap that the greatest player on the planet at that time was in the way of you in a championship when Michael Jordan. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is pretty tough to beat. At least you've done what Josh Allen hasn't been able to do. You beat him and you got to a Super Bowl already, and your career's not over.
And he's also won in Buffalo too, so he's won at both places.
Yeah, but beating Allen in the playoffs isn't tough to do. Allen loses in the playoffs all the time.
Here comes that factor.
Deshaun Watson's beating Josh Allen in the playoffs.
Yeah, at NRG.
Not on the road. And before Allen made the turn, that was pre-Allen becoming actually a really good player. It was.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of gatekeeping for Josh Allen.
All right. I'm just saying,
Josh Allen loses a game to Deshaun Watson in the playoffs. Well, he wasn't good yet. Okay, what's still part of his career?
In the league.
It's still Deshaun Watson. Like, what was Deshaun Watson doing after that game when Josh Allen lost to him? Think about that for a second.
But Watson was a far better player at that time.
Let's get a massage.
Texture says Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. I don't think Canty said that he hadn't been. He said that he
You
had
have to
been, but he
win it.
hasn't won
You have
one.
to win it,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought Canty's argument was actually good. Now, I disagree with some of the premises of his argument, but I thought it was well argued. There's certain things I would pick apart, but I thought Canty actually talked well there. Texture, so then Hurts is more elite than Burrow. I have no problem putting Hurts ahead of Burrow. No problem.
No, I mean, look, I think that he's won a Super Bowl. Did he win an MVP?
Hurts, I don't think.
No, but
he
he went to another Super Bowl that he lost. So 2 Super
Right.
Bowls and won one.
And until he got hurt, I think he was on path to be a front runner for an MVP. But yeah, I think you can do that.
He finished second MVP in 22.
Okay.
So like that would fit my argument I just said. Like a guy who's kind of on the brink of an MVP but hasn't won it, but then has playoff success. Like Jalen Hurts has done what Burrow's done, but a little bit better because he's won the Super Bowl.
Oh.
So I have no problem putting Hurts ahead of Burrow, even though Burrow and I have built this relationship from a foundation of interlocking eyes on that airport in North Kentucky, or the elevator in North Kentucky.
You and your elevators and ran.
I've only been on the elevator with 2 famous people.
Well, you've also been.
I guess 3.
And Iverson at a.
We hung out at a TGI
Fridays.
Fridays. Yeah, AI and I. He was getting high like every commercial break too. Back whenever that was frowned upon. All right, 713-780-ESPN. All those people made the list.
You just made the list!
Because I'm sad. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Jalen Green starting to get flowers. Should he be getting flowers? It is the Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Killer Bees from East River 9, inside the River House. Come out here, watch the Masters. Get a bucket of beer, get high-priced wings. Can't beat that. If you're looking for a good way to spend your company's money, how about a corporate membership to East River 9? Huh?
Why wouldn't you? Who doesn't want one of those, John Granado?
I think he takes advantage of it, too.
Well, he says he doesn't get his own. He takes advantage of ours.
I know. I want to take advantage of ours.
We need to.
Yeah, beat Kunkel up. Kunkel would stand no chance. 713-780
That's
ESPN.
a hell of a challenge. You and me against his whole team.
If they're 100 through 4, I like our chances.
I do, too.
I think we would beat that. Texter says, okay, Brian, got a little soul in you. Brian don't have any soul in him. Zero soul in Brian.
He's playing cube in one break, and suddenly he's got soul.
So much soul.
Soul. Texter, I listen to Canny Show in the morning. He's a well-known Burrow hater. Okay, I didn't know that. I don't listen to Canny Show.
He lately has become very hot takey.
That's what they like at ESPN. Yeah. that's their entire shows.
Yeah.
I don't know if I support it, but that's what they do at ESPN. It's like they're an opinion-based show. They're not. They
I would think
deliver
that
the news.
You get some people that, like Stephen A. can be hot takey because he never played, but Canty is a Super Bowl champion and a longtime NFL player. You're looking for just him to give you the
no.
I think so.
A player can be hot takey.
Yeah, Orlovsky does, but Orlovsky was always a backup. Yeah, but yeah,
I think that's the model at ESPN.
Oh, look, they play the game. There's no doubt about it. They were getting heat even before last night's game, but they've been getting heat for about a month now about the number one story that they keep pushing over and over again is everything that LeBron and Luka do, even though there's more compelling stories among sports and in the NBA, but they know what sells. The Cowboys, the Lakers, they sell.
Like, why are those shows on all morning in sports centers like on ESPN News? They're an opinion-based network.
And Stephen A will tell you that the ratings prove that it works.
Yeah. Texture is Jalen Hurts more consistent than Burrow. Can't say I'd put Hurts over Burrow. Jalen Hurts been pretty dang consistent.
But availability matters too.
We probably give team record to a quarterback more often than we should. But Jalen Hurts just wins. Jalen Hurts teams have always won. Jalen Hurts is a starter. 8-7, 14-1, 11-6, 12-3 Super Bowl champions. That carries weight. And he's a product of a good team. No, Hurts is putting up these numbers too. Hurts isn't just he's not just Trent Dilfer. He's not Trent Dilfer playing with the Ravens and letting a defense buoy him to a Super Bowl title, right? He has put together huge seasons and is a big factor of their offense having success. So I would say Hurts has been more consistent.
Plus, like I said, availability matters. He's played through a lot of injuries, but he plays. Burrow's had some significant injuries and missed a lot of time because of them, to where that factors in too.
Yeah, and Burrow's obviously really, really good. I think you would have to put Hurts' resume over Burrow's resume.
Right now you have to.
Yeah, I don't think you can argue. Texter, both Super Bowl appearances, Hurts played light out against Mahomes. That's an argument as well. Yeah, because even if you lose a Super Bowl, it's not as good as winning a Super Bowl. You could win a Super Bowl, play bad, and that would be looked at greater than losing a Super Bowl and playing really well. But playing well in the Super Bowl you lose also, I think, factors in a bit.
And what I mentioned earlier was Josh Allen's played really well in a couple of games against Patrick Mahomes, but he hasn't won. Joe Burrow beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Canty does commercials that are only hot takes. It's your resident Super Bowl champion, Chris Canty. Insert hot take. Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP. Joe in Cincinnati can't compare with the grimace emoji. Texture says Herbert is undefeated against Burrow. Yeah, but the playoffs are undefeated against Herbert. So
very true. And the 2 years ago was not a good look. Last year wasn't a good look.
Herbert's allergic to winning in the playoffs. So there's that. Texture, but Burrow has better hair. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Let's remember that. Joe Burrow is a beautiful man, though. He's a good-looking guy.
People rave about Jalen Hurts all the time. I think
he's good-looking too.
Wasn't it Dominic Foxworth said that his wife has made it very clear that he's beautiful, and I think she would leave him for him. It would be
who said that?
I think it was Dominic Foxworth,
the corner.
Wife. Yeah, that's on ESPN.
That's not a great thing to admit.
No, I've seen several of those where people are very enamored with Jalen Hurts' look.
Texture says Burrow did make the playoffs in the last 2 years. There you go with the consistency thing. Burrow didn't finish 2023, but Burrow was 5-5 when he got hurt. Like, he was 5-5 when he got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't have a winning record. Last year, they went 9-8. He was really good last year, led the NFL in passing touchdowns, but still, they were 9-8. Give me Hurts season over Burrow season. Give me a Super Bowl winning quarterback over a quarterback who leads the NFL in yards and passing touchdowns.
I mean, look, I think that if you're talking about just drafting a team tomorrow, I think it would be very split in terms, and I think people might go for Burrow more than Jalen Hurts.
Like, if you could pick next season, C.J. Stroud leads the NFL in passing, leads the NFL in touchdowns, or C.J. Stroud has a mediocre statistical season but leads the team that wins the Super Bowl, what are you picking?
You're taking the Super
Without
Bowl.
a doubt.
Yeah.
Everybody's picking that.
Yep.
If you're looking at it from a Houston Texan point of view. Now, if you're looking at it from like a fantasy football point of view, you don't care what he does in the playoffs. But every single Houston Texan fan that exists would rather have a quarterback lead his team to a title than his quarterback lead the NFL in passing and touchdowns. So, like, that's where you lose me with the Burrow over Hurts.
Remember, was it a couple years ago that Dak was playing from behind all the time and led the league in passing and I think touchdowns?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the same thing. Like, he had unbelievable stats. The team was not very good.
Texter says Hurts over Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah, but doesn't she live in Europe now? Didn't she move? I think she moved.
Once she pretty much said she was quitting and then kind of put her foot in her mouth a few times, I think that started it. And I think then just based on her political beliefs, she moved.
I think she moved, yeah. What if Burrow played in Philly? Would he be more successful than Hurts is now? I have a hard time believing he'd be more successful. Like, at best, I think it'd be equal to.
I think the biggest thing is, well, and you look from an organizational standpoint, too. Look, Philly and Howie Roseman, phenomenal at drafting and talent evaluation and putting the rest of the team around said quarterback. Cincinnati, cheap. Cincinnati not willing to retain all their players all the time or spend to get the players necessary. Their line has been less than a couple times, and it's cost Burrow physically. And I think that matters.
If Burrow had the Eagles defense, are they a Super Bowl team again? Yeah, probably.
Pretty damn good.
I mean, here's the other thing, though. Burrow has better receivers. Like, I know that Hurts has good receivers, right? I mean, A.J. Brown, the Slim Reaper, Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Like, those guys are good.
Goddard.
But I would take Chase and T. Higgins over them. Like,
you have to.
Now, to be fair to Burrow, the Eagles did add Saquon this year.
They did.
Which made a lot of difference.
And the Eagles had the best offensive line in the game.
Yeah.
And that factors in as well. Because, like I said, that one year when they said that offensive line wasn't something they were willing to spend on, that's when he got his knee crushed.
See, that's like a different conversation, though, because now we're talking about, like, the talent as opposed to the resume. Like, that's where the hang-up in this conversation is. Like, was Brady more talented than Manning? I don't think so.
I don't either.
Brady's resume is far superior.
But I think, is it fair I think Burrow's a better passer than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I would say so.
And Jalen Hurts is a better runner of the football than Burrow.
And they're both probably underrated in the opposite aspect. Like, Hurts, I think, is underrated as a thrower, and I think Burrow's underrated as an athlete.
Yep.
They're both, I mean, we're splitting hairs. Obviously, they're both very, very good. But, yeah, I would take Hurts' resume over him. Texter, so with that resume, do we put Hurts as number 2 in the league? If we're talking strictly resume, I would have to.
I mean,
I would have Hurts too. Resume specifically.
So let's just say from
back of the baseball card.
Back of the card, aside from team accomplishments.
Well, that's changed the conversation.
But the reason why I'm asking that is who else would be in the conversation? Josh Allen, right? But he hasn't been to a Super Bowl, let alone 2 of them and won one.
Well, you know how I feel about Allen.
I know you do. But so I'm saying who else would be that highly regarded?
I think
too. As much as our top 10 a year ago, we were wondering where to put Jalen Hurts, and is he just inside, just outside? Now you're looking at it and saying, yeah, he probably is the second best quarterback in the league going into next season.
Resume wise, I would have him there.
Yes.
Resume wise, I'd have him there. Like, Stafford won a Super Bowl 4 Super Bowls ago. Brady.
You're speaking
Foles,
to a guy that
Brady.
I thought that Jalen Hurts was going to have a long career in this league. I didn't think he was going to be a guy that was going to lead a Super Bowl caliber team to a Super Bowl. I was wrong. And I think to his credit, not only is he a workaholic, but he has found a way to get better as a passer every single year.
There's not that many Super Bowl winning quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, starting Super Bowl, because you go Hurts last year. So
you got to go old school. Russ
is the other one. But like that's like, I think there's only 3 or 4. There's 4, right? Because you have Hurts, you have Mahomes, you have Stafford, and you have Russ. Because prior to that, Brady won a Super Bowl. He's out of the NFL. Brady, Nick Foles.
Well, you know who matters? Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Rodgers.
Yeah, because if Rodgers lands anywhere as a starter,
that'd be 5.
Then there'd be 5.
That's it. There's 5 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks if Rodgers plays.
Brady's out.
Yeah, because I just pulled up Super Bowl champions: Hurts, Mahomes, Stafford, Brady, Mahomes, Brady, Foles, Brady, Manning, Brady, Russ, Flacco, Eli, Rodgers.
Is Joe
Breeze.
still in the league?
Who?
Flacco? He signed with the Giants?
I don't think I think he's currently a free agent. He was in the league last year.
Yeah, I thought he signed somewhere. Or the Giants brought him in. I don't think they signed him.
Yeah, I think he's a free agent. I could be wrong on that, but I think he's a free agent.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think of Flacco. Like that. That's not very many Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. It might be like the fewest in the history of the game
over that period of time. Yeah.
Because Mahomes won a bunch, Brady won a bunch, but now Brady's retired.
Yep.
So and that Rodgers currently isn't signed by anybody. So like as of right now, there are only 4 quarterbacks in the NFL who have been on Super Bowl winning teams as a starter. That's incredibly few.
And Rodgers could retire. I mean, we don't know the decision he's going to make. He could
well,
walk.
Yeah, I was out because he's not on a team yet. I didn't count him. But there's only 4 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that are still playing in the NFL. That's insane.
That is crazy.
That is a very, very little number. It's just crazy to think of it. So, like, the short list is very, very small.
I'm trying to think of just like guys that have made a Super Bowl.
Well, there's been more of those.
Right. I know there would be more, but how many more? Like how
Probably
frequent?
quite a bit because now you're looking at
Burrow.
you're looking at Purdy,
Burrow,
Burrow, Garoppolo.
Oh man, and he's
Goff,
still a backup.
Goff.
Oh yeah, Jared Goff.
Ryan's out of the league. Carolina quarterback. Who's the Carolina quarterback when they lost to the
Delone.
Broncos?
No, it was Cam. It was Cam.
Oh, it was Cam.
Yeah, it was Cam.
It was Cam. He's out of the league.
That's right.
Russ lost. He's out of the league. Manning lost. He's out of the league. Niners quarterback in 12. It was Kaepernick.
Yep.
There's not even that many Super Bowl losers.
That's what I was saying.
That's
From a perspective
nuts.
of just making it, not even winning it, it's not that big of a list.
It's amazing how small that list is.
Yep.
That's why it's a prestigious category. That's why you can't, especially now. Like, it's different than when Dilfer was playing. Like, it is, you have to be really good at the quarterback position. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rodgers technically wins in big games. That's a resume. That's not the only part of the resume. It's a variable, but it carries a lot of weight. When you ask apple versus orange, Joel always has to throw in but banana. Always throws in something else. He's talking like proverbially, like saying that you always doing an additional part of the conversation. I mean, it's a conversation show. Burrow or Dan Marino? Give me Marino. I'll go Marino. I never hung out with Marino in an elevator, but I had to go Marino's career over Burrow's career. Right now.
Oh, for sure. Dan Marino's, I mean, you just look at his passing numbers, and he was one of the top passing yardage and touchdown numbers when he retired. And I know that Manning and Brady and Favre and those guys climbed the list, but yeah, Dan Marino had a hell of a career. He just didn't win a Super Bowl.
Texter, go back to 1990 through 2000. How many Super Bowl winning quarterbacks? I'm working here. You do that, Texter. You do that and get back to me.
Get your version of BMAC.
Yeah. Come on, Jamie. 713-780-ESPN Killer Bees. Let's get to the Jalen Green conversation. He's getting his flowers, should he be? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? The hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever is causing you stress and anxiety? I have the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Open green spaces, beautiful wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat that if you like dropping your line in the water. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, too, so you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Don't waste your time traveling to your destination. 90 minutes from the city. Can't beat that. If you're a hiker, great. They got 92 acres of property out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You want to get on the water? How about some kayaking? Want to play some pickleball? They got you covered. Or you can just hang out by the pool with a drink, too. No one's going to get mad at you for that. Two Creeks Crossing Resort will always take care of their customers. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. You can pull up the RV, rent one of the tree houses, cabins, or do a little glamping. They have the perfect stay for everyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I drafted Justin Rose in our Killer Bees 18th annual draft, didn't I? My last pick?
No, you did not.
You sure?
Nice try, but yeah.
Killer Bees live from the River House at East River 9, watching the Masters as they wrap up round one. This is your spot to watch the Masters. Buy a bucket of beer, half-price wings, corporate membership. This is your spot. Looking to spend your company's money. This is your spot. I have a nice little 9-hole par 3 course where Will Kunkel can't birdie to save his life. Pickleball, driving range.
Great view of downtown.
Great view of downtown if that's your thing. I like skyline views. I was always a fan for some reason.
I was too. Bought a townhouse because of it, and then they started building around me.
Really? How much did you buy your townhouse for?
A lot more than I sold. I mean, a lot less than I sold it for.
So what was your return? How much did you make?
A good deal.
You got 2 entrees, Blankers.
I got a salad and I got a sandwich. You can have the fries.
I don't want the fries, Joel. I already ate plenty of fries.
Okay, but you're a fry guy.
Well, Jeff told me so. I'll do it.
There you go. There you go.
I won't do it because Joel told me to. But if Jeff told me
that's
to,
a given. We know that. What'd you say about Jalen Green?
Flowers and things.
Yeah.
713-782.
There's a lot of there's people jumping on the bandwagon quite a bit. I mean, I've seen Austin Rivers. I've seen a lot of people jumping on the bandwagon with Jalen Green, and I think success has a lot to do with that. But I think that we watch them with a microscope every single day. But I think that a lot of people now, because of the seed that they've secured, the way that he's been able to finish games, fourth quarter he had the other night, I think people are starting to really pay attention to the fact that there's a higher ceiling than a lot of people had written him off for.
Texter says that do the flowers match his nails? Should we stop making fun of Jalen Green's for painting his nails?
I mean, he's not the only guy in the league that's doing this.
Is it like and we're like old white guys. Like I don't think that we're
hip and cool thing to do.
Yeah.
Like by the way, he has a sponsorship for that. He's getting paid to do that.
He's got a sponsorship for his nails.
He has a nail sponsor.
What did that texter say earlier about Brian? He has soul.
Yeah.
Like you and I don't have soul. Brian, according to one person ever, does. Can Brian talk about Jalen Green's painting his nails black?
I don't wish to.
You don't wish to?
No, I don't wish to. I don't think that would go well for me.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think it can turn out good. Do you remember the first guy who? Well,
Rodman.
Sure. Rodman did it.
Rodman did it.
I'm sure, like Ozzy Osbourne did it.
Yeah,
I just think I thought you were going to say in the NBA. I think from an NBA perspective, Dennis Rodman was clearly the first guy to paint his nails.
I remember Carson Daly like painting his pinky and his ring finger, but then like not the other fingers. Like back when he was doing TRL.
Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
That's a little different.
Yeah, who am I to judge?
But like my buddy, before Jalen Green started doing this, my buddy's daughter wanted to paint his nails all the time. He let her, and then he would just leave the nail polish on. I don't think I could do that.
What would it take for you to paint your nails black?
Quite a bit.
All of them. If the Rockets win it all, will you paint your nails black?
No.
Come on.
For how long?
A week.
No.
2 days.
Do it.
Jeff's in.
Jeff's in?
Jeff's in.
A week? He'll go a week at the. I mean, you want the Rockets to win, don't
Jeff
you?
actually in the last break said that if you are willing to call it Big Loser Beaumont,
Big Loser Bowtown,
that he would actually paint his fingernails for a year.
I don't think he said that. No, I
He's
don't.
calling
think
to
that Jeff
verify
said
with his
that.
wife right now.
So if the Rockets win the title, you have to paint your nails black for how many days?
Yeah, a week.
You said no.
Right. I don't want to do it. It's fair to say what would be a fair
I'm
bet.
trying to get you, like, how many days were you willing to do it for? 3?
Sure.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Sure.
All right.
For this year. What are you doing?
All right. I'm
What
not
are
doing
you
anything.
Okay, well then screw that. I'm not doing it.
No, I'm not doing anything. I'll cut my hair.
Okay. I've seen you with
That's a luxury that some of us don't have.
Wow, another shot at Jeff, just like that.
What made you think I was talking about Jeff?
Because you kind of looked his way.
I was seeing if he was listening. I was seeing if he was paying attention. That's it. That's all. That's it. So you're gonna paint your nails black for 4 days.
3 days.
3 days. And
If they win it this year.
I'll get a haircut. If they win it this year. I'll get a haircut if they win it any year.
You should, because I've seen you with a man bun.
I might grow that back in the summer. Texter, how do you compare Rockets turnaround to the Astros? It's pretty similar. It's pretty similar because you build around a young core. You add a couple of veterans. You win some games. I think you just dropped a piece of bacon on the ground.
I did. I wasted it. Sorry.
Man, it's pretty similar, I think, the Rockets and the Astros.
I think absolutely it is. I think because of the fact that we knew the young team that they were building with all the years that they were losing. We didn't know what the Rockets were capable of doing because Steven Silas. And then all of a sudden we found out that this team was not only capable and had a lot of talent, but they turned it around quickly when they got the right coach.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it is similar.
Josh from Seabrook, would Joel paint his nails if his daughter asked?
At the house, sure, and I unpaint them before I left the house.
Why aren't you confident in yourself?
I'm fully confident. I wouldn't feel comfortable having my nails painted. That's just me. That's my personal choice.
I think that lacks confidence.
Okay, great. Well, then maybe in my elder years, I'm lacking confidence.
Jasper says you would have to chop my hand off and take it to the nail salon without me. I mean, Jasper, you tuck your blanket into your mattress. Like, I'd rather have my nails painted black for a week than tuck my blanket into my mattress.
Very good point.
Ever. It's like Jasper, like, I don't know if you, you have a strong leg to stand on here. Branham should paint his nails too. I'll paint my nails if the Rockets win the title. I'm okay with that.
Long?
I'll do a week. Okay. I'm not scared. I'm not soft.
You weren't going to do it at all.
I'll go a week.
Now because Jasper said it or someone said, now you will.
No, it was a rando. It wasn't you. I'll do a week. Brian said he would do a month.
Brian BMAC did?
Black of the three of us, black finger paint on our nails.
BMAC gets it.
I think BMAC, because BMAC can go a little grungy
He can
sometimes.
sell it. Yeah, he can sell it.
Yeah, he's got like the long black shaggy hair. Sometimes he wears like rock and roll shirts.
There's a lot of concert T-shirt look.
Yeah,
Black T-shirt.
like
yeah.
he's borderline grungy.
I don't think I've worn a single concert T-shirt to work.
No, I said the black T-shirt, the concert T-shirt look. It doesn't have to be a concert.
Did you ever do the grungy look, Brian?
No, not really. I mean, as a gimmick for a concert once with my band,
there you go.
but not as an everyday thing. I would paint them. I don't care.
I bet Laramie Tunsil paints his nails. Joel should paint his nails red for 3 days. Jeremy got to get the Rockets R etched in the side of his cut. Put the R in the fade.
I like that'd be good.
Ocho, do you think the Rockets are a disrespected 2-seed or properly respected overachievers?
I think they're disrespected because I think a lot of teams, and we're hearing a lot of national people say that they want to see the Rockets in the playoffs and they're trying to position themselves to play the Rockets. I think that's disrespectful.
Texter says I'm not a rando regular listener and all that. I mean, you are, but you don't put your name on it. So I call everybody rando texters if I don't know your name.
So you identify yourself.
Yeah. Like, I like to identify y'all because I like to pick up. Like, I don't remember these numbers. I'm not going to sit here and remember every single one of these
enough numbers in the day to go, oh, that's so-and-so.
Yeah, I see them enough to where, like, okay, I realize that this person texts a lot, but I don't know your personality. Like, I don't know the way that you text. But once you start putting your names, I'm like, oh, okay. Now I can kind of see, like, who you are. It's like Jasper. Like, Jasper will forever in my mind be etched in my mind as the guy who tucks his blanket into his mattress. For the rest of my life, I'll remember that about Jasper. Here was what you brought up, Austin Rivers. Here was Austin Rivers saying that Jalen Green continues to fly under the radar.
For whatever reason, no one is talking about his season this year.
It's because they have a guy in the same position as him that everyone's so excited about. The Thompson win.
Everybody's, is and rightfully so. Amen looks like he's going to be a star in our league for the next 10, 12 years, maybe more. But Jalen Green is having a fantastic year, and he's picked up right where he left off from All-Star break and on last year. Remember he finished the year strong last year, and everybody's like, whoa. Well, they made excuses for him. They're playing at the end of the year. They weren't going to the playoffs. They made a run. But by the way, he was playing that type of basketball and was leading the winning. That's when it picked up our ears. Because our whole thing before was, can he play well in Houston and win at the same time? Because we didn't know if his game was synonymous with winning. It is. And now not only has he figured out his spots on the floor, he has been numbers-wise efficient, way more than he ever has been. And he's having a really good year this year. Jalen Green is a certified bucket and he's supreme talent.
Ooh. Would you call him a certified bucket?
Nope. Not yet.
What does one have to do to be a certified bucket?
Consistency. And now a certified bucket, now that you're going to the playoffs as the 2 seed, now you're going to have to show you can do it in the postseason. But I think more so than not, it's what we've talked about all year with this guy. He has the potential to do all the things that Austin Rivers was talking about. But in order to get certified, I think that you have to do it consistently for the entire season. Yes, his numbers are good, but we've also seen the droughts and the cold spells for game on end where you're like, okay.
I mean, Curry had 3 points against the Rockets the other day. I mean, guys have bad
also
games.
the greatest shooter in a Hall of Fame talent. That's
Sure.
a different level.
Right, but he also had a 3-point game. Like, yes, that proves my point. Like, he's the greatest shooter of all time, and yet the greatest shooter of all time can have a 3-point game. Like if Jalen Green had a 3-point game, we'd be like, "Oh, this guy stinks. He's not consistent. Look at him again."
But look at
having a
how many
bad
times Curry
game."
has strung 5 bad games in a row, or 10 bad games in a row, or have a great month and then have a not so great month.
I'm not calling Jalen Green Steph Curry.
Okay.
I'm saying that Jalen Green gets a lot of criticism that we wouldn't criticize other players for. Like you say, consistency. I mean, 17 points a game each of the last 4 years, 19.5 points a game each of the last
That's not
3
a supreme
seasons.
talent. 17 points a game is not a supreme
What's a
talent.
bucket getter, though?
A bucket getting supreme talent
20 a
is
game?
20,
25 a game?
25, I would say.
So 25 a game before we can call anybody a bucket getter.
Yeah.
How many guys this
I mean,
year
like a
averaging
Jamal
20 a
Crawford. Jamal Crawford was a bucket getter, but he was a 6-man.
game? I wonder how many are averaging 25 a game this year. What's your guess?
Ant is. SGA is. I would say.
Let's see. I got it right here. Points per game.
Giannis is.
There's,
I would say
there's 9 players in the NBA.
10.
So there's only 9 bucket getters in the NBA.
No, I mean on a given possession you can get a bucket getter, but a guy when you talk about elite, when you talk supreme, like Austin Rivers was, now you're talking about those top 9 players in the league: the Giannis's, the SGA's, the Ant Edwards, the guys that are elite at getting buckets and getting them for their team when they need Luka. Those are guys. LeBron still has to be somewhere in the conversation because even at his age, he can get a bucket.
He doesn't average 25 a game, though.
No, he doesn't. I'm saying so he's different because of his longevity and his age. But Luka's a bucket getter. I mean, those are the guys. I don't think I put Jalen Green in a category with those guys. I don't put Jalen Green in a Jalen Brunson category.
Jalen can score.
Yeah,
Jalen can score. I'm just trying to get you to define what's a bucket getter for you. So when Jalen averages 25 a game next year, you call him a bucket getter.
I will have to again. I'll have to admit that. Yes.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? Killer Bees broadcasting live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Thank you to East River 9 for hosting us today. Ludwig Oberg just wrapping up a 4 under 32. I did draft him.
You got him, yeah.
I had Scheffler, too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Things are
Joel,
looking
unfortunately,
good.
Jeremy's kicking our ass right now. He's got
Well, I know
3
ball.
guys in the
I'm
top
aware.
5.
I'm aware.
I know golf balls.
But I knew I didn't have to say anything because he would. So I'm good.
Brian did, actually.
That's true.
Brian said it because Brian's an honest man.
Oh, now you love Brian.
And I
do
got
love
Soul.
Brian. I love my co-host. I love my colleagues. I love Brian. I love Blankers. End of list.
You love Joe?
I don't love Joe today. Normally do. Don't love him today.
Just you, Joe.
Hey, Branham. Hey, can you engineer? Hey, Branham, you're engineering. We're short staff. None of that. Hey, Blankers, can you tell Branham you guys are handling the engineering? Nope. Just walk right in. Oh, okay. Communication. What do they say about communication?
I don't know.
It's key or something. It's vital. It's important.
I mean, it is, but I don't know what the saying is.
I don't either. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are you nominating for your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What are you nominating, Blankers?
I think the easiest one is the Astros bullpen yesterday. The fact that you turned a 5-0 lead into a loss is a car wreck and then some. That was a massive disappointment and disaster.
Mhm.
I think that one's got a pretty good chance of winning.
Uncle Barney specifically said Abreu save attempt.
Abreu's starting to worry me a little bit. But, I've always been a little concerned about him. But, again, now you're right. He was overworked to a certain degree. But I hope that Brian Abreu settles in and gives me less to worry about.
I like relievers with sub-2 ERAs. Now, Abreu hadn't done that this year. Yeah, you can't overwork my guy. Don't overwork my. That was the first earned runs that Abreu's given up all year, by the way. First runs, period.
But you know how I always say he flirts with it, but then his stuff's so good he can get out of it.
That's okay with me. Just don't give up runs. That's all I care about. But Uncle Barney nominates Brian Abreu for his car wreck of the day. I want to nominate the media. I don't like the media. I hate the media. Media is the worst. Here was some of the media trying to get Devin Booker to say some stuff.
From a point of personal pride, how do you feel about this?
I don't feel good.
Is it embarrassing to you?
Yep.
How embarrassing? You've played a lot of games like this season.
Yep.
And you haven't been able to correct it.
Correct.
Okay, and you say there are multiple reasons for it. What's the top 2 or 3?
Can't weight them. All of them hold their own value. So just no winning habits.
Turnovers, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I hate media. Media is the worst. These are the type of people that deal with media. He said personal pride. He said embarrassing. And the way he said how embarrassing the second time, he had some gravel in his voice. How embarrassing.
He sounds like he's, on life support. But at the same time, this is a guy that's looking for a sensationalism story. He's looking to try and get someone to throw somebody or under the bus, the coach or otherwise. And I give Booker a hell of a lot of credit for handling it the way he did. Because LeBron and some of the other guys, Draymond, they wouldn't have been as patient.
I feel like he was trying to bait Booker.
Without question. That's what I mean.
Try to get him mad.
Yeah,
though.
he's looking for a narrative. He's looking for some substance that he can run with and say Devin Booker doesn't like Budenholzer or he threw Kevin Durant under the bus or whatever it might be.
Yeah. What are you nominating here, Brian?
I got a couple of quick ones. Alabama receiver Isaiah Bond is in some trouble. That's not great.
Alabama receiver.
I mean, if we're allowing that malfeasance on Matthew Golden, we can do it on Isaiah Bond as well. Tyreek Hill, I think he's a Hall of Fame member of Car Wreck of the Day. He's got some domestic charges. And then finally, Nick Dunlap. You guys mentioned it earlier in the show, I think, but shot a 90, 18 over today in the Masters. Not a great day.
When can we stop giving Tyreek Hill free passes?
I'm not giving
this
him a
is
free pass.
again multiple times.
I'm in teams. Teams
okay.
in the NFL.
Sure.
His talent's been so good
When
that
his
they're
t-
willing to
yeah, when
sweep
his
everything
talent-
under the rug.
When his talent runs out, and he's over 30 now, so we're getting closer to that. But
What a
he's a scumbag.
What a scumbag.
You think when he doesn't have football anymore that he goes full AB?
I think it'll
AB's
be-
kept himself out of prison.
Yeah, I think it'll be different.
He's
than
also
AB.
done a lot of violent things and things like that too.
I hope not. I hope for the sake of the people in his life that it does not happen.
Agreed.
Troy says most definitely the Astros bullpen. Texter says Nick Dunlap with a 90 burger at the Masters today. What is the worst score in Masters history?
We could lead with that tomorrow.
No, that's not that good of a lead.
I mean, but I'm just saying, I don't know if you're going to get it in time.
Worst score in Masters history is a 95 by Charles Kunkel. Pretty close to Will
Kunkel.
Final round of the 1956 tournament. He was 22 years old.
Think he had Metal Woods?
The worst unofficial score is by Billy Casper in the first round of the 05 tournament, but did not sign his scorecard, so the score is not official. What a gangster move by Billy Casper.
Yes.
You weren't listening.
I wasn't.
Uncle Barney said he shot a 103. No, he didn't. He didn't sign his scorecard, Uncle Barney. If you don't sign your scorecard, it's not official. Uncle Barney knows golf, though. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Thanks to the on-site engineer, Blankers and Branham. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks again to East River 9. Coming up next, Athletically Declined at 7 o'clock. Keep it here on ESPN 97.5.